What's going on, guys? Dad Dash here, and I wanted to come to you with a video and talk to you today about some things that are going on out there in the gig community, and I want to just kind of talk with you about it and go over, just some of the things that I want to address. This is going to be one of those videos where some people are going to like it, some people aren't, but you know what? It is what it is. Some of these things need to be addressed, and namely this fact, and it's this. It's that right now I've seen, and again, I admittedly am working with DoorDash right now to try to resolve an issue that I think regarding me trying to get Top Dash. Now, I admit I didn't go through the entire process. I was using what I thought was an opportunity that I think it still should have been looked at as an opportunity to be able to get the Top Dasher program in place without the pain, real hard pain that normally you have to go through. Admittedly, if I don't get it, I don't get it. It is what it is. It's DoorDash being DoorDash. Because DoorDash, in the end, doesn't do right by its dashers all the time. We know that, right? We know they try to do squeamish things. But the reality is, the bottom line is that the alleged Top Dasher movement is very concerning to me. And why is it concerning to me? It is not concerning to me because of the fact that people are not making, are potentially going to end up not making money or whatever. Like, that's on you as a person for whether it works or not. What I'm concerned more with is the motivations of the people around it, which I cannot seem to get my head around, right? What is going on here? Because, while I agree conceptually with the idea that we as gig business operators should always be looking to better ourselves and find the best opportunities. And again, I have said from the beginning that in the event that Top Dasher in your area represents an opportunity to extract more value out of orders, and you believe the value that you're losing in the orders during the time you're working to get Top Dasher outweighs, is less than the value you're gaining when you finally are Top Dasher, then by all means do what benefits you. Absolutely. What I'm concerned about, though, is this idea and this selling job that's going on in some of these videos by some of these content creators who are selling this idea like it is some sort of cure-all, that you're going to live this utopian life as a Top Dasher. Welcome to Top Dasher. Enjoy all the benefits. It's wonderful. By the way, come join our Discord and pay us $9.99 a month. And we'll share with you how to even make it better. We'll share with you the secrets of DoorDash that we've discovered, when the reality is there are no secrets of DoorDash. And then they invite people in and say, hey, show us. In 1 minute, this can work anywhere in the United States. And then the moment they say, but if you're going to show us alternative information, then you got to understand it's market specific. Well, you can't have both. And that, to me, puts in question the motivation of these channels, of this one in particular channel, which I'm not naming any channel specifically. Some of you will know exactly who I'm talking about. I'm not going to call out individual names, but I'm going to raise concern from the standpoint of what is the motivation of these people to try to sell people that they are some guru who can solve all these people's problems if you just pay me money. And that sniffs of just terribleness, right? It's terrible. Because people out here it's already tough for people to make money. And what it's telling me is that these people are not really interested in making money as Top Dashers. They're interested in making money off of people who think they have this cure-all for all the things that ail you in the gig world. And they think that they have a quick way to say, you don't got to do all the work. You don't got to learn your market. You don't got to do any of these things. Become Top Dasher. DoorDash does it all for you. And that is absolutely not true. As I said in my recent video that I dropped, DoorDash is doing Top Dasher for one reason and one reason only. It's trying to get people to fill the holes in their needs, and they're trying to get them to do it as cheaply as possible by offering you things that should just be there to begin with, right? They're actually saying, well, we're going to give you access to bigger orders. We're going to inconvenience the customer, right? We have a dasher sitting here. If what's to be believed is correct, that DoorDash is saying, we're going to inconvenience this higher paying customer. We have a dasher sitting right in our store, but that dasher's acceptance rate is 7%. But there's another dasher 6 miles down the road, and we're going to offer that order to them because they have a 90% acceptance rate, or they had one last month. And then we're going to sit here and we're going to say, okay, DoorDash, that's fair. So that customer waits on their food longer. That's ridiculous. And that's crazy. And if DoorDash is doing that, I don't know what isn't legal about that. Maybe it's all legal, right? We're independent contractors. They can independently make offers to us. They don't have to show us the same offer that they show somebody sitting in the same parking lot as me, because we're independent contractors. There's nothing that says they have to show you the same offer, although it does look inherently unfair when two offers come into the same drivers. That's what's been alleged, and one driver is getting a higher offer, the other's getting a lower offer. That's wrong. There's something wrong there. DoorDash is essentially diverting funds to pay people for the larger orders. Now, in theory, people are showing you and saying, well, you're going to make more money, right? And that's fine. I've seen it. As I had a higher acceptance rate, I noticed that a lot of the no-tip orders that used to be $2.25 have an extra $1 of base pay on them. And that's great. But now that it's $3.25, doesn't equate to make that order any better than it was when it was $2.25. That's great, DoorDash. You're going to send me an extra $1. That's great, DoorDash. That's still substandard pay for any order that they're going to offer you, whether it's a mile, 2 miles, or whatever. Okay? That's terrible pay. That is not pay that's going to pay the bills. And that's problematic for DoorDash that they're doing that. And that's the issue here, is that I don't believe the value of the orders that you're getting, even though they're going to show you individual orders. And if I say, here's this order, show us shifts, show us months of data, show us the fact that you're getting, instead what we get is, well, I'm working less and I'm making the same amount. It's funny, you're making the same amount as a multi-apper, right? But you're allegedly working less. Listen, I can tell you right now, you go out and you multi-app in your market, and you have multiple apps on, and you do multi-apping correctly and ethically, you can make the same amount of money as a top dasher, if not more, because you're going to be leveraging all 3 different apps, 4 different apps, 5 different apps. You're going to be finding the best value for your time at the given moment, and that's what gig work is all about. And if you are literally allowing DoorDash to tell you what that value is, you're nothing more than an employee. If you're not shopping your services, keeping yourself open. I was listening to another gentleman who was 2 days into Top Dasher, saying, I'm not going to need the multi-app. I find myself not wanting. This is great. Look, what they're doing is they are selling you. They are tapping into, and this is the geniusness of what DoorDash is doing, and what I guess somehow they've got these people shilling for them, is they're tapping into the fundamental employee mindset that's still ingrained in people because you were trained to be an employee from infancy. When you entered school, if you look at the basis of the school system, and this is not any conspiracy crap or nothing like that, this is just truth. School was based on the Industrial Revolution, and it was meant to prepare people to work in industries, to work in factories, to work in an environment of work. Hence why school requires students to show up for 8 hours. They have their supervisor, their teacher. They come in and everybody says resoundingly, everyone who's ever been to school says, I don't feel like they teach me anything. It's not about that. It's about compliance. It's about showing up, following the rules. It's about regurgitating and memorizing what I tell you to do, what I tell you to do, and how I tell you to do it. And then you come back and you take something called a test, and we test you to see how well you're doing. If you are doing well, if you are behaving, if you are regurgitating all the information, if you understand the information and how the world works according to how we taught you, and you tell us you understand it, you get an A. If you are somebody who's going to think outside the box, who's going to be maybe a little bit like, this doesn't feel right to me and I'm going to be a little revolutionary, you might get a B. You might get a C. The D's and the F's are the people that are like, these are non-compliance. These are not going to be, and you're not going to be rewarded with a job. When you leave school, jobs want your GPA. Why? Because they want to see how compliant you are. They want to see how ready you are. Are you ready to accept 8 hours? Are you ready to accept the boss that's going to come in and tell you when you go to lunch, when you can go to the bathroom, when you leave, how much you make, and that you are ready for that compliant behavior? So therefore, people coming into gig work are naturally already predisposed to this worker mentality. And then you go in and you've done this. You've been through 14 years, 15 years, 18 years of schooling, where you just live like this. This is what you live. This was your life, right? That's all you know. And then you go into a job and you're yearning for what you know. And they know that you're yearning for what's familiar. So you go to a job and they provide you with that familiarity that you already have been successful with, that you've already gotten your A's with, that you've already gotten that you're familiar with, right? And then one day you wake up and you say, I want to go, I hear about this DoorDash thing. I want that freedom and everything. And you come out and then you're suddenly without all that structure. And DoorDash has come here to say, how can we take advantage of the worker, get them to leave their job, come to us, treat them like employees? So they try to tap into it. They try to tap into what we yearn for, which is that employee mentality. So they give us that, but then they don't give us the benefits. They don't let us reap the full benefits. And then they get to keep some of what we have by getting us to act like employees. And Top Dasher does that. Top Dasher, and what they've done is they've done the ultimate. They pulled back all these things. They pulled back all transparency. And then they've said, if you are good, if you're the A student, if you follow exactly what we have, if you go back to what you know, here it is, guys. Here is how you get an A. And then you're like, that's familiar to me. I like that. And there it is. And then you're going to get all these big things. And then you're going to have that. They're going to tap into that. And then people are going to feel like, well, wait a minute. It worked very well. All these YouTubers out here. And I'm guilty of it myself, although I wasn't going to put myself through the hell. But when I had the opportunity that DoorDash was giving me, which may not have been the free opportunity I thought it was, but all of a sudden it's like, oh, what are we missing? We better get over there and find out. Oh my God, they're getting all this good stuff. And then they have a couple people that they come out and we don't know what the connections are. We don't know what's really going on. Maybe they're just in it to make money for themselves. Maybe they're DoorDash shills. Maybe they're going to get kickbacks from DoorDash. I don't know. It sounds really bizarre and weird to me that you would be promoting people to go join Top Dasher and be like, I'm so happy you're Top Dasher. I mean, you're getting paid by Top Dashers, like for how many Top Dashers you get. Or if DoorDash improves their Top Dasher ratio by so many, I don't know. It's weird to me. But suddenly, DoorDash is buying you into all of that. So now you're like, okay, I'm going to go over and do this. And you know what? People are like, I love this. I mean, I can just do what I'm supposed to do. And all I got to do is get this and get this. And then I'm going to get all these extra orders. And DoorDash is going to give me all this money. And I don't have to worry about going out and doing it for myself. And you become an employee. But the problem is now you're being an employee in a much more dangerous environment. You want to be an employee, go be an employee where you actually have laws protecting you for overtime, protecting you for the benefits, time off, and all the things you get when you are a true blue employee and you can be an employee. Go in there and get your 5 objectives and knock them out and get given that nice pat on the back and a 5% pay raise every year. Maybe you get a little bonus program. Maybe you get a little Top Dasher in whatever industry you're in. Go back to it. Right? I recommend you do, because you're in a dangerous zone right now, because you're not an employee right now. You're not owed anything. You're in the job equivalent of a credit card, right? They can change those terms at any time. So here you are running along Top Dasher 1 month, and then they change that. Boom. And it says it right there. We can change it at any time. And they put a change out, and now there it is. You're, oh my God, I did all this work. That's great. Thank you. They got it out of you. You have to understand the idea that you are gambling every time you go for Top Dasher at the end of the month. And you are gambling with your earnings, because what you are essentially doing is you are basically saying, okay, DoorDash, I'm going to give back, I'm going to earn less this week, but I'm going to put faith in you that you're going to give me back what I've lost plus some over the next 3 weeks. And DoorDash says, I never said I was going to do that, but that's great. Do it. I said you get opportunities. I never said we were going to balance you out, right? And the more people that become top dasher, the less DoorDash has to worry about balancing people out. Right now, everybody's at the bottom, right? Everybody's fighting at the bottom with low acceptance rates. I want to get the best orders. They just reconfigured the game. So now everybody's going to go back up to the top and fight over it. It'll be saturated up there. And then DoorDash will just say, it is what it is. And the thing is, DoorDash doesn't have to do one thing that they want to avoid. They don't have to pay dashers more. When we were declining orders, again, when we were forcing DoorDash to give us valuable orders for our time before we would go out, we were forcing DoorDash to have to figure out how to get valuable orders. And they already knew they were pressing the customer to the max on the fee side. So the only option was they had to share some of the money they're making off that customer with us, in addition to what the customer was already tipping. There's only so much the customer can afford, and DoorDash knows that. But DoorDash threw an audible and said, there's one other option. We convince them to become employees. We reduce transparency. We do everything we can to legally shift tips around and shift money around. And we convince them that there's a honeypot of gold at the top. And we'll get them to go after that honeypot of gold. And instead of chasing the bottom, which would have had to make us eventually either decide, okay, what are we going to do here? We got to make changes. Instead, we take the collective, and instead of them running down and saying, DoorDash, we're going to make you pay us, they run up and say, oh, pay us, DoorDash. And DoorDash says, okay. And then they pay whoever they have to pay. And then the rest of the people, as you're talking about, wait a minute, I didn't get my money. I thought you were going to pay me all this money. Oh, it's your market. Oh, what was your acceptance? Oh, your acceptance rate was too low. Oh my God, so I need to take more bad orders. Okay, great. I'll go make money doing it. Great. What? This is a winning mindset for DoorDash. This is a winning strategy for DoorDash. You better believe it is. So listen, guys, I don't care what you do, right? I mean, I've had some rather lively chats with people and stuff. I don't care what you do, right? You want to do this, that's fine. I'm only here to help give you perspective. And I'm giving you perspective from my experience base. And I'm just saying, be analytical. Check it out. Look at it. Do not take DoorDash at their word that what they're doing is in your best benefit. Do what you don't be an employee. Don't follow the group off the roof as everybody's jumping in the river and saying, oh my God, it's beautiful. And then they get down there and they hit a rock and they're all dying. And you're like, well, nobody knew until they jumped and they got close enough to see that people aren't partying down there. Those screams aren't fun. They're dying. And that's exactly what's going to happen to all of you if you don't watch what you're doing right now. And you follow the group and you follow the collective and you follow people who do not have your best interest at heart. And I'm not telling you to say that I have your best interest at heart, or any of the other guys out there are telling you, like Pedro DoorDash Santiago, Nova Dasher. I saw them last night. And look, clearly they have their interest, but they've been around the business long enough to know that, this thing ain't changed. The wheel ain't broken. Ain't nobody needs to come in and fix it. You're still making money the same way you were making money 2 years ago today. Value. Find the value. Whatever you're comfortable with, whatever you need to make. If you're comfortable making $20 an hour, then find the orders that are valued at $20 an hour. If you want to make $25 an hour, then do it. Some markets may not have enough orders to support you. Some may. But I can assure you right now that you are not going to get where you need to be if you are solely reliant on DoorDash to get you there, because DoorDash doesn't care about getting you there. They care about getting themselves there and making as much money while they do it. And if you don't understand that, you are going to understand. And we can fight in comments. You can get angry. You can get mad. You can call us fools, but we're not. And really, we shouldn't call names because none of you are fools. Like, you guys are just, trying to do your best. But I'm just saying, take it from somebody who's been in business for a long time, be analytical, do what makes sense, find value. And let value be your guide. That's it. And if Top Dasher right now is getting you value, then do it until it isn't. But always be looking at value. Always be analyzing. Always be collecting data. And if you aren't collecting data, if you aren't doing some form of data collection, then there's no way you can answer the questions I told you. There's no way you can know if you're getting value. And you're just going to be talking about feeling and feeling like it's better. And that feeling, and that's not being better. That's just a feeling. You're going to talk about, oh, it looks like it's better. That doesn't mean anything. You're going to be looking and say, I just went on there and saw all these big orders. Okay. That was order 1, order 2, order 3. Somebody patched together a video and showed you that they made the same amount of money as they were making, but said, hey, by the way, I did it quicker. Although in that video, they worked 8 hours and alleged they were off. We don't know what was really going on. What we can tell you is people that are experienced and out there and knowing what's up is 8 hours is 8 hours, 10 hours is 10 hours. Somebody's trying to make money somewhere, but it is not dashing. It is not dashing that they're making their money. They're making their money when you turn it over to them. So they open up the war chest and say, here it is. And then when you don't achieve, they say, sorry, market dependent. Oh, wait, did you do it? Oh, what was your rate? What was this? What was that? You're just not doing it right. You're not doing good. Hey, you know what? I'll personally coach you. Give me more money. Give me more money. And then when you get fed up, guess what? They've made all their money. They don't give a crap because there's going to be someone else coming right behind them. Anyways, that's all I got to say on it. And hopefully you heed my, you look at this and you analyze it for your own approach. That's all I got to say. Hit that subscribe button, even if you don't agree with me, so you can get in on the discussion and see my videos and get and hear my perspective. I'm not asking you to agree with it. Hear it. Information is power, guys. Knowledge is power. Use it. Hit that like button. Share this with at least one person you think you get value. Stay profitable. Stay safe. I'll talk to you soon. What is going on, guys? It's Dad Dash. I'm out here in the field. I figured I'd do a video because it's very slow. I haven't got an order yet. I've turned down a bunch of orders, just none that I thought were worth my time. So it got me thinking while I was sitting out here doing nothing, making no money, and at least I'm keeping my car stationary right now. But it got me thinking about what's the real issue here. How can we improve this experience for us? Because I've turned down a whole slew of orders today. And the main issue with the orders was they were too small. It got me thinking, whose fault is that? Is that DoorDash? Is that the customers? And obviously, there was a movement out there before we had the Top Dasher movement. It was called No Tip, No Trip, and there's still debate on that, whether that exists. And I think that movement is correct in some things and incorrect in others. To me, I think the only movement we should be worried about right now, and the way we can re-trigger this to make it make sense into something that every driver could get behind and every customer could get behind, and between the customers of these apps and the drivers of these apps, we could come together with one common cause. And that is the idea that it is the responsibility of these apps to create a valuable order that does two things. It gets the driver to pick up the order, and it gets the food and the order to the customer hot and in good condition, so they get their value, because the customer's getting value as well. And the value in the customer experience is that they get their food as close to as if they were in a restaurant as possible. And the value in the driver is obviously in the money and the time and making sure that they're making money while they're out here, whatever that amount is, and that they're able to, each order they take, make money. So to me, instead of saying no tip, no trip, which is very catchy, it's very easy, it rhymes, but no value, no trip is, and maybe there's another way to say it that's catchier. But essentially, if there's no value in that order, we don't accept. Or we could say no value, no accept. And that's the way we can coin it, because it's really not an issue with the customer. because the customer is as dependent as we are on DoorDash, who has said supposedly they are experts at understanding how to link the customer and the driver together, and that they're experts at creating enough value for us as a driver to take that order and deliver for the restaurant, and for the customer, being the customer, to get value out of the customer, out of the delivery experience and having their food delivered. And then they, DoorDash, Uber Eats, Grubhub, whoever it is, can also at the same time get value from the fact that they're going to make money and profits off of being that middle person, and that they're bringing technology in to streamline everything, control costs, and create a value for everyone involved. Now, the problem that we have right now is that is a beautiful premise, but the issue we have right now is that DoorDash, Grubhub, Uber Eats, these apps are, in one sense, you could almost say, being criminal, to the degree that what they've decided to do is they've decided to try to collect as much value from both sides. So they're gouging the customer with as much money as possible and trying to give them an appearance of value on their end. And then on the other end, they're trying to get the driver to deliver this order for as little value to themselves as possible. And then they're trying to pull all the money to the middle. And they do this through all types of craziness and manipulations and things. And it causes a lot of chaos in the space, because DoorDash, especially like someone like DoorDash, who is charging a lot of fees. And I want everyone to understand, if you haven't been a customer of every app you're working for, you really need to do it. And you need to do your market research before you really let that anger fly at that customer and say, oh, you're such a dirty, rotten person, because it's really not the full story. There are customers out there that are like, I don't want to pay anything. They know they're getting, like, they're leaving nothing for the driver, and it's like, wow, what are you doing? And you're using this service, you're paying money to DoorDash, you're okay with DoorDash keeping all your money, you're okay with getting your food, and you're okay with the driver getting a very small, slim part. Although I don't even know if that customer really realizes that that's everything that's going on. So, like I said, I don't think the customer is as evil in this case as they're made out to be. I think that real evil is in the apps, in the way they're allowed to operate, in the way we allow them to tell the story, and the customer allows them to tell the story, and the way they can tell the story that it's a driver problem because they don't accept enough orders, so their pay isn't high enough, or it's a customer problem because they don't tip enough, and it's not the real problem here. And the real problem is the man in the middle. The man in the middle being DoorDash, Grubhub, Uber Eats. It's their job to get this order priced out that meets three criteria. The driver gets paid enough, the customer gets their food warm enough at a reasonable enough price, and DoorDash gets their money to be able to operate and make money as well. Because obviously everyone in this is not here for free. Not even the customers here for free. And then of course the restaurant being the fourth prong, that they get their food delivered and the customer gets a great experience, and the customer makes money on a customer that otherwise might not have ordered tonight because they weren't feeling like going out. So they may have stayed home and cooked. They may have stayed home and done something else. But because they had the convenience of an app, they can do that. So, the thing I think everybody should really, really look hard at is this, especially in the food delivery space, the food delivery apps are marking up prices. Okay. That's the first thing to understand. So the first thing the customer gets hit with is when they decide to use that app, they mark up the price. They don't have to tell the customer they're doing it. Then each of these food delivery apps charges it's like a convenience fee or a maintenance fee, basically, that says it goes for their costs of about 20%. Then on top of that, they're collecting either a monthly subscription fee or a per delivery fee as well, which kind of gives the appearance like that money's going to the driver, but it's really not, right? And then on top of that, when they get to the end of all of this, when they've watched their bill, which may be $42, and then they've got an $8 or a $9 maintenance fee on top of that, and maybe they've got a $6 or $7 or $8 or $10 delivery fee on top of that, and they didn't even realize that they also probably paid, maybe an additional $6, $7, $8 on top of what they would have paid if they'd have just gone to the restaurant's website or gone to the restaurant. Well, talk about now they're sitting at about a $60 bill, and now DoorDash comes out and says, all right, we would recommend that you tip this DoorDash driver $8. And they're like, holy Christ. And they see right down there, right near where they have to make their tipping decision, that this is, they've already paid about $18 in fees, and we're asking you to pay another $8. And then the customer's like, oh, God damn, no way, I can't do that. The driver's getting, some of that $18. Or they're saying, okay, well, I can't do $8. I'll do $4. I mean, the driver's already getting some of that money. What they don't realize is on the DoorDash platform, out of $18, we might see $2.25, or at least that's our initial offer. And then the $4 equals $6.25. And for the driver, depending on mileage, time it's spent at the restaurant, etc., driver's not going to accept that, which they shouldn't if it doesn't make sense. There are some orders at $6.25 that might make sense, but if it's a long distance, if it's a long wait restaurant, it's not going to make sense from a value perspective for them to take it. But DoorDash should, in this type of an instance where they're charging so much, which is like every order, it's DoorDash's responsibility to say, well, no, you don't get to keep all that money. You don't get to just hand out $2.25. You have to come up with a fair scheme, a fair process that says, okay, this is how a driver's compensated. And all right, for this order, yeah, $18 was paid. Driver gets $10, $4 tip. It's $14 off. There's $14 for the delivery, and the driver says, absolutely, I'll take that. And then the customer gets a great experience. And then DoorDash gets to keep, DoorDash gets to keep $8, and that goes to their expenses. And then if that's not enough for DoorDash, then DoorDash should have to charge, $10 or $22. But if the customer says, you know what, that's too expensive, then the order doesn't happen. And that's just what it is. Or DoorDash decides, you know what, I'll take a little bit of a haircut, and to get this order delivered, to build the relationship with the customer, with the belief that this customer is going to understand and like the convenience of what they've just done. And therefore, when we bump the price up a little bit later on down the road, they will be more apt to go into their app and do it again and again and again. After they get 2, 3, 4, 5 orders in, the convenience of having food delivered at their door, hot and in good condition, is going to absolutely bring them in, and the positive experience that they're going to have is going to bring them in and say, I really enjoy this. I really like this. But that's the issue. The issue at hand is not with the customer. It's not with the driver not accepting. It's with the apps not paying enough money out of the money they're already receiving, and the apps trying to keep all of this money that they're extracting out of the customer prior to asking for a tip, okay, which is a gratuity anyways, and wanting to figure out a way to not have to pay us a reasonable, fair value for our time and effort, is the issue right now that's going on. DoorDash loves us to say no tip, no trip. They love us to talk tip, because tip means we're holding the customer accountable and not them. And yes, there is some accountability on the customer, but the reality is let's just say we eliminated tips altogether. And DoorDash said, all right, Mr. Customer, instead of tipping, you're going to pay a fee to us, and then you're going to pay a delivery fee, and then you're going to pay a service charge to the delivery driver as well. And that's for their time. And this will be on your rating or whatever, but you're required to pay it. You don't get out of it. So, you have to justify it by rating it poorly, telling us what's going on, and then the driver would not get the, not get this delivery fee. And, in that system there's no tip. So let's say DoorDash says a 5-star rating in this instance for this type of order, for this type of thing, is $10. And the delivery cost and fee is $6.99. So therefore the driver's going to get $16.99 for this, and it's going 4 miles. Would you take that order? Of course you would. Does it matter that the customer didn't tip? No, it doesn't, because there's extremely great value in that order and how it's going to represent to you, that you look at the order and say it's a good restaurant, it's a good the low weight, drive time is good, mileage is good. You go pick that order up, deliver it, and you're done with it. Who cares about the tip in that instance? So, guys, what we have to really start focusing on here is the fact that the issue at hand within these food delivery apps is not about tipping. Okay? Tipping is a distraction. It's about value. And it's our job as delivery drivers, it's to make sure that we hold the apps accountable by refusing to do orders that don't represent a good value. It's the customer's job to do their part by refusing to pay money to a company without seeing the breakdown of where that money's going. And if an app won't do that for you, and you don't know how much your delivery driver's making, and you don't know how much is being paid throughout this entire process, and you don't know what's being marked up, what's not, then you should not use that delivery app and say, nope, I'm not using it. And it's DoorDash's job to then figure out, how can I make sure that the customer that the customer's money is being, that the customer is paying a reasonable amount of money to have their food delivered, and that we can get the food delivered, the customer happy, the driver paid enough of a amount that everyone feels like they got value out of the entire situation. So value is the key here, not tip. Tip is a piece of value. But what we need to do is we need to hold these companies accountable. The way we can do it as drivers is just simply saying no to them when they present with us with an order that is not valuable. Now, if they give me a $10 1 mile order, I'll take it. And if I find out there's no tip, I don't care, because it was $10 in 1 mile and it represented value. The tip itself matters not, because I know that the money that was paid in order to pay me the $10 came from the customer anyways. It's just, so who cares? Anyways, guys, put in the comments what your thoughts are on this. I know this is probably going to be pretty controversial for some, but you got to really give it some thought. Change your thinking. If we all can get together on this issue right here, and we can all present it correctly, we can get the gig economy, the gig world, correct, and get it paying us correct. And, we can make it a place that's a good place to work and a good place for us to come and make money, and less exploitive. Talk to you guys soon. What is going on, guys? Dad Dash here, and I wanted to come to you today to go over something that I use, a tool I developed that I think may help some of you out there with trying to figure out how to value out orders, and hopefully it would help you to, if you're confused about order selection or how you can try to make better selected orders. This kind of breaks it down in this worksheet and kind of gives you all aspects you should be looking at. So the first thing I'm going to do is just kind of explain to you what you're looking at here on this worksheet. The second thing I want to let you know is if you are interested in this worksheet after you watch this video and you want to look at it, use it for analysis, use it while you're out there, simply contact me at dad-13@gmail.com and I'll happily send it to you. If you're not already subscribed, I'd ask you to subscribe to the channel. It's the only thing I ask back. It's completely free, meant to help you guys out there. So let's jump in here. So the first thing is figuring out your max, mid, and low. And I like to have a max, mid, and low. What do I want to earn? Right now I have it set up for my market $20 to $30. So I want to fall within that range. And
and I'd love to be over 30, but that's most of the markets I work. That's a solid range to try to fall within. And once you put in your targets, it's going to give you your per minute earnings. So whatever you're going to be targeting that day, I recommend you go after your max. So then if worst case scenario is you fall back to somewhere between 30 to 25. And if you have a really bad day, you're somewhere between 25 and 20. And hopefully you're not below 20 as far as the orders that you're selecting. It will give you your per minute earnings. So all you have to do is divide whatever your offer is by those figures, and that will get you the time you need to complete the order in order to have the order value of at least 25, 30, or $20, or to fall within between. So it'll give you a target that you can start to use to break the order down. And then I'll show you over here. It kind of does it for you, but I'll show you the things you should be looking. And then it will also give you the maximum miles based on your market. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. Based on the minutes per mile on your market, it'll tell you what's the maximum drivable miles you can drive on the given offer amount. So we'll start to help you work with those figures, learn those figures. And these miles should be looked at in two ways. One, for your delivery value, and two, for your actual value. And actual value is not just to the drop off of the food or groceries, but it is then how long after the fact, after that drop off, did it take for you to get another order. So that means that's going to help you to focus on order drop off location, making sure that you're taking orders that are not just at good restaurants, but that they're going to strong places that will set you up to get an order quickly and keep a good flow going to whatever time you're working. So that's why you should be looking at the estimated delivery order value and the estimated actual order value. And your goal is the understanding that there will be waits, but you can finance your wait by getting that delivery order value as high as possible. And then if you have to wait a little bit, then that order amount, that value is going to come down a bit. But if it comes down within the range you want to be at, between $30 to $20, this will help you to understand that, and it will help to give you the time frames that you need to be focusing on when you're out here looking. Now, on this side over here, this is basically the things you need to focus on. You can kind of look at it as a guide map. You're going to first put in your offer amount. And using this example I have off here to the side, we'll put in 725. The miles that's on this offer is 5 miles. The estimated return time is something you're going to have to estimate. So where do you believe, based on that offer that you're looking at, how long do you think it would be before you would get another order? Now, on this particular offer, on this particular location, I would probably say it'd be about 5 minutes before we'd be back in range again to get another order. And let's see, there we go, 5 minutes. So we'll put 5 minutes in there. Now, average wait time, I use an average wait time in my market. It's about 3 minutes wait to get out of my car, get in, get out. Now, some restaurants are higher than others. And if you would be using this calculator in real time, you can use, and if you're using certain apps, will actually record it and give you an average, which I use that. That's one of the features in the driver utility app. And you can use that kind of as a gauge also for your Grubhub orders and Uber Eats orders. Unfortunately, the Maxymo app does not keep track of weight, but it gives you a good guidepost. And then you can I also keep a spreadsheet of all the weights. So I have an ability to go back and look at this. So I know pretty strong that 3 minutes is an average time to put in there. 2 minutes at the drop time, meaning from when you arrive at the customer's house, drop the food off, take your picture, get back to your car. So I put about 5 minutes down for that. Now, in the Charlestown market, the average minutes per mile is about 2.85 minutes per mile. And I came up with that from market analysis. And also, you can also, if you're not really familiar with what it is, if you're not keeping detailed stats on stuff like this, you can also very easily figure it out by simply collecting a few of your addresses that you're going for drop-offs, plugging them into Google Maps later, and kind of taking a look and getting a feel for exactly how long. It'll give you a time, it'll give you amount of miles, and you can just divide that in. It'll give you a figure to put in here, and then you get an average. This doesn't have to be scientific or exact. You just want something to give you an idea. So in this case, 2.85 minutes. So when we're looking at this order right here, if I accept this order, and to say 725, and we all know DoorDash does extra tips, extra money, but as offered, this order right now with a 3 minute wait, 2 minute drop off, 5 minutes estimated return time, and 5 miles driven from where where I receive the offer to the restaurant and then to the customer, which is about a 14-minute drive time, it would tell me that I would expect it will then give you an estimate, and it will tell you the estimated time that order time that's going to probably take you, which is about 19 minutes, and that the estimated delivery order value would then be $22.60. And then if it did take 5 minutes for you to find another order, it would then tell you that your estimated actual order value would fall to $17.94, which is going to give you a great idea of what you would be earning. So if you're working 4 hours, times that by 4, times that by 5, tell you exactly what you're on pace for, and that would mean that you would be having an actual order time of about 24 minutes. And then it also gives you the maximum miles that you should be traveling. So in other words, if you want to look at this and say, all right, right away, you can look at this and say, all right, if your goal today is to make 25 to 30 and you're at 5 miles, and it's going to tell you right here, so you don't even really have to do, you can, if you're this box right here, and this information is meant to give you a very quick turnaround time, so you can, because you only have 30 seconds. So if you had this on the phone or a tablet, you can keep that tablet right there. Obviously, I'd recommend you not driving around when you're doing this, but you're sitting there analyzing orders. You open the tablet, put in the offer amount, put in the miles, put in a brief estimate of return time, and in about 5 seconds, you're going to have the information you need. And you're going to should already know in your mind what you're looking for. So if you were looking to average between $20 to $30 an hour order value, then you would be able to look at this and say, okay, it does fall within those parameters. So you could accept it. But if you were saying, no, I'd rather fall within the $25 to $30 range, I don't want to be down here, I don't want to be taking orders like that at this particular time of day between the 20 and 25 mark, then you could very easily know right away, this is not an order you want, decline it, move on. And then, like I said, you can go deeper into it and say, okay, well, let's look at it and see. All right, maybe you look at it and go, well, wait a minute. All right, that falls within 25 to 20, but I want my actual order value to be at least $20 or higher. And you're going to see right away that this is under $20. So you would now have criteria to go ahead, turn it down, move on, and get your next offer. Now, obviously, I do, if you're multi-apping or you have a lot of orders coming in, then this is going to be confusing. However, if you're using this sheet in conjunction with something like Maxymo or Driver Utility app, which is going to get rid of a lot of the crap orders, the underwater orders, orders that are not reaching a dollar amount that you would like. And this also would help you to decide those parameters, because you can come in here and take a look and say, okay, what is the absolute smallest order for this market? So you can start to look and see what is the miles I need to make sure that I'm willing to do. So if you're looking at a $5, in this case, $7.25, offer here is $7.25 in this market. Is there a way to feasibly make $25 an hour? And there is. 4 miles and $7.25, 4 and $7.25 in this market. So to me, that's reasonable enough to say you could set that parameter up and think that that's reasonable. You will see orders reaching that range. But you can use this to help set your goals, set your parameters, those type of things. So we're looking at a couple orders here. I'll take you through, show you what I do with them. So if I actually got this order in real time, and I accepted this order in real time from Uber. So we'll go ahead and type it in. I did not use this sheet. I was able to make the determinations I needed to make because I knew my market. But this, again, is meant to help take you through the steps. And it also is something I use after the fact to look at the decisions I made, whether it's a turn down or an acceptance, and say, hey, what do I think about the offer that I made? So this would be about a 3-minute return time, I would say, on this. Wait time at this particular restaurant is about 3 minutes, and going in, going out, and then you've got 2 minutes drop off. So obviously, this is a no-brainer order. Everything lines up nicely. The estimated delivery order value, $40.13. Estimated actual order, $34.18. And it's telling you that the amount of miles you could travel in this market with $11.54 offer is you could drive 6 miles and still make $30 an hour. You could drive 8 and make 25, and drive 10, and you're still making at least $20 based on time, which is the only thing that really matters when it comes to order value. So this is an easy acceptance based on these parameters and based on the minutes per mile in the market. So the next order we're going to bring up here is going to be Five Guys. We'll type it in, 1562. By the way, I did not take this order. and you'll see why. So we're going 9.8 miles, which tells you 28-minute drive time, and then you're going to see an estimated order return time. Here's where it really gets hairy. It's about 15 minutes. So that's why I would definitely not take that order. And then if 5 guys, add that in with at least a minimum wait time of 5 minutes, sometimes longer, because they have to prepare the fries. And then drop-off time would be about 2 minutes. Shouldn't be bad. Drop-off time at the customer here in this instance. I'll leave that at the average of 2 minutes. So where do we fall in now? You're going to see that with this particular offer, you could still drive 9 miles and make $30 an hour based on order minutes. However, the big issue here is not in the estimated delivery order value, which, as you can see, even with a 5-minute wait, even with a 2-minute drop off, in 28-minute drive time, it's still leaving time in there that you could absolutely get to at least $25 to $30 an hour. The big problem is what happens with the actual order value because of the return time, or we could say even return miles, if you're looking at a profitability in minutes to mile ratio, which says this is a turn down order. And this is one of those situations where you could be taking orders like this that you're thinking, okay, order value is strong, but you're looking at only one piece of order value, and this is the hidden component that could be driving your earnings down. So once you start to realize, hey, listen, this is a problem. The location of the drop-off is a big problem in this instance, and this is dragging my earnings down. You make that correction, start looking at that better, start targeting places that say, let's say we have a 5-minute return. Now this thing goes up to 23.47. If we have a 3-minute return, okay, 24.71, and so on and so forth. There is some value in this order if taken under the right circumstances and if taken in the right way. And if you find a restaurant, say with my normal parameters, which is a 3-minute wait, there you are. You're at 28.46 and 26.08, driving up those order values. So this is stuff you've got to look at, stuff you've got to be very aware of when you're out there. So this is the final order we'll take a look at. This is actually in my home market. So the miles in my home market at this particular area is about 1.85 minutes per mile. And the average wait time at this particular restaurant falls within the average of 3 minutes. Drop-off time would be within the average of 2 minutes. And then we're going to say $6.25. There's definite potential for hidden tip here, although there's probably also a lot of potential. Those 18 items are absolutely not anything more than packets of sauce. And you can see right here that this is a supercharged order, that because if you can take this order, and I know I could complete this order and fit right in with these parameters, you would have a $45.02 estimated delivery order value. If you could complete it within the 8 minutes that this estimate would say, if you're hustling and meeting all of these parameters. And then if you got an order within 3 minutes, it would end up being a $33.10 order. Obviously, wanting to meet strong. Again, the thing is, if you're consistently following a strong order value strategy, then hopefully the next order that you accept has a strong order value, and you will therefore start to earn exactly along the lines of what this calculator is telling you it will be, because you're taking orders that represent great value. And then this also tells you that 625, the maximum miles you should consider traveling, would be about 4 miles, 5 miles for the $25, and 7 miles for the low end there. Now remember, these are mileage estimates based on just solely on the drive time, and taking into account a 3-minute wait and a 2-minute drop off. So, do keep that in mind. And of course, that can also change drastically based on the minutes per mile. So guys, hopefully this was helpful. This is just, like I said, something that I use. For me, it's more of a tool to use and analyze choices I've made, while I was out, using my screenshots and trying to become better at selecting orders and seeing the impact of my decisions and choices. This is also something that I could say could be very helpful to somebody out there who's trying to learn this, who doesn't want to have to sit there and do all this math on a calculator or whatnot. And it will strengthen and improve your order value or your order selection, in a big way. So guys, if you're interested in this sheet, let me know. I'm more than happy to share it. If not, take some of the information from this that you've seen here on the screen. You can even use that yourself, come up with your own sheet, or just use a calculator. And you can see the targets right there. If you freeze the video, you see the targets of 50 cents, 42 cents, and 33 cents, which are the targets. If you want to generate order values between $20 and $30, you take those figures, simply divide them into the offer amount, and it's going to give you the minutes that you need to complete the order. And then you can do some quick math if you understand minutes per mile, what your market's giving, and you can even figure out what are max miles you should be looking at. And this would be very helpful, as I mentioned earlier, if you're using a driver utility app or you're using Maxymo, and you can use this to input your parameters that you're willing to drive and that you're willing to take, and what your market is going to what will be profitable orders in your market. So guys, hope you enjoyed today's video. If you did, hit that like button, share this video, hit that subscribe button. And guys, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right, guys, Dad Dash here, and wanted to come to you with a video today talking about, obviously, the still very hot topic of Top Dasher. And I wanted to give you a few thoughts here. I've changed a few thoughts. I wanted to react to. I watched the Pedro live with Sin City, which is obviously the one that a lot of us have been, and myself included, have been talked about and raised concerns about what was going on. So first thing about that, I want to get out of the way right away, is one of the concerns I raised was about the paying aspect. And I think he really, go back and watch that. Anybody concerned about that should watch that, because I myself am no longer worried about it if everything he said is accurate and correct as far as what he's charging, why he's doing it, and everything. And just to summarize what he said, he is charging a fee for his time to talk to and share his thoughts, strategies, and methods. He's not charging for secrets. He's not charging for information that he says is not there. He says it's all there on his Discord. I've been to his Discord, and I do see them posting at least screenshots. I haven't seen the charts and things that he has, but again, those are not necessarily secrets. Those are just information that he says helps you to find hidden tips. But essentially what he's saying is it's a quick way for someone to say, hey, I'm giving you $40 for your time for a week, have access to you for a week to help me learn all about DoorDash in a very quick way. And if that's what's going on, I have no problem with it. And I wanted to just clarify that right away, that I'm changing my position there, that, he has a right, obviously, if he is spending time with somebody who wants to who's asking him as a teacher to teach them what he does, there's nothing wrong with that. So I think that, it's something that we all have to kind of, if that's what's going on. I was under the impression this was like a $40 a week subscription, and he was giving you tricks and things in claiming to people that he knew things and strategies and stuff about the algorithm. And it does not seem to be what it is. At least that's not what he said. If it is that, I have no problem with it. But so I wanted to just clarify that right away, right out of the gate. I don't have a problem with that aspect anymore after hearing him. And again, I was given some bad information, or not really given, but I was hearing information. It was good that I think that he went public and talked about it, because I think it really did clarify some things. So I'm happy he did that. So number two, the most important part of this video that I want to get into is really about Top Dasher, and whether or not it's something that something that is truly sustainable, and what the truth is about this whole Top Dasher business is, and what I want you to think about. And again, my purpose here, and I think the purpose of any YouTube channel, should be to get people to think. So I want you to think about this, right? I want you to think about what DoorDash is doing here and why they're doing it. And here's the thing. I'm going to say this right out of the gate. Here's the issue right now. I believe, and this is the math of the situation. Okay, I want you to think of like an hourglass. Okay, and when you're thinking of the situation in the landscape of DoorDash, right now we have a scenario where the predominant strategy that's been spoken about on YouTube, or anybody who has experience with gig apps, specifically DoorDash, will speak about and say that the right way to make money is to cherry pick, and that you are to develop your own standards, and then wait for those in order to meet those standards, decline, because DoorDash, of course, has said that they, well, not DoorDash, but they can't legally terminate you from being available to get orders as an independent contractor for simply saying, I'm not going to take that contract. They can't require you to take a contract because you are not an employee. So thereby, people have said, you should not take an order until it meets the criteria that works for you, whatever that is. And there's lots of creators and people out there who have told you for their market what that criteria is, or for their personal needs what that criteria is. So that's where we stand right now. And DoorDash, of course, is trying to do everything in their power to try to figure out how they can, without having to make people employees and go through having the expense of employing people, to try to make people feel like they're employees and feel obligated to take whatever order at whatever price they want to offer, how they can get somebody to take those orders and do so on a more regular basis, thereby making it seem, without being considered being deceptive, that you need to take a certain amount of the orders that they're offering you. And that's where that's where the fight is right now, and has been. And for the most part, the public perception when the cherry pickers were winning. DoorDash was looking bad. DoorDash was looking greedy. So DoorDash has said, you know what, we've got to figure something out. And what they figured out is that they understand that a lot of people that are coming to DoorDash, especially if they're coming full time or they've lost their job and they're trying to supplement income, number one, they have a very employee based mentality. So they know that they want to tap into that. And they also know that people naturally will always want to feel like they're not missing out on something. So what they've created is they said, you know what? We have larger orders. And while we can't deny people the right to take an order or look at an order, we certainly have control over what order somebody sees. So they decided, well, what we can do is decide that we will show people larger orders first based on their acceptance rate. And we can program the algorithm to do so. And they understand that at first, especially knowing that there's such a robust YouTube community, that there's going to be people that are going to say, you know what, I'll try being a top dasher for a while. Or maybe they're already top dashers, and they're going to suddenly see an increase in the quality of orders. And they knew that that was going to end up causing people to report on that and say, whoa, holy cow, I'm seeing better orders than ever. And I'm earning more than ever, which would then cause dashers to come out and say, wait a minute. At first, some people would just be like, okay, I'm earning more. That's great. Eventually, some people are going to put two and two together, and then they're going to go out and they're going to announce it. They're going to use it to grow their YouTube channels. They're going to use it to bring more awareness to it. And as a result, eventually, people will say, you know what? How do I do this? How do I get to see the orders you're seeing? And they're going to explain, I'm Top Dasher. Well, what's Top Dasher? Top Dasher 70%. Also, there's a high paying order program now. Keep your acceptance rate at 50 and 70%. And people are going to go there, do it, and report results. They knew this. The issue at hand is not right now, right? Right now, if you understand that, eyes open going forward, that right now, this is what DoorDash is trying to do. And that in the event that DoorDash is successful in getting and flipping the hourglass, so to speak, and flipping things on its head. Like right now, we have probably 15% of people, maybe less than 15%, who are top dasher, who have a high acceptance rate. And if DoorDash is successful, they want to flip it around and have it 70 to 80% are competing for Top Dasher with with an over 50% acceptance rate, and then have the 10 to 15% be the people with lower than a 50% acceptance rate. But when that happens, because DoorDash has done nothing to, at this point, increase large orders or encourage customers to take larger orders, nor do they really have any influence over how large the orders are. They will simply have influence over what you see when you see it. Then eventually they know that once they flip that hourglass and once they've got people believing that they're missing out on something by allowing their acceptance rate to drop, they will then have effectively won, because that people will be taking more and more orders against their own value judgment, and they will be go from making more to making less. And that's what's going to end up happening in the end. And I want you all to think about the math. I want you all to think of it just like I just said. It's the hourglass. When they flip the hourglass and everything has effectively fallen down, and they've not increased the large order program, they've not done anything to increase the volume of large orders. All they're doing right now is wanting to get more people there, and they're wanting to create the idea that you're missing out on something if you're not keeping your acceptance rate at 50% or better. And then that's going to keep people there. And inevitably, people will end up having to take more low ball orders that do not make a value sense. Then you may say, Steve, why do you care about what other people are doing? And it's not that obviously I care about what's going on with my business and with my money. So it does have an effect, and it doesn't. This could have a very bad effect, not right now, but maybe a year from now, if people really do buy into this. And you could actually probably see the cherry pickers end up having a problem, because there will be no big orders, and we will end up having to move over to other apps or other things. But we will do that, because if you're a cherry picker, you're probably a multi-apper. And if you're a multi-apper, then you're going to move around to where the money's at. And if it's not at DoorDash, I'll move over to Grubhub. I'll move over to Uber Eats. I'll move over to Spark. I'll move over to Amazon Flex. I'll move over to Instacart. I'll go where the money's at that makes sense for my time. And I have a firm belief there will always be an app that will be there that will be able to pay me what I need to go out and work. So, I'm not loyal to DoorDash. I don't care if I work for DoorDash. I don't care if I get another DoorDash order. If DoorDash can't send me an order that meets my value, I won't go work for DoorDash anymore for the rest of my time. So I'm not really worried about that. But what I am worried about is to me, the YouTube is about sharing information and sharing thoughts. And I want people to think about this, because I want them to think about that I don't want somebody to be doing things. My job, my hope is that we help each other. So if I'm doing something, I want someone out there to put a video out that makes me think, and I want to put out a video to make you think. And that's the point of this video. It's not meant to be calling people out or say you're stupid for doing this or dumb for doing this, because whatever works for you, if you're making your money and you're making your goals, okay, fine, great, do what you do. But I want you to think about this for a minute, because you've got to make sure that you're thinking independently. And that is something that's key. You cannot be thinking like DoorDash wants you to think. You have to independently think about what's independently good for you and make sure you're constantly changing. And right now, it might be a good thing. Right now, it might be great to ride out the Top Dasher bubble, so to speak, because the faster you get there, and if your market is one that's really benefiting from it, you're going to probably make more money for the time being. But the moment you start to see the income dip, the moment you start to see where it seems like, all right, we were at highs, now we're going to mid, now we're starting to drop, you need to go back and readjust your strategy, because that's going to be the sign that you're probably oversaturated and that DoorDash has succeeded in what they're trying to do, which is to oversaturate the 50% and above acceptance rate category. And if they achieve that, and I'm not saying they will, because I'm hopeful that a lot of people are accustomed to cherry picking. And I think when they get up there, if they're not seeing a significant difference, that's going to cause people to go right back to what they were doing. And hopefully we start getting that pressure to go back, that puts pressure to go back to what works. And DoorDash doesn't succeed here. And the people that are there right now, yes, they will make a lot of money. They will make good money, and that's great for them. But if you're not learning the skills of multi-apping, cherry picking, and figuring out how to select orders, you're going to be behind the 8 ball, I think, in the end. But anyways, guys, I hope this video was helpful. If it was, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, share this video with at least one person. And guys, I'll be talking to you soon. I've got to go in here and grab this order. Talk to you in a little bit. going on, guys? Dad Dash here, and I wanted to have a conversation with you this morning about tips and strategies that I think if you're new to food delivery, new to the gig economy, that might be helpful to you. Been putting out a lot of videos lately, just talking about things going on in the community and more, I don't know what you want to call it, but I feel like, to me, I want to get back to talking about tips, tricks, and strategies and things that I'm doing, and try to create a good dialogue and discussion over what we can do to try to do what's most important to us, and that is make money. So today I wanted to share with you something that I've been doing here recently that's really been working for me. And if you're new to the gig economy, if you've been doing this for a while and maybe you're not happy with your results, something to try. And I think it kind of ties in with the idea that mindset and understanding what we're doing, who we are, and what's happening is going to go a long way. So without further ado, let's get into it. So what I've been doing recently is I've kind of changed my mindset with how I'm approaching my day. When I first started approaching the gig economy, obviously I came in and I'm like, hey, you know what? I'm doing this DoorDash thing, and I wanted to sign up for all these apps, and I kind of had a very employee minded idea, because that's all I'd been for 15, 20 years. I mean, I was in the management side, but I was still approaching things from a shift, from a hourly perspective, from a, what are we making? I want to go out. What times am I working from A to B? And trying to fit the gig world into this employee world. And as time has progressed, I've realized that if you try to take the gig world, put it into an employee framework, it's not going to work. Okay. You're not going to like the results as much. And I've started to evolve with my thought process and my approach to my day. And one thing I've been doing recently is I kind of came to an idea and understanding in my own mind where I kind of realized that, you know what, obviously from an hourly perspective, when you approach the day, if you're going out and saying, well, I want to go make a certain amount an hour, and I want to go do this, and I want to go do that, it just doesn't work. Especially because, like right now, I'm out here just kind of trying to pound out a few orders, right? But if I set out and said between 8 and 10, I want to go make a certain amount, that may or may not work, right? And setting that goal is not going to necessarily get me to where I need to be at, because I might say, okay, yeah, I made, $20 an hour for this period of time, but that doesn't mean I made $40. That means that was my order value during that time. But does that really correspond with money? No, it doesn't. So what I started kind of doing and focusing on, especially as I'm taking a multi-app approach, is I decided, you know what? I think the best approach, the best way to approach the gig economy is stop focusing on an hourly approach. Stop focusing on a time-based approach, and realize that the best way to approach this is an order fulfillment approach. So right now, I'm just going to give you an example of what just happened while I'm doing this video. I just accepted a $25 order to go pick up a Spark order, and it's 2 orders, $12.50 an order. My goal now, and again, you can set whatever goal you want for your market, but my goal for my business is to have an average of $10 per order. And depending on the day, my goal is to either do 12 orders a day, which would equal $120, or 20 orders a day if I want to get to $200 if it's a real long extended day. Today is not a long extended day. Today, my goal is to fulfill 12 orders at an average of $10 or more. I'm not setting a time frame. I'm going to set up different times to work. Today, this morning, I'm out till about probably to about 9:30, and my goal was to fulfill 3 orders of $10 or more, which would leave me then 9 orders left for the rest of the day. And if I'm doing everything right, I would expect to be at about $30 by the end of that time. And right now, I just picked up a $25 order, which I'm going to go over and do. Now, obviously, I want to look at the efficiencies of my time. I want to be able to do this and accomplish this. So I have to look at what is the outcome? What is the value of these orders? What am I bringing in, an hour? How many orders am I doing an hour? My goal is to do, if I'm working a continuous basis, say I'm going to go out for lunch today, which I am. Say I'm going to go out from like 11:30 to 2:30, which I am today. That's my plan. So if I have that set up, then my goal would be to fulfill 3 orders, to accept 3 orders an hour while I'm out, and average $10 an order. So right now I've got 2 orders of my 12 that my goal was for today, which means I have 10 more orders that I want to fulfill today. And if I go out for lunch 11:30 to 2:30, my goal would be to accept 3 orders an hour from the moment I set my first order. That's when I start my time. And to work continuously. Those are my goals. I understand it may not happen, but that's my goals. And it simplifies everything. That's what I found, at least, when I've approached things this way. And one of the amazing things is I use driver utility app for my food delivery, and I use Maxymo, and I've been able to set all these parameters up. And for DoorDash, I still go down to my hidden tip amount and kind of set that up that there's no auto decline, there's no auto accept. I'm just able to look at the order and go, okay. I put my eyes on it and determine if it's worth my time, if it's something that I think has a chance at getting extra, I'll do it. And there's been times I've gambled on one and maybe I get 7, maybe I get $8, whatever. But the other thing that happens too is as the day is progressing, right? If I have a goal to fulfill 20 orders today, what happens is the larger orders that you get, and I gotta turn this off. The larger orders that you get, like for instance, if you're averaging at a larger amount, it gives you flexibility to do some lower orders if you're going to have a volume-based approach. It kind of I can't describe it, but it kind of creates like a roadmap for your day because you know what you want to do, you know where you need to be at, and some days you'll be averaging lower, so you kind of know, like, if you've taken a few chances on some DoorDash orders that are below $10. Now, for me, Grubhub and Uber Eats, I there's no hidden tip on those, so I don't mess around.
From Chick-fil-A has been declined.
I don't mess around, with anything lower than what my standard is. But when you put it into that perspective of average order size, average order value, what are you looking at from that perspective? It's amazing how things just seem to click for me, and I've had some really good days. And instead of focusing on stressing out over hourly wage and this and that, it's like, this is my goal today. This is what I'm setting out to do. When I turn on the apps, this is the standards that I'm looking to fulfill. And then, like, right now, it's like I have 10 orders left that I need to do because my goal is to get to $120. And here's the thing. What I've found, my average day right now since I've been paying attention to order size more than anything else, I'm averaging about $13 an order, which means if I fulfill my 12 orders, I'm coming in higher than my 120. I've come in higher than my $200. And it's really to me, such a powerful deal that helps because it's like, when you're looking at an Instacart, whether you're looking at Spark, whether you're looking at Shipt, whether you're looking at Grubhub, you know what you're looking for. And you're looking for that order that's going to be there, and you take the order. And then eventually a lot of times you get a really big order or a big couple of orders. And stack orders, the other thing is it's also brought my attention to one of my problems with DoorDash is that DoorDash was dragging my average down because I never really viewed stacked orders as separate orders. So I would take a $12 stacked order, right, for DoorDash, and then it would turn into a $5 and a $7. But your average order size there is $6. So you take the stacked order and it takes 45 minutes or it takes 35 minutes. You've just done, and then you get a third order for say $8. And you wonder, okay, well, wait a minute, your average order size, that's why you didn't get to where you needed to go. That's why you're out there working that extra hour, that extra 2 hours. So hopefully I'm making sense on this, but this is something that if you're new to the gig economy, if this is something new or you're already here, start focusing on the amount of orders you want to fulfill in a day. Also start focusing on the order size you need to reach whatever goal it is. So if you have a $150 a day goal, figure out how many orders you need. I say $10 is a perfect denomination, especially in this inflationary times. But if you want to go lower, if you think you can do more orders an hour, 4 orders an hour, then figure it out and set up that goal and approach it that way. And focus on order fulfillment. We are not out here working by the hour. We are working to fulfill a certain amount of orders that equals a certain amount of money for us. And to me, that is just the way it works. And once you start working this thing the way it's supposed to be, and you're focusing on a volume of fulfillment, it starts to get easier. And then you can start thinking to yourself, well, how fast can I get 20 orders done today? How fast can I get 25 orders done today? How fast can I get 15 orders done today? Holy cow, in 15 orders, I got X amount because I was focusing on a $10 minimum or whatever you want to focus on. You could even do $8 minimum. You could do $9 minimum. For me in my area, because it's a long, big market, $10 minimum is really where you need to fall at. And that will cover you. That will help cover wait times at restaurants. That will help cover excessive drive times. And it kind of brings it all together. And that's just for my market. But you still got to go out and figure out your market. But figure out what that figure is for yourself. And then go out and focus on fulfilling the amount of orders you need each day. And when you wake up in the morning and you get out there and you get out fresh, say, okay, how many orders do I want to fulfill right now? If you're going to go work for 3 hours, how many orders do I want to fulfill during this 3-hour period? And at what rate do I, and what do I want my average to be? And then keep track of it. And then figure out if you came in there and start honing it in. But you got to have a starting place. And I would recommend a great starting place, an easy number. I like easy math. An easy number to start at is 10. And by counting in multiples of $10, you know right away, $100 is 10 orders. How fast can you fulfill 10 orders? And can you do it? And can you get an average of $10 per order? And if you can't on DoorDash, add another app. And if you can't do it with those 2 apps, add another app and see if you can find enough apps that can give you enough orders to fulfill at the rate that you need. And I guarantee you, you will like the results that you're getting. You will see an improvement in your results. You will see an improvement in your earnings. And overall, you will see an improvement in your mindset and your outlook when it comes to the gig economy. Hopefully this all makes sense, guys. I got to go get this order done because it's about ready for pickup. So thanks for watching today. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. Share this content with somebody. And most importantly, I want to hear from you and what you're doing out there. Let me know what you think. Let me know if you're doing something similar to this. If you're not doing something similar to this and you're doing something that works, share it in the comments. I love to be challenged. I love to be thought. I love to get things to think about. And maybe there's something I could add to my artillery of things that we're doing to try to fight the good fight out here and make money in the gig economy. So thanks for watching, guys. Stay profitable, stay safe. And of course, as always, I will talk to you soon. What's going on, guys? Dad Dash here, and I wanted to tune in here and jump into the discussion out there because I think it's very relevant time to be talking about this, and that is what I believe our proper classification can be and should be, and what we really need help with as the government swoops in here to try to help regulate the unregulated gig market. And I want to talk about what role should the government play, what do we need as gig workers, and what should we title ourselves? So let's jump in. Should be a good video. If you enjoyed this video today, if you hit subscribe, all right, like the video and share it with at least one person out there in the gig economy that you think could gain benefit. So let's jump into the first topic. What in the world should we be calling ourselves? And that is, my opinion, is gig business operator. I've been calling myself that from the beginning. I've referenced it in all my videos, and I think it encompasses exactly what we are. We don't own anything. We do not own a business. What we are individuals who operate gig apps in a business-like approach. And we try to make money for ourselves, whether it's part-time money, full-time money, whatever it is that we need, that's what we do. And as a result, we're operating a business. If we don't operate like business people, we will not make money. We are not operating like employees because we're not classified as employees. We don't have the protections of being employees. We don't have benefits. We don't have vacation. We have to take all of that on our own. We're taking all of the risks of a business person without owning any assets, without anything to fall back on. If we go out of business, if we lose favor, if we get deactivated from all of our apps, we have nothing to sell but our cell phone and our car, and the car probably ain't worth anything. So as a result, I believe the appropriate term for us is gig business operator. You are a gig business operator. Begin calling yourself that if you like that, and classify yourself that. When somebody asks what you do, say, I'm a gig business operator. I operate gig apps. I go out and I work and operate gig apps and use them to make money. And that's what I do for a living. I figure out how to make money using my phone. Boom. All right. So, second thing is, what should that mean, and what do we need, right? Being called a gig business operator, if that became a classification and said you are now a gig business operator, and to me, I think somebody should be classified as a gig business operator for purposes of tax advantages and everything, is if they make more than 80% of their money, then they should have the ability to be classified as a gig business operator. And that should give you the following. You should be able to have a elevated mileage deduction, 30% more mileage deduction than whatever the standard deduction is should apply to you. 2, you should be able to write off the full cost of your vehicle purchase and any and all maintenance that you're doing, and it should be a fully refundable tax deduction. Okay, and that should come out. The government can recoup that by charging extra surcharges on the gig apps themselves on their profits, if they have any. But we should be able to get fully refundable credits so that we at the end of the year have that to reinvest back in ourselves and potentially use to get our vehicles. If they made that happen, that we could actually get fully refundable tax credits. In other words, if you were somebody who you could actually then make money at the end of the year, it would almost be like a dividend or a bonus, that if you were getting all this mileage, you're getting, you're keeping up with your vehicle, and you know that money is coming right back to you in the form of, that you're not going to have to pay taxes. Or if you do end up spending more money on your vehicle, and you should be able to fully write off as a gig business operator, you should be able to fully write off. It should not be the itemized deduction count, but you should be able to, this is a totally different island. You have elevated mileage, fully refundable tax credits or tax deduction credits for any vehicle maintenance of any kind. You should be able to keep your receipts at the end of every year, keep the receipts and claim them. 3, any vehicle payments you are making, you should be able to claim 80% of that vehicle payment if it's being used for gig work, and you can show by logging the miles. As long as you have more miles going for work than personal, then you should be able to claim 80% of the value of your payment that you're making. That should become tax deductible as well. That will help to encourage people to buy newer vehicles. If they have to buy a car, if they have to have a car payment, you know that that's coming back to the gig worker, and the gig worker is going to be getting that extra money back. You put those three things in effect, it's going to absolutely help the average gig worker out there to make more money. 4, you should be there. There should be, the health exchanges are open for health insurance. There should be a ability to get extra subsidies for the gig worker to be able to get discounted health insurance. If you are a gig worker showing more than 80%, then you should get refundable tax credits credited back to you at the end of the year for any extra costs you might have at a tune of 50%. So let's say you're paying $1,000 a month or $800 a month. You're going to get $400 of refundable tax credits back at the end of the year. So if you're making that investment, you're going to get a big payday at the end of the year. To me, if you put those 4 things in effect, classifies as gig business operators, we will be on the road making money, being profitable, and being able to get the people their food, their groceries, and allowing all these luxury services to operate. The question you go is, well, how do you pay for all of it? Well, you pay for all of it by going back and slapping a tax, a transactional tax, not paid by us, but paid by the gig apps on every single transaction done in the gig world. A very small percentage, but it will require the apps to have to report and to have to be regulated and have to show exactly what they're paying, and thereby the apps themselves will pay a tax on a small, or we could call it a fee, whatever, a transactional fee on every single offer that's made and every single transaction that occurs, much like stocks, bonds, and everything else, because it's a contracts market. So every contract that's agreed to and fulfilled, these gig apps will pay a small percentage, minuscule percentage, towards to the government, that will go and essentially pay for these extra things that are coming out. So it'll be, it's the government essentially helping to reallocate the funds on the back end there. That's the second thing that needs to happen. The third thing that needs to happen is we need a regulated market where we can ensure fairness is occurring when these contracts are being offered. The first thing that needs to happen is we need to recognize that this is a contracts market, that there are 2 parties to this contract. There's the food apps, and then there's the gig business operator, and there's actually a third party, the individual that's agreeing to have their food delivered and utilizing these apps to do it. So it's a 3-party contract, and we need to be able to see that all sides are equally able to understand the cost of that contract. So thereby, it needs to be a regulated form that, because of the fact that you're going to have a transactional fee, it will require each and every gig app to show what they're showing. And if it doesn't meet the guidelines, and then they should be able to be fined for each one for the full value. In other words, so if they don't follow it, and then they got to turn it in, because they got to turn in that receipt for purposes of having the fees calculated. So every single one should have to go to a clearinghouse. It gets turned in, and if it's reviewed and it's not transparent, then they are fined the entire cost of that contract. Not the gig worker doesn't have to give it back, but the app will then have to give back any money above and beyond that wasn't paid out to the worker themselves, and the worker will, the gig business operator will be able to get compensation as well for whatever they missed out on, or the customer may get it refunded. But essentially, the gig apps will be held accountable and forced to make sure that it's fair and transparent. If you're found not to be doing that, you're going to get a fine. You're going to get required to refund and give money back to the customer, money back to the gig business operator, and make everyone whole on whatever it should have been. And obviously, similar like wage and hour does, if you fail to pay properly, well, now you're going to pay the person 3 times, and you're going to give a refund back to the customer. You're going to pay the gig worker, the gig business operator, 3 times the value of whatever the money was that you withheld from them inappropriately. So, but the key part here is transparency occurs that requires these contracts to be shown. And the other thing that needs to come into effect is one of the rules needs to be is that there needs to be a 5-minute review period on all of these contracts. So when it's offered to someone, because of the fact that we're driving around, because we're driving around in the communities, that there needs to be an ability that when you make that the gig worker has 5 minutes to review the terms of that contract and determine if they want to fulfill the contract or not. This is going to do a couple things. One, because of the fact that they're not going to be able to just be floating this thing around, and we're going to be able to pull off the road, look at the contract, decide if it's something we want to do or not. There should also be the ability that we should be able to counter offer every single one of these. So, for instance, DoorDash sends us an offer. Says, okay, here's what the deal is. We're offering you this contract at $5.50 base pay to go 8 miles. We come back and say, well, DoorDash, no, not going to work for me, but I'll do it for $10. We should be able to do that, to counter offer back to the app. The app should then be able to consider that counter offer. Okay. And now what happens is that will go into a clearinghouse. Now the app should then have to consider all counter offers. Okay. So they can then take that and they can then attempt to remarket that and send it around and say, okay, well, let me send it to worker A, B, C. However, any counter offer comes in after such a certain period of time, say 20 minutes goes by, then the best counter offer, okay, that makes sense for the app. So say, we're going to say, obviously in this case, the lowest counter offer that someone has agreed to work for, that driver would get notified, hey, you're on counter offer right now on this order. You're available. We are accepting your counter offer. You need to go to the restaurant and go pick this up. This is a system that could, that could absolutely revolutionize everything, but it will absolutely codify the fact that we are a contractually equal party, just like our agreement says, and it will allow us to go back and perfect the bidding process, because there's a third person in this that needs to get protected, and that is the customer. And and there should be an ability as well that the app will say, okay, we expect to be able to fulfill this contract and get your food to you. We're expecting for the total cost of $11.95. So customer says, fantastic, go ahead, boom. DoorDash goes out, sends it out and says, you need to be at the restaurant at this time, blah, 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 for this amount of money. Will you take it? No, I won't, but I'll do it for $9. All right, bam. Now you're in the counter offer queue. They send it over to another one. DoorDash now knows $9 is the minimum they're going to have to take, right? Or can they get someone to accept it for less than $9? Now, DoorDash can let everyone know, look, there's a counter offer on the table right now for, $9. You can either do this order now for this amount, right? Or you can counter offer for less. And eventually you're going to close in on a figure where someone's going to say, okay, I'm willing to do this for $8.75. And then if you get out of it, your counter is gone. The key here is providing enough time for the dasher to be able to look at the contract with enough time to say, all right, you're going to go to the restaurant at this particular time. And then there needs to be also written into that contract the ability to say, all right, after so many minutes of wait time, if the restaurant can't fulfill their end, which is their commitment is to get it done by this time, then the dasher's released from their contractual obligation to complete that order. So there needs to be, all parties need to be figured into this. If we can get that in effect, and listen, this can all happen. We just need to have the right discussions of what needs to come into effect. Then we can get a well-operated, well-oiled machine that fits everybody. DoorDash gets paid what they need to get paid. The dasher's getting paid what they need to get paid. And the customer is feeling like they're in control of what they're paying, and they're getting a say in what they're paying, and they can decide to proceed forward or proceed not forward with saying, well, listen, we've gone out, we've marketed it, and unfortunately, we were unable to find a dasher to take it, so your new total will be $13.85 due to the enhanced fee that we had to come to get this order delivered. Do you accept? If you accept, we will send it to the restaurant for preparation. Boom. Now, does this slow down everything? Yes, it does. But with AI, with the ability to project and model, DoorDash if they have the true AI that they claim to have, we'll be able to hone in and get this pricing better than what it is when this first rolls out. And every single gig app should be required to follow this model, whether it's for shopping, whether it's for picking up for Spark, whatever. This is how it works. If you want us to be contracted individuals and you don't have to pay the expenses of cars, maintenance, mileage, and all that business, then this is how it has to work. And you can offset that, fully put it onto the customer, and then all DoorDash is doing is they're a clearinghouse. They make the offers, they operate as the middleman, they bring in and advance their technology to get this thing honed in and to volumize this by making quicker, better offers to the dasher, better offers, better predictions to the customer, so that everybody is happy and brought together in this process. This is it, guys. That's the vision that DoorDash floated around and has told people they were going to do. And the vision that they're doing now is absolutely exploitative. They're not worrying about trying to price things out. They're just worrying about trying to figure out what's the lowest point that we can get somebody to take that food across the town. And they're not following their own rules. This is why we definitely need the assistance of a regulatory body to come in and recognize what's really going on here. We are a contracts market, and we need regulatory help. We don't need somebody to come in and tell us what we should be paid, because the market should tell us that. All we need is the framework, much like the stock market has, much like the commodities market has. We just need the framework. We need the referees in place to be able to say, hey, we're going to try to make this fair for you. We're going to try to make this fair for the apps, fair for the customer. And the regulatory bodies in the government simply are referees. Don't get involved. Don't interfere. Let the market do its work. That's what we need. So if you agree, put it in the comments. If you agree, share this video so we can have a broader, greater discussion, because this is what we need to really be talking about, not Top Dasher and all this stuff that's meant to divide us, that's meant to upset everybody, that's meant to bring us farther apart. Look, we don't have to worry about Top Dasher or any of these other things. We really shouldn't be. We're not employees. We shouldn't be worrying about incentive programs or bonus programs or peak pay. We just should simply be worrying about what is the contract that they're trying to put to us. Simple. It's as simple as that. And the fact that they have us distracted, thinking like employees, worrying about peak pay, worrying about Top Dasher, worrying about X, worrying about Y, worrying about scheduling. No, none of that should be it. It should just be, we turn on our apps, we're available, they send us a contract, we start the negotiation process, boom, 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 boom. And if those of us that want to work our day can start planning out our day, because we know there's a customer out here that needs their order delivered, and the goal of the apps is to get that order delivered as fast as possible and to hone in on and to be able to make that process as smooth and efficient as possible. If we can do that, guys, we can make money, everybody can be happy, and we can conquer this whole issue and conquer this thing that's, the debate out there of how do we do this fairly, and how do we make sure everybody's compensated fairly, and how do we make sure that this market operates correctly and that no one is getting exploited in this process. Guys, thanks for listening today. Hit that subscribe button, share, like, stay safe, stay profitable. I'll talk to you soon. Guys, Dad Dash here, and I wanted to come to you today because there is an important update that Grubhub has made for its apps, and it is important if you work Grubhub that you get this information, because this to me is a very big thing, because this is something that I think all the apps should be doing, and it's another thing that Grubhub is doing that I think makes Grubhub, definitely in my opinion, one of the most driver-friendly apps. I'm sure there's people out there with a different opinion, but to me, the transparency, you can see everything on the order. Grubhub sends you daily income breakdowns, weekly income breakdowns right to your email. They do a tremendous job
of really keeping the driver informed. They pay a hourly guarantee if you go on a block. All these are the little things that I think makes Grubhub, or should make Grubhub, a driver preferred app. And today or yesterday, I got this in my messages on my app, and it says changes to in-app reassignments. Have you ever accidentally accepted an order, had safety concerns with the delivery drop-off or pickup locations, or maybe you didn't have the right equipment? Starting now, if you immediately reassign an order after accepting it, it will not count towards a violation as long as the action does not result in a call to driver care. The reassignment will still affect your acceptance rate and could affect your driver level, but it will not count towards a violation on your record. To understand more about violations, click the link below. So what this is saying is that if you accept an order and you unassign it right away, and it doesn't impact the customer, meaning doesn't result in a customer calling in the driver care to complain their order's not getting delivered, or the restaurant, it's not going to count against you. And that's excellent. And that's how it should be. And, all the apps should be forced to accept and adopt this, because there should be a little period of time that, again, this is a safety situation where if an order comes in, it's going to allow us to accept the order, pull over, review the order, and if we don't like it, get rid of it. Now, if we're holding on to it, getting to the restaurant, trying to multi-app or whatever, Grubhub's going to pick up on that. The app's going to pick up on that. It's going to count towards the pattern of behavior. So let's click in here to learn more about these account violations. And it just goes into the violation is a pattern or behavior that's usually associated with fraud, which is defined as an undesirable behavior that impacts the restaurant or diner. Now, the most important language there is pattern, meaning one time you do something on this list I'm going to show you isn't a problem. Multiple times, making it a course of the way you're operating your business, it is a problem. So this is important. Everyone understands this. And if you get a violation, it says down here it'll stay on for 90 days. And if you get three violations basically in 90 days, you're going to get deactivated. So I mean that's not really if you're getting 3 violations in 90 days, I mean, you probably deserve to be deactivated, because I just feel like you got to be doing something continuously in order to have it show up. Now, here are the things that can lead to an account violation. Unassigned orders, and that's what this deals with right here. Accepting an order, refusing to complete the delivery, resulting in a delayed or canceled experience for the restaurant and diner. So again, you accept it, get rid of it, it's not going to count against you. Marking restaurants as closed when they're not closed, I think that's pretty self-explanatory. Failing to deliver or delivering orders to the wrong place after pickup. Not completing orders by either dropping off in the wrong location or by theft of orders or items. Delaying pickup or drop-off orders you've accepted, not moving to the restaurant or diner after accepting the order or leaving the restaurant. So keep that in mind. If you're getting those messages a lot, make sure you're, if it's an issue with your app and you're actually moving towards the restaurant or the customer, make sure you're reporting that to support. If it's not that and you're multi-apping, you may want to change your processes, because that will get you in trouble and that will get you a violation. Overcharged orders, buying more items or services on the Grubhub driver's card than were ordered by the diner. Masking or falsifying your location. That really deals with trying to be on a block and turning off your location information to try to bilk the system and get the guarantee. Or falsifying delivery progress, giving incorrect information. That's like clicking, and again, that's going to probably be if you're multi-apping and you drive by the restaurant and click it and then you leave, or maybe you go to the restaurant and you click it and you leave. You want to be careful with that stuff, because the app is tracking you. And if you try to turn off the tracking information, then you're going to get in trouble for masking or falsifying your location. So keep these things in mind, guys. But the most important part is the unassigned orders. They're giving you a grace period on that, and take advantage of that because it's very important, especially if you're driving and you see an order come through and it looks pretty good. Click accept, get to a safe location, review the order. If you don't like it, get rid of it. So kudos to Grubhub here, guys. If you're not aware of this, check your messages. It should be in your message box to everyone. But this is a game changer right here, guys. It really is, in my opinion. And it's another reason, if you're not on Grubhub, get on Grubhub. And I think it's the most driver-friendly app, and it's the one that's actually trying to make a difference in the experience for the driver, the customer, and trying to go about things. I mean, none of these are perfect, but I think they're the ones that's closest to trying to create a very positive experience for the driver. All right, guys, I'll be talking to you soon. I appreciate you watching. Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this with at least one person that you think could gain benefit. Guys, Dad Dash here, and I'm coming to you today with a special video that I've been wanting to do for some time, and it's a basic multi-apping video to show you what you need to do if you're interested in multi-apping. Maybe you're already multi-apping, you're not happy with your results. Maybe you're happy with your results, and you see this video, and it might give you a few things that maybe you haven't thought of, or maybe you've already thought of them. And if you see some things in here and you want to offer some tips up in the comments, I encourage you to do so, because this is all about everybody getting better by sharing information. But I wanted to share with you the easiest way to multi-app, and the easiest way to multi-app, in my opinion, is obviously having as few devices as possible and being able to do it as safely as possible, especially as we're driving around and moving around our markets, and being able to automate things as quickly and easily as possible. And the best way to do that is with an Android phone, with the Driver Utility Helper app and the Maxymo app. And I'm going to show you what my setup is and how it works. And I'm going to give you some keys to successful multi-apping. So if that's something that you like, if that's something you're interested in, stay tuned with this video. Hit that like button, share this, and subscribe. I'm also going to be doing a video showing you, if you're not an Android fan, you can't stand Android, you want to stay with iPhone. I love iPhone personally. I have a personal iPhone device, and I will never leave that behind. But I have slowly evolved to where I understand now that I believe the Android operating system, specifically with the Samsung UI over top of it, is the strongest tool that you can have in your toolbox when trying to conquer the gig economy. And I want to share how I do things and how I can help you, and I think make it a safer, better experience for you when you're out on the road, and show you these apps and show you how I use them, and show you how I multi-app, which is similar, I'm sure, to other people too as well, because I got some of these ideas. You watch videos and you learn and you see what other people do, and then you kind of evolve it to your own process. So this is my own process that works in my market. So take this and apply it to your market, see what feedback you get, make adjustments, make it your own. So anyways, before we get into the actual apps and I show you the setup that I do, let me, and we're not doing live orders right now. It's, I will put videos out and ride alongs, I always do, and I will highlight some of these things that I'm doing now that I have this video so that you can see it in action. But we're just going to talk about showing you how to set it up, show you what it looks like, what the apps look like, etc. That's the point of this video. But, so let's first pull up, here we go. So this is keys, and I apologize for my head cutting off some of the stuff here, but keys to multi-apping. So these are 3 keys that I think that you need to be aware of for successful multi-apping. Number 1 is turn on all your apps. So you need to be signed up with multiple apps, obviously, but you need to have all your apps on. That's including food delivery, grocery delivery. Have them all on so that you can see all the orders that are available out there, and you can make the assessment of what is the best value for my time right now. What is the app that's offering me the most for my time? I can get it done. And again, to me, the standard is the most money, fastest completion time is what I'm looking for. And then the miles normally will follow behind a fast completion time, but also you want to try to, get good mileage on there so that, because those are going to have an effect. But I'm more focused on time and money. The mile situation will take care of itself, because if you're driving a bunch of miles, you're probably going to be on an order that's taking too long anyway. So you kind of really don't have to hone in too much on the miles, because if you're focusing on orders that you can get done quickly, at the end of the day, you're going to be fine on your miles. Now, 2, once you accept an offer, you turn off the other apps. Now, the shopping apps you can leave on because, they're not penalizing you. The orders can continue to come through. And a lot of times with certain apps, you have a long, you might have the ability to delay your arrival to the store by 20, 30 minutes. So you can leave those on and see what's out there. Or you can turn them off if you want to. It's up to you. You may not want to get those notifications coming through while you're trying to focus on getting your order delivered. But it's important you turn those apps off, because once you are contracted by an app, you now work for that app for that period of time. You've now agreed on a contract to work for that app. And it's important that you are focused on fulfilling that contract, satisfying your customers, which is the restaurant and the individual that ordered food, and making sure all that goes smooth. So you're getting a good customer rating, and you're making sure you're not making mistakes, and you're keeping the relationship with that app good. Now, the final piece is, once you've picked up the order, you're on your way to the drop off, you're a few minutes away from dropping it off. The key pillar is turn the apps back on. And I'm going to show you why it's so powerful, and why Samsung is so powerful, or really Android in general is so powerful, and these apps are so powerful, because it really helps for you to not have to be worrying about clicking on your phone, and with the touch of a button, boom, you're back up on apps. So that's huge. That's important. And it offers a level of automation that you can do. And it takes a lot of the distraction away from having to worry about doing a lot of these things yourself. And you can just hit a button, boom, it does it all. So my recommended time is, when you're first starting out, first of all, just finish your order, power up the apps after it's done, take it slow. Eventually, you can turn off. What I would recommend is you turn off the what's called the control of the apps when you're using driver utility and Maxymo. Turn those functions off so they're not automatically controlling. And that way you can turn the apps back on earlier. So what I would recommend, when you finally get ready to where you're ready to, go to the next stage after you've got comfortable with this whole concept, turn the DoorDash app on. If DoorDash is one of the apps that you're not working at the moment, if you're not working that app, turn it on 2 minutes from the customer. And the reason why I say that is because DoorDash is more precise in their times. Their goal is to get you an order that is pretty much going to be ready in the time frame that they're looking at. From where you're at and accepted the order. So it's a lot more dangerous to accept an order, especially if you're still going a few minutes down the road and you've got to double back. I've gotten contract violations doing that, and I would caution yourself. 2 minutes has been the sweet spot with DoorDash that I found that has never gotten me in trouble. It's only when I've tried to do 5 minutes or 6 minutes, and I'm still going down an opposite direction away from where I was accepting. And now I'm going 5 minutes down, and it's 10 minutes back, and it's 15 minutes. And then you miss, sometimes DoorDash will send you an order that's, right after the fact, and they will hold you accountable if the app detects that they think you're multi-apping or not heading right to where you're supposed to go, and then they're going to hold you accountable. Now, Uber and Grubhub, they tend to send you orders where they're still being prepared. So I've found 5 minutes is a sweet spot for them. So if say you're on a Grubhub order and you've got Uber and DoorDash, turn Uber on 5 minutes out, DoorDash 2 minutes away. That way it gives like Uber 3 minutes to send you an order. And then if DoorDash, if they haven't sent you something or they send you something and it doesn't meet your standards, DoorDash comes on and it gives those two apps the opportunity to get your business. Now, I recommend, you can always be cycling through the shopping apps and, Spark, Instacart, Shipt, GoPuff, any of the ones that you're involved in. You can be cycling through those apps and say, okay, if I find something great, then you can just leave off those apps or, pause and unpause the DoorDash app as long as DoorDash will let you do that. So those are the 3 things that I want you to remember. I apologize for the bad handwriting. But those are the 3 keys to multi-apping. Now, let's get into the fun stuff here. Let me show you a couple things. So this is my S22 Ultra, which is what I use on a regular basis. And the first thing you want to do is arrange a folder kind of like I have here. This is my delivery folder. And the reason why is because this almost becomes like a dashboard that you can use. And I'll show you what it can do for you and why this makes it easy. Because if you have this up, you can easily pop in and out of the apps. So the first thing you're going to want to do when you go in, and we'll go ahead and go live. So this is the Maxymo app. This is what it looks like. And Maxymo doesn't have quite all the information that the driver utility app hub has, but you can set it up. I have it set up so it you can click into each app, and it easily takes you into each app by using that screen. And you'll see the way we set this up, how easy it is and how interactive that can be. But let's first go online with all the apps. So here we go. We click that button. Now I am not touching the screen.
Uber is now online.
All right, I apologize for that. I think I had reset my cache and everything because I was having problems getting my hotspots up. Anyways, as you can see there, normally it would automate itself. And let me, I'm going to go over here. So I'm going to demonstrate to you when you go offline. So we'll go offline on this app. You see, I'll click the button again. It takes you offline. So I'll just do a little demo here of how that works. I'm not touching the screen at all. So you click that button while you're driving. This is what's nice. You're on a DoorDash order and you want to go online with these guys. Boom. And we'll do it again one more time. Boom. Uber
is now online.
Right through all the apps, get you right online, and then brings you back into the final app that you're at. Now, once you're online, what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to, bring up the app switcher menu, click on the app itself, and it gives you these options: open in pop-up view, open in split view, keep open, app info. You're going to want to open in pop-up view. Now, I've resized this window, but you can resize it to your liking. I've resized it and made it so that it's almost the full size of my phone, as you can see. And then you're going to put this in pop-up view. And I'm going to show you why you're doing this in a minute. And we'll go ahead and resize this app. And boom. So now you're going to have both of those apps in pop-up view. Now, this is the interface. So you're driving around, you have your deliver interface up, and you go, I want to check Uber. Boom. It pops it down. You put it back up in pop-up view. You say, I want to check Grubhub. Boom. It pops it down. Now, the nice part is because Maxymo is controlling your experience, and because Maxymo will automatically push the screen anytime you have an offer. If they're up there like that, it's going to pull it down and show it to you. And it's nice because it's going to allow you to pull down. So if, let's say, Grubhub sends you an offer, so Grubhub sends you an offer here, and then Uber sends you an offer. Well, now you can kind of move it around and see both offers if you need to. And as soon as you pop that back up, there's Grubhub. You're not having to switch between apps or anything like that. And it can really make it easy to interface between the two. The other thing is like I said, it just creates an easier way for Maxymo to open the app up and bring it to screen, which is important for it to be able to read your screen, take a screenshot, etc. So Maxymo, what it's going to do here is it is going to, if you allow it to, auto accept or auto decline. Or it'll, if you create a area where it's an override area, which I always create an override area. In other words, it's an in-between. And normally that's in between about $7 and $10. So I'm going to look at any order between $7 and $10 that's at least $1 or more a mile. I'm going to put my eyes on it and decide, do I want to do that order? And does that make sense right now? You can do that. And then that way you can manually decide on that order. Otherwise, if it's less than $7 and less than $1 a mile, the way I have it set up, it's going to auto decline. If it's $10 or more and it's at least $2 or more a mile, it's going to auto accept. Now, you got to be careful because you can get auto accepts in place if the apps aren't turned off before, like say you accept the DoorDash order and I've had that happen, you end up with 2 orders accepted going 2 opposite directions, and then you're going to have to cancel one of them. But that's what makes it super nice, is that you can have these apps on with your parameters set up and it's doing all the work for you. And then the only times you have to look at your apps or look at the offers really is when you have that in-between area that you set. And I set the same in-between for Uber, between $7 and $10. Now, DoorDash, $6.25 is the spot of extra tips. So I will set up for dinner and busy times anything between $6.25 and $10 I'm looking at, and anything, and it's got to be at least $10 or $2 a mile for it to auto accept. So anything that's not $2 a mile I'm looking at as well. And then if it's slower on the apps, you can go in and adjust, and I'll show you where you can do that. You can go into the settings here, and we'll just pull up Grubhub. And you can see you can adjust all the figures at any time. Distance, amount per order, per mile rate, and you can see the different things you can set up here. But I will go in and lower that. So, during slow times, I will set everything to $5. Anything less than $5, I'm not going out on the road for. But if it's $5, and $1 a mile or more, I'll at least put eyes on it and determine, is it worth my time right now because it's slow and maybe I just want to get working. So you can do that. You can adjust your settings. And like I said, what's really nice about this is if you're driving around or you're doing stuff in your car while you're waiting, your phone is going to just take care of business for you. And then when something doesn't auto decline or auto accept, it's letting you know right away, okay, wait a minute, it's going to be hanging on your screen and it's going to speak to you. These apps will speak to you. So it'll tell you, you have an order, blah, 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 and it's going to be sitting on your screen. You can go look at it. All right, now I don't like it. I like it. And then you go get to work. And then once you accept the order, it's going to go ahead and take the other app offline, and it will interact with the DoorDash app through the driver utility helper as well. It'll automatically do that if you have it set up. And that's the part I was talking about with the control factors, that when you get a little bit more experienced or, in its busier times, you may want to go ahead and just turn off the DoorDash functionality. And in this case here, you're going to see, let's see here. You can see there it says DoorDash options. Pause and unpause the Dasher app when you accept or complete a trip. So you can turn that off and it won't go and turn the DoorDash app off. And again, it's something that I think as you advance, when you first start multi-apping, just let the app do the work for you and get comfortable with the idea of multi-apping and having multiple apps and the process. Once you get to a point where you're comfortable and you're feeling good, turn that off during the busier times so that you can turn the apps back on. Because here's the thing, you don't want to be overriding this stuff because it's using the accessibility on options on your phone. And if the app, I've done this, I immediately I start messing with it, and thought, well, I'll leave it on, and No, it messed everything up. It got caught in this loop. I turned the apps back on. It thought it needed to turn them off. It couldn't get it done. I ended up having to just turn my phone off and turn it back on just to get everything back and turn all the stuff off, pull over, and it ended up costing me time and ultimately money because I'm having to, troubleshoot my phone in the middle of a busy dinner hour. You don't want that. So, you want to turn off the dasher option, and I'm going to show you in driver utility, you want to turn off the Maxymo controller option, because if you don't, you're going to have problems. All right, so let's jump into now. We got this set up here. We're live on Grubhub. We're live on Uber Eats. And again, I'll show you before I leave out of Maxymo why. There it is right here. This is why it's nice by having the pop-ups up. Number one, these apps are operating in the background. Okay, so they're not going to sleep. You can download additional, it's called the Good Lock app, and you can download it and make it so that it will prevent apps in the pop-up mode, which I already have it downloaded, from going to sleep. That's very important you do that because you don't want them going to sleep. You want them working in the background. And, again, it's going to put a little stress on your phone. You can see I'm using 5.8 gigs of memory out of 12 gigs. But, you want that to be active in the background. So let's go in here. So the next thing is the driver utility helper app, which is the next piece of this. This is what runs your DoorDash app. And there's a lot more here. This costs $9.99. And as you saw there's an issue right now with the bring to screen, although I have not experienced it yet, but knock on wood, hopefully I don't, but we're seeing. But you can see there's a lot more information here where it's going to give you all this information for the week, for your shift. And it'll give you a breakdown of the different orders that you've done. So right now we've done nothing today because we haven't worked today. It gives you a camera that you can utilize to take timestamp photos. You can click in and see your history. Let's see. I guess I clicked out of that on accident here. Let's sign back in. I apologize, guys. You click into your history and you can see different days. So this is like, requests. You can see what the average request was, $4.87. And it gives you good insight into saying, wow, you had a slow day or you didn't accept a lot of orders. Well, this is why, because DoorDash was just sending trash this day. You can see it's how terrible it can be sometimes. And then it'll give you a perspective on looking at like, well, when did I go out that day? And making sure then you might target a different time of day to go out if you start writing. But it gives you an amazing amount. You can see this month I've declined 377 offers, completed 41, and earned $430.66 on the DoorDash platform. So just a lot of great information. But what you can do, you launch the app here. We're going to launch the app. And we're going to go in here, and I'm going to dash along the way.
A new shift is available.
I'm going to go to 10:30, and we're not going to actually dash, but if something comes through, at least you guys will get to see it. So I'm not going to be unhappy with that because DoorDash tends to send stuff even when you're dashing along the way. And I got a couple restaurants near where I'm at, so I would expect something might come through, but we'll see. So you're going to put this in pop-up mode as well. So now we are live on all three apps. And if I wanted to add a shopping app in there, I could do that. And again, the nice part about it is we're not going to go live on Instacart, but I'll just put Instacart up there just so you can see it and you can see how this works. And there's Instacart, bam. So like I said, my ideal perspective is to work from this screen right here that you're seeing. So if I'm multi-apping, I have this up, I'm driving around, doing whatever, waiting. When an order comes, it's going to pop up on your screen just like this. And it's going to either accept, decline, or hold. And that's really nice. So I'm going to be looking at it. Like I said, if I accept the order, then I'm going to go in and manually turn off Grubhub and manually turn off Uber Eats. But the nice part is I don't have to go into the apps to do it. I just go into Maxymo and hit offline and off it goes. Now, with the driver utility helper app, I'm going to show you driver utility helper app will not take your DoorDash offline automatically because it can't. You're going to have to manually pause it. Now, it's important that you go in and you pause the app yourself, okay, and you don't, unfortunately, if you use the functionality of saying, there's an option there that says pause orders after the fact, if you do that, I've gotten caught with this several times. Driver Utility Helper, one of the functionalities of Driver Utility Helper is to combat DoorDash constantly taking you offline. They will go in and put you in, and it will automatically put you back online. So if you choose to utilize the function where it keeps you online, you can't utilize the take me offline after next door. You're gonna have to manually go in and do that. And to me, that's a small price to pay for what it brings, because it is very nice when DoorDash does the pause, and guess what? Your app, Driver Utility Helper app, just goes in and unpauses. So that's beautiful. So anyways, so let me walk you through here now the scenario, just so you can visually see what's going to happen here. We're going to do an imaginary scenario because, like I said, we're live, but we're not really live. So this is let's just look at it like this. All right. So DoorDash pops up. I'm checking, I can check each app. There's Instacart. Boom. Nothing on Instacart. All right. DoorDash pops up. Order comes up. Auto accept. So now we're live on DoorDash. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to Maxymo. I'm going to hit offline, and it's going to go ahead and take me offline. Boom. And oops. And I interfered. See, you don't want to do that. So I got to go let it come back up, and it will go ahead. It will pick up right where I left off. I got impatient, and sometimes that happens. And I don't know what's this. View we've updated your hourly guarantee. Okay, I don't know why it's giving me that information. All right. So, anyways, so now we're offline on both. Now you're gonna have to minimize those once it does its work, and you can go back into the DoorDash app. Now, what I will do is I will maximize the app, obviously, because we're working it. But I've got Uber and Grubhub minimized, still at the top of the screen, leaving them there. I've still got Instacart minimized at the top of the screen. So if I want to check out Instacart, I can pull that up. And there is Instacart that I can continue to check out. Or if I had other apps in there, Shipt, Spark, whatever. Now, this little floating widget, you may be wondering what that is. What this is this is extremely nice because this will allow you to get to the camera, right? And I apologize to turn my selfie camera off, but it will get to the camera where you can see down here, there's the timestamp information. And then that will allow you to go right there to that camera. Now, let's get me back up here. So that automatically does that for you. Now, the other thing it will let you do is if you notice here, these are written text messages that I have already pre-composed. So if I go into the messaging of the apps, all I have to do is tap on this. It puts it in my clipboard, and then I can send that to the customer. So it automates that entire system. So I can send my introduction message. I've arrived at the restaurant. I have a couple pre-done out apps. If there's a delay, click, click, click. Saves a whole bunch of time. And then always when you're on the way to the customer, hey, I'm on my way, especially at night. That way they know you're coming. Hopefully I have the light on. Hopefully they're there waiting for you to make that delivery really, really smooth. But that functionality is tremendous with Driver Utility Helper. It's another thing that they bring to the table. But anyway, so we're on the app. We pick up the order. Now we're getting ready to leave the restaurant, or not leave the restaurant, but we're driving from the restaurant. We're 5 minutes out, and we go back into Maxymo with the click of a button. Watch what happens. And we'll just be patient.
Uber is now online.
Come up, and there it is. Boom, boom, boom. Now you're online. So now your goal is, obviously, you're going to go back into your DoorDash app, continue working, continue delivering that order. And if anything comes through from Uber or Grubhub, it's going to self-pop up on the screen. And let's just say you got an Uber order. There it is. Uber order comes through.
It's going to accept, decline, or hold for you to review, and then you're going to go on. Your goal, obviously, is to try to find an order before you get the drop-off done, or very quickly after the drop-off that you have an order lined up and ready to go, and then you move on to the next one. Rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. And if it was DoorDash, you would have to pause your dash. And that is the one thing that, unfortunately, Driver Utility Helper app has no ability to help you with. You've got to remember to go in and pause and unpause your dash if you end up on a long order. But that's it, guys. It's really simple. You know, the key is making sure that you run as many apps as you can to create volume. And then once you get an order, you settle on the best order that's available for you to work. Turn off the other apps, work that app, work that order. Then prior to arriving at your destination, turn on your other apps and attempt to try to find another order. And if it's busy, you should have no problem doing that. If you're going to good areas that are right in the heart or near other restaurants, you should have no problem getting orders, and it should flow really nice. And the goal is to keep yourself working and keep yourself working the absolute best valued orders the entire time you're out. And if you do this, you will make money with no problem. You will hit your goals with no problem. And the Driver Utility Helper app and the Maxymo app are absolutely game changers when it comes to making things safe for you on the road and changing the way everything, changing how you work in terms of taking a lot of stress out. I can tell you, when I work without them, it's a lot more stressful. Now, the only thing I will say, the only caveat that I will throw out there is I do believe sometimes when Android is going through its updates, like it will update my phone and then the apps will have to update, and then sometimes the driver utility. During some of those times, connectivity issues become a problem. Hence why I always have my iPhone collection to be able to plug and chug in. If I feel like I'm not getting a quality experience, if I feel like I'm missing opportunities, I will go ahead and shut down my Android, log out of everything, pull my iPhone out, and go to work with my iPhone. Sometimes you got to do that. Hence why I always recommend that you have an iPhone and an Android phone so that you're always well ready to go. Now, I recommend if you're going to multi-app on an iPhone platform, I think you need 2 iPhones. And I'll get into that on my iPhone video. Hopefully you found this video helpful today. It's a little bit long, but there's a lot of material to include. I wanted to show you what these apps look like and how it worked. If you did like this video, hit that like button, share this video with somebody that you think could gain benefit, and hit that subscribe button so you're here for any other future videos. I have a lot of other videos in regards to gig tech, multi-apping on the iPhone platform. I have invested heavily in a lot of tech and tried out a lot of tech. I have a lot of insight to bring you over the last 18 months. It's been something I've been wanting to do and wanting to gain insight on, and I feel like I'm finally ready to talk about it and give you guys some suggestions, and hopefully also get feedback from what you guys are doing out there, and together we can get better. All right, guys, stay profitable, stay safe, and of course, as always, I'll talk to you soon. What's going on, YouTube? Dad Dash here, and I'm coming to you with a video today to talk about your approach for the month of November and your approach going forward. So let's get into it. Let's talk about it. But first, let me ask you, if you haven't subscribed yet to this channel, hit that subscribe button right now. I've got content coming out that's going to be about various different things. I'm currently working on another ride along video that's in production. I'm also working on various videos regarding tech related to gig work. So this is stuff you don't want to miss, because I own
8, 9 phones. And I've used each of them, and I'm going to be giving tips, tricks, strategies, and all the things I've learned over the last 18-month journey that I've had owning various different phones and various different devices. So hit that subscribe button, make sure your notifications are turned on, and make sure you don't miss anything, because I think this is valuable information. Anyway, all right, guys. So in today's video, the topic of today's video is no value, no trip, what that means, what that is, and why this should be the motto and the focus of all gig workers across the way. I've talked about the fact that we are gig business workers, or gig business operators, I guess you should say, not workers. Sorry, take that back. There is a difference. We are gig business operators. We operate a gig operated business. And what does that mean? I've been over that. That means we use apps to make money, and we use a business-like approach. We don't own anything. We don't own brick and mortar. We don't own walls. We don't have employees. We have ourselves, or at least probably 99% of those that do gig work. That is who we are and what we are. But what is our approach? What should our value system be? And I have been doing this now for over 18 months. I have almost 3,000 delivers. I can speak on this now. When I first got in this, I had no idea what was going on. I had no idea who I was, or what I needed to do to be successful. I had come from 15 plus years in the financial world, running multiple businesses, having great success in that market. However, at the same time, sacrificing my time with my family and my kids. And I came to gig work because I wanted to open up my schedule, and I wanted to make sure I could enjoy the final few years I had with my 16-year-old and 12-year-old who are older. And I had just become a dad again with a 2-year-old at the time, or I guess he was a little less than 2. He was 1.5 at the time I made this switch. And I wanted to be able to be part of all 3 lives and make sure that I could do it right, because I realized suddenly, making money is great, but at the same time too, there does need to be a balance. And I wanted to make sure that I was going to be able to have a fulfilled experience on all ends. And I thought gig work might just be the way to do that. But I didn't really know the strategies. I really didn't know what to do. I really didn't know how to do it. I really was just kind of like, what's the approach? So I went to YouTube. I started watching. I learned about no tip, no trip. I learned about accept every order, top dasher pursuits, everything, right? But one thing to me, I think encapsulated it all, because to me, all of them are various strategies. No one gig worker is right, or gig business operator is right, I should say. I keep calling us gig workers, and that isn't right, because a gig worker means we're working for somebody. We work for ourselves. We're operating a business with a business-like mentality. And if that's the approach you take, you're going to be successful. But anyways, back on topic. I believed, I was trying to figure it all out. And it finally clicked one day when I started looking at it, and I said, what is the key core principle? There's always a key core thing that once you understand that key core principle, it unlocks the ability for you to make money, be successful, and allows you to focus on that key core component. And then boom, success just comes. I mean, it doesn't necessarily come every minute of every day. It doesn't come every week. But overall, in the long haul, if you focus on that one key component, success comes, and it becomes consistent. And consistency for success is something you have to track, and you have to be patient about. And sometimes it doesn't present itself right away when you go into a new concept, because it's new, right? It's new. We're trying it out. There's trial, there's error. And as anyone who's been in business understands, many, many failures are going to come before your success. So we as gig workers, gig business operators, have to be willing to fail and learn from those failures. We have to be willing to have bad days to develop the good day strategy, and the strategies that ultimately, in the end, over the course of evaluating a week, month, year, 2 years, 10-year period, that we're going to have more good days than we are bad days. That is the goal. And that we can't allow a bad day to just completely derail us, and derail our mindset, and derail our approach to the point that we get so inconsistent with how we're approaching our day that success becomes difficult. So what is this thing I'm talking about? What unlocks it? And that is no value, no trip. And what this means is is if there is no value in an offer being made by a gig app, you simply say no and you move on to the next one. And you don't work until there's value for you to work. And the question for you is, the beautiful part about this concept is it holds it across the board. If you want to be a top dasher and value for you is becoming top dasher, then every order might hold value to you. Take the order. If you want to be if you're more worried about consistently earning on a daily basis and having better days, more good days than bad, or maybe you're in a market that doesn't have high volume for any one app, so you need to string them all together, then for you, you're looking at value on an individualized offer basis, and you're trying to find the app that's going to present to you the best value, i.e. you are a multi-apper, you are a multi-apper cherry picker, and you're looking for value in that. So your value statement of what you're looking for, because you understand you're working in a lower volume market, you're looking for higher orders, higher money, and you're looking for the lowest possible completion time. So with that, you go and you find it. Again, when you find something of value or that you perceive value at, you take it, you accept it, you work it. The other key component is analysis after the fact. Whether it's I took every order, became top dasher, did that present the value statement that you thought it had at the beginning? Did that fall out? And the only way you do that is you have to be willing to keep good records so you can be constantly evaluating the value that you're gaining by the decisions that you're making. And now, this doesn't mean that just because you make a decision that doesn't lead to the value you thought it was, that had no value at all. It had lots of value because it gave you information about what decisions are not valuable, to which you can take that and use that into the future to avoid making those decisions again and make an adjustment to your decision criteria. This is what it means when I say no value, no trip. Hashtag no value, no trip. It encapsulates all of it. It covers all of it. It's inclusive. It embraces everyone, and it's a approach that every business person, when you go out and you go to the fast food restaurant business or you go to any business whatsoever, not every business perceives the same value as every business. So when we're out here as, gig business operators, trying to tell every gig business operator what they need to do and how they need to run their business, that really doesn't make sense, because that gig business operator has a different car than you. They have a different amount of money they need to make from you. They have a different approach than you. They're working a different amount of time than you. They're working a different time of day than you. So their approach, their value is not going to be the same as yours. However, what we need to do is encourage everyone to work to their value. If they do that, if you do that, then you will make money over time. You have to be patient. And if value doesn't exist today, have the courage, strength, wisdom to turn down the offers until you find something of value to work for. And my friends, I will tell you this right now. You will make money if you do that. There will be offers that will come through. And if you are working 2 apps and you're not getting enough volume from those apps, add a 3rd. If 3 doesn't do it, add a 4th. If 4 doesn't do it, add a 5th. If you're just doing food delivery, be willing to go do grocery shopping. Be willing to do Amazon Flex. Check out Walmart Spark. Add to your basket of orders available for you to work when you're able to work. It will allow you to see more orders. It will also give you a better opportunity to find your value. So my friends, I want to start seeing it out there. If you agree with this, put in there, hashtag find your value. Write in comments if you agree with this. Also, start using and spreading the word. No value, no trip. It's that simple. All right, guys, I hope so far the last 10 months of the year have been profitable. I hope you've made money. We got 2 months left. It's time to close our year out. It's time to evaluate the last 10 months. It's time to figure out what you need to be successful to make 2022 a success. It's time to evaluate what your idea of success is. It's time to know what you need to do, what your value is, and what you need to seek. And it's time to close the year out strong. And let's hit that subscribe button and get me to at least, I'd love to get this channel, I wanted to get to 1,000 by the end of the year, but I'm adjusting that. I'd love to get to 500 subscribers. If you are a new person that's watching this channel today and you can help me do that, I would be forever grateful if you hit that subscribe button right now. Like this video if you agree with the content and agree with the message in it, so that this video gets views and other people can see it. And also, please hit that like button as well to let YouTube know that you enjoyed this content and that it's worth others watching. In the meantime, guys, stay profitable, stay valuable. What's up, guys? That Dash here. Coming to you tonight to talk to you about an important topic that I think every Dasher should be concerned with. And that is the issue with base pay right now with DoorDash. And I'm bringing this to you because today I worked an order. And this has happened multiple times. But it just really, to me, is something that we have to address as Dashers. And we have to really ask ourselves, are we going to continue to allow DoorDash to get away with stealing our money? What I'm talking about is today I worked an order. It was a $14-mile offer for $22. I'm not complaining necessarily about the payout. It ended up being $25 for 14 miles. And this got accepted because I probably would have not accepted it necessarily. But my driver utility helper app accepted it because I had my mileage set for $10 and $1.50 a mile. And this one got accepted. It was over $1.50 a mile. But the issue with the order is it was over 14 miles that was driven, and DoorDash paid me on both orders $2 base pay on both. So it's $4 total base pay, but it was $2 each order showed for the base pay. My issue with this is that DoorDash is not supposed to be paying minimum base pay on an order that is requiring a Dasher to drive over 10 miles or more. In fact, I believe it starts at $5 in their literature. And the issue at hand here is that DoorDash's own literature, its own policy, states that they will pay more, that they're supposed to be paying an elevated base pay. They state that there's three things that determines Dasher pay: time on order, mileage of order, or distance on order, and desirability. In this case, the mileage should have triggered higher pay. Time on order, there was excessive wait time at one of the restaurants. That should have triggered additional pay. And three, the desirability of this order would have been determined by how many people turned it down. Clearly, none of those were followed. The mileage was ignored, and DoorDash got away with taking advantage of the fact that I was tipped $21 by the customers on this order. And that's a problem, guys. The issue at hand that this brings into effect, I think, really brings to light the entirety of the issue that DoorDash is doing right now with all the different programs and pilots, with the Diamond program, with the Top Dasher program, with the idea that we should be continuing to accept low-paying orders and focus simply on tips, when the real issue here is that DoorDash is refusing to pay us the money that they owe us. They're refusing to pay us an adequate base pay. The real reality of this situation is that tips should not be factored into the decision-making process of whether we take an order. A tip is something that should be given out after the fact. It's a gratuity that should be given to the driver for services rendered and for appreciation from the customer. Prior to the services being rendered, DoorDash should require the customer to pay an adequate amount in a delivery fee that should be passed on to the driver to compensate us for driving to the customer's house, picking up the order, waiting at the restaurant, etc. that is basically the core issue here, is that DoorDash is not fulfilling its contractual obligation to the driver by following its own policy that it had us sign, and therefore, in my opinion, is in breach of contract. And yet, what they're doing is obfuscating the fact that they're not doing this and essentially making the driver focus solely on the tip, making it a customer issue instead of a DoorDash issue, when this is a DoorDash issue. And the customer's tip is something that should be separated from payment for our services. And we as drivers get caught up in tip, 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 no tip, no trip. That is the wrong aspect. What we should be looking at is the offer at face value? Does it offer a representative value to the driver to complete that order? If it does not, we should decline it, tell DoorDash we're not working for that amount, and offer something else. And until we find a valuable offer, that order goes back into the pool, and DoorDash can trigger the desirability clause and raise the pay. They can even reoffer to a driver if they want to. I've seen it happen. But the bottom line is this, is we have to demand from DoorDash and any of the gig apps out there that they provide an offer that represents a value to us. There's only one way we do that, and that is to not be afraid to hit the decline button and communicate that. When the decline now movement occurred, the decline now movement was about driving up the base pay of orders to make them valuable. We've lost that purpose. We've forgotten that purpose. DoorDash has tried to figure out how can they get drivers to hit accept and not worry about whether or not it represents a good value for them and their time. And how can we do that without having to make them employees to force them to hit the accept button on non-valuable orders? And what they figure out how to do it is to figure out by offering perceived value in the fact that they're giving you priority. Priority is nothing. Priority simply means you get to see an offer before someone else does when there's an overabundance of dashers. When there isn't, when it's crowded, when it's busy, you will see the offers that come in. You will have enough offers that should represent value to you. And if you don't, send it back. If we do that, if we go back to our core principles of using that decline button to communicate to DoorDash when they're not sending us a valuable order, we will create a market of valuable orders for ourselves. And we will force DoorDash and any other app to raise the value of that order, either by encouraging customers to tip more, if that's how they want to go after it and continue to show us tips, or by asking the customer to pay more for the service of having their food delivered. But either way, the apps will be forced to ensure we are paid what we believe is a fair value for our time and services that we're going to render. If we continue to accept orders that don't represent a good value, that will never happen. That is DoorDash's goal. And it starts with addressing the issue of DoorDash not even following its own pay policy. And it starts with every dasher that sees this issue. I'm sure there are a lot of you out there. I'm sure everyone sees it. Call support. Point out that the pay wasn't followed. Ask them if there's why. I did that today. And they said they didn't know why. They were going to look into it. I didn't ask for more pay. I didn't complain about it. I just said I wanted to point it out. They said they would look into it. They would make it aware. They put a ticket in. And suppose I'm reading an email on. And I'll let you know, everyone know on the channel if I hear anything or anything comes up. The point is they need to know we know. We need to make them aware. And if we do, we may see change. The other thing we need to do is we need to utilize that decline button. Anyways, guys, these are some thoughts I had from experience I had today. I wanted to share it with you guys. I want to get your thoughts on it. And I want to start a discussion, hopefully. Use the comment sections. This is out to everybody. I'm not blasting anyone. If you're a top dasher, that's fine. You belong here as well, because you should deserve to get paid your full wage as well as a cherry picker, as well as a multi-apper, whoever. This is to everybody that works on the DoorDash platform. Guys, thanks for watching. If you're not subscribed, hit that subscribe button. Like this video, share this video so more people can see it. We can get more perspectives. And as always, guys, stay safe, stay profitable. I'll talk to you soon. What's up, guys? Dad Dash here. I'm going to be doing a special video today where I want to show you a multi-phone, multi-Android setup and how you can multi-app. Now, again, multi-apping can be done on one phone. It can be done on multiple phones. To me, I think one of the goals you want to accomplish is how do you do this with the least bit of friction. So you want frictionless multi-apping. You want to be able to multi-app safely. You want to be able to multi-app efficiently, and you want to be able to do it in a way that can absolutely help you improve your order volume and also help you pick the best orders possible. So I want to show you how I do it with 3 Android phones. As you know, or should know if you follow this channel, I'm going to eventually go over exactly what I have in my gig toolbox, but I own multiple phones, multiple types of phones. However, what I have discovered is I do believe Android has a very efficient system of way of handling multi-apping. And this is how you can utilize Maxymo and Driver Utility Helper on 3 phones, as well as using shopping apps and having all of those in a place that will allow you to do this safely while you're driving. And I think this is kind of the best way to do it. And it also helps to ensure that your apps aren't going to sleep in the background, or the Android isn't putting things to sleep silently, and all the apps believe they're all getting priority. So anyways, let's jump into this. I'm going to turn it around. I'm going to show you the 3 phones I'm using. I'm going to go over what they are, why I'm using them, and why I'm putting what I am on each phone. So let's jump in here and turn this around. I'll see you in a second. All right, guys, so welcome to my phones here. I'm going to show you how I set up each phone. So this phone right here that you're seeing is my S22 Ultra. This is the big one. This is the phone I prefer. I'm doing one phone multi-apping. This is the phone I most prefer to do it with than any of my phones, because it is the one that has the most. This has 12 gigabytes of RAM, 256 storage. You get the extra 8 gigabytes of memory swap RAM on there. It helps everything run really smooth and really efficiently. Hold on a second here. This is my S22 regular. So this one is, and you can see we're getting offers from Walmart Spark, so we'll get out of that. Anyways, this is my S22 regular. This has 8 gigabytes of RAM, 128 gigabytes of storage. You can still do up to, I believe it's 8 gigabytes of additional RAM swap if you want to do that. It runs okay. Running every single app that I want to run, although it does tend to start to get a little buggy and wonky because of the only 8 gigabytes of RAM that you have. So it is not the one that I would prefer to run all of my apps on. Now, this is one I bought. This is a phone I bought off eBay. And I bought it because I wanted to have a third Android phone that was Samsung. And I wanted to test out and see, like, what could I run that would run at least 3 apps at a time and allow you to be up on Grubhub, Uber, and DoorDash using both Maxymo and Driver Utility Helper app. And this phone does it. It does a great job. And it's for less than $200. I bought this phone for $130. It's a steal. It's in great condition. The only thing you're going to trade a little bit on is the battery. The battery life is not great because it's one that's been around for a while. But overall, it's in great condition. I have a case on it with a magnetic back.
It was hard to find a MagSafe case for this one, which is what I like to use for my phone holders in my car. Easy on, easy off. But overall, this does a great job. I'm going to be doing more videos on this. So anyways, let's get into how we have this set up. So on the S22 Ultra, this is the phone I'm going to run the most stuff on. So I have this phone logged in the DoorDash. Go ahead and show you that. I guess I'm on a pause. I guess I got an order. And this has my driver utility helper app. Now, I went through and did my resets. You should always, if you're using driver utility helper, you should set your phone to reset at 3 a.m. But what I like to do just to make sure I have a great efficiency is you go in, check and make sure there's no updates. And the way you're going to do that is go in just here and check for updates. And then you're going to make sure your app is updated. Go into accessibility. So you're going to the accessibility by going through settings options on your phone. Go into accessibility. And I've already done this, so I'm not going to do it again. But you're going to go into installed apps. Make sure this is focusing here. Go into installed apps, and then you go into driver utility helper Maxymo. Turn them on and off, and then restart your phone. And what that's going to do is that's going to make sure everything is running the way it's supposed to, that it's connected and running and doing everything that it's supposed to do. And that way you're making sure it's working right and working well. In this instance, we are going to the settings. If you go into settings here, I am not worrying about, the connecting or turning off, obviously, Grubhub or Uber. I'll be doing that myself. But anyways, also make sure your settings go through, make sure whatever market you're working in, go into your auto accept settings, make sure everything is set up the way you want it to be for auto accept, auto decline. Make sure if you're going to have your red card with you, make sure you turn those auto accept settings on or off. Just make sure it's all calibrated. So once it is, we're going to the app. Now, the other thing that we're going to do is on this phone, we're going to come up over here in the pop-up view, and we're going to run Spark, and we're going to run Instacart. So both of those are going to be running on there in the background. Now, you can see I pin bubble them up, so that way I can easily go in and out and easily see what's going on. And both of these are great at sending notifications when stuff's happening, so I can tap that notification when I want to look in there and see what's going on, and boom, it pops down. I'm also going to pin bubble Roadie. Roadie's been getting a lot bigger in my area. They have, they're working with the local Walmarts. So I like to keep track on what's going on with Roadie. Let's see what this is. This is a script to drop, Greencastle, PA, prescription drug run. I'm not going to worry about that. That's too far away. But anyways, Roadie's up there now. So I'm keeping all my shopping apps that I want to know about. I've also got Shipped. I'm going to go in here, and I'm going to pop Shipped up there. And I don't know what all this is. I guess there's what the heck? There must be some sort of a update or something going on here. I'll go into Shipped. I'll go ahead and get my schedule up and running on Shipped. Schedule 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. And then we'll go back out. And that way, Shipped will send me, when there's something coming in there, it'll send me a notification so I can go in. So now I've got all 4 of my apps that I want to see right now. Whoops, sorry. That I want to see that I can easily hit and bring them down, bring them up, and boom, there it is. And it's up in the corner. Now over here, because these are the less intensive phones that don't have as much space, I'm going to only be running Grubhub and Uber. So what we're going to do, we're going to go in and open that up, open up Grubhub, get it up and running. I like to open them up ahead of time. Now I've already logged in. I pre-logged in, and you can see this little nice edge panel that all Samsung phones have, which is one of the reasons why I highly recommend Samsung phones. Now here we are. We're already up in Maxymo. We want to make sure screenshots are turned on, so they are. And then we want to go in and make sure DoorDash is logged out on this phone, because you only want to be logged in. Oh, we need to log out. And let's see here. We're going to go through. That's all we really need to do. So go back into Maxymo, and we're going to double check and make sure that settings are good and enabled. Yep. And we turned Uber settings off. So that way, we'll turn that off, bring the screen. Everything is off for Uber. Grubhub, we'll make sure we got the settings. We're going to change that. I'm going to change this today to $1.50 a mile. I want to get a little bit aggressive. We got auto decline is on, multiple stops, $6. So we've created a gap of between $6 and $10 per mile, 25 cents. All right, there we go. So there we have all that. All right. And earning tracking is on. Hopefully you guys can see what I'm doing here. Earning tracking is on. All right. And that one is all set up to go. Now we're going to come back over here and we're just going to click to go back into Grubhub. So Grubhub is up and running. All right. So let's, whoops, hold on here. I don't know why my fingerprint reader wasn't working, but it's an older phone and sometimes that does happen. All right. So let's go in here, Edge panel, open up Uber. This is the app that's going to be working on this phone. It is not, so you're going to get to see it go online. All right, excellent. So let's go here and find Maxymo. There we are. Maxymo's up and running. Screenshot turn on. So you'll start casting now. And then we're going to go ahead and hit offline. And it's going to take it on. See, for some reason, Maxymo actually thought Uber was online, but Uber went offline because of the reset. So here we go. You're going to get to watch it go online. And you see how it automatically put Uber online. We're going to go into the settings. We're going to make sure app filtering is off for DoorDash. It is. We're going to go in the Grubhub. Grubhub, bring the screen is off. Auto accept is all on. That's okay. It can stay on. But we're going to go into Uber now. Go into, oh, Uber Pet needs to be turned off. What the heck is that up? Auto accept. I don't know why that's on, but anyways, it's not actually on. It's just showing. So we're going to change that to be what our minimum requirements are for this today, where we're going $1.50 a mile, 60-minute time, 25 miles. Auto decline is on. 6-1. Everything looks good. Go back out here and all is well. So, and tracking earnings is on. So this thing is on, and we're going to test to make sure DoorDash is not up. DoorDash is not. Go back into Uber. Now we are good to go. So we have Uber on, Grubhub on, and we have DoorDash on with our 4 different apps. That, if you're counting here, we are up on 7 different apps and opportunities. Checking out Spark, anything going on there? Nope. We can easily check out and see what's going on here. Nothing. We can check out Instacart. Anything going on here? Nothing. So we're minimize that back. Oh, $7 shop and deliver. Food line, 5 items, 8.6 miles. Obviously not going to work on that. And then we can do Roadie. Let's see. Anything going on with Roadie? Nothing going on right now with Roadie except for the $15 opportunity. That's too far away. All right, so we're minimize that. So there you can see, now it's just a waiting game. And normally I do this before I leave the house. I will do this, ideally here and get everything set up. Now, sometimes if I'm on the road or I just don't have the opportunity to do it all, before I get out of the house, I'll do this in my car and set each phone up when I'm going on this. This is what I call my optimum setup for my Androids. Now, I do have an optimum setup that I will use for DoorDash. Or not DoorDash, for iPhones, because I like to, constantly test and experiment, because I do believe iPhone has better connectivity with the apps than Android sometimes. It's just the nature of the system and the way it can be. But anyways, guys, we're going to jump in the car, and I'm going to give you, show you the setup in the car, and then probably wait until an order is selected and I get a first order. I'm going to try to show you how it all goes down and what it looks like, and try to give you as much footage as that. And then we'll call it a day. I just want to show you the setup, show you how I set it up, and show you what you can do. Again, this phone, eBay, $130. This phone I bought off of Xfinity. I got a great deal. I got, I believe it was I got $400 off. I got $400 off, and then I got I brought over my iPhone SE, and I got $200, a $200 gift card, which I then applied. So, and then I basically paid $100 to finish unlocking it. So This phone I own, got for basically $100. This phone, I ended up buying outright from Samsung. And I traded my Z Fold 3 for it. So I ended up paying $200 for this phone. So again, obviously this was $1,200, but you can get this phone from a carrier for a discounted rate. And you can also, if you have an old Samsung phone, you can trade towards it. I really do highly recommend this phone right here, and I recommend it over the Folds. I have tried the Folds extensively. I've tried the Z Fold 3 to Z Fold 4. I've tried the Flip, and I come back to this phone every single time for gig work because I just think it is absolutely, without a doubt, the best option right now, the best functionality. It's best calibrated, and although all the flips and switches and the smaller screens sounds great on paper, right now it's just not there where it's stable enough to be able to trust it. And you do not have, when we're dealing with seconds and minutes, you just don't have the time out there to have something get caught up or have something going to, break down, and you're in a death loop of going back and forth and you're resetting. You got to try to eliminate that. You're going to get enough of that using Samsung or Android in general as it is. I've even used the Pixel. I got a Pixel 7, and that was a terrible experience with the driver utility helper apps. It just wasn't connecting right and wasn't doing all the features. Clearly, I understand that. I guess when they developed driver utility helper app and Maxymo, this was developed for Samsung phones. That's my opinion. I don't know. Middleton Technologies, if you're watching, put in the comments whether or not that's true or not. But I find they work best with Samsung. Anyways, guys, we're going to get in the car. I'm going to show you how it's all set up in the car, and we'll go from there. Talk to you soon, and I'll see you in my car. All right, guys, welcome to my car. So I wanted to bring you in. Now, I've already done a couple orders. I apologize. I got started, and orders started coming in. But anyways, let's go over the setup here of what we got. So this is the Grubhub phone right here, and this can move interchangeably between these two phones right here. Now, I've got the Uber phone set up in the middle because it's the one that's got the weakest magnet. It's not actually technically MagSafe. So I have that in a more traditional position. You can see I've already earned $641 on Uber today. And then we've got the DoorDash phone over here, and we've got, of course, our apps that are up and running. Roadie's up. I tried to get a Roadie order already today. Nothing. They declined me. You have to put in submit a request when you want to try to do one, and then they decide if you're going to get it or not. We got a DoorDash order. So let's see here, 525, 4.4 miles, and we are not going to be doing that. So that's actually the first DoorDash offer that I got today. You can see the auto decline took over, did not meet my minimum criteria to even take a look at it. So if I was driving around right now, I would have glanced down, it just would have gone through, and I would have let the machine take care of it. But you can see up there, we've got all that. Let's see here, Spark, anything on Spark right now? Nothing on Spark. All right. And then we've got, so we've got all that. So I have my iPad down here, and this is where I log all of my information. And I have it automatically pre-programmed to my spreadsheet of information. And then my personal phone is down here that I, utilize for my phone calls, music, whatever, podcasts, whatever I might be listening to as I'm driving around. That stays right down there. So this is my setup, my Android setup. And then down there is the infamous Gig toolbox with phones, cameras. This right here I wear at night. Basically gives me lets me use my phone as a light, and then I can record hands-free. I also will use it on bigger orders, so my phone can just ride on my chest. I'll do a little thing on that. My sons think it's the goofiest thing in the world, but it really does help, especially at night when you need a light and you can turn your phone light on and it illuminates sidewalks and things and makes it so you don't trip and fall. Anyways, guys, so this is what we got here. And then, like I said, as it comes through here, as orders come through, Maxymo controls these two phones. You can put Maxymo on multiple phones. So it'll control and auto decline, auto accept, or if it's in the human review gap, I'll review it. And it'll hold it there on my screen until it either falls off or I decline it or I accept it. And that's where we're at. So I'll be back. Hopefully I can show you an order come in as orders are coming in, or when the next order comes in, I'll pull the camera up and we'll try to accept it live, and I'll show you exactly what that looks like.
But this is it, guys. So talk to you soon. Oh, it looks like $26 Food Line order. Let's check it out. 3 shop and delivers 50 items equals absolutely not. And here we go, $11 fin tie. There it is. All right, guys. Well, you just saw what happens with this. It auto accepted $11, 7 miles for the Thai restaurant that's right up the street. So let's head up there and get this picked up and go from there. All right, guys. Also, one final thing. So I want to show you. So what we're going to do now, I forgot to do this. I'll do it on camera just to show you. I'm going offline on Uber. All right. And you can see, actually, you know what? I did it wrong. And sometimes you forget this. I took it offline. But if you're using Maxymo, what you should always do is let Maxymo take you offline. And this is helpful because I can get right in here and then just hit it. So when you're driving, it just takes it offline, automatically does everything, saves your earnings. And there it is, 770 earned. And now you're offline in the Maxymo screen. So now I can turn that off, and now these are offline. I never go offline with any of my shopping apps. So they stay up here in the bubbles so I can look at them when I need to. And now we're going to swipe up and head over here. All right, guys. So I'm back. I apologize for not coming right in with an update. But anyway, so we are now back up online with Uber and Grubhub because we actually ended up getting a stack on this order. So when I was at the restaurant, I got an additional $6 for 2 miles, which I went ahead and accepted. We delivered that one, and it turned into a $7.50 payout, meaning we're going to get a total of $18.50 payout at least for this order. So we are on the second part of that, which we're delivering, and I went ahead and felt very secure to turn on Uber and Grubhub due to the distance we are from restaurants, that both of those should be good to go because both of those normally send it to you with a little bit of prep time still built in. So, guys, I will be back at the end of this just so you can see the final payout of the order and see what our final payout is. And then we'll call it a video. And hopefully you found this informative on how to use multiple Samsung or multiple Android phones with driver utility enabled and Maxymo enabled. All right, guys, so I wanted to recap. That was what we started out with. Then I got that, and they added the $6 order. The $6 order then became that, which was $7.50. And then this order became, the original $11 became $13.75. So we got a total of $20. Actually, I guess it was $21.25, I guess, if I'm adding that up correctly, because it was $7, that's 20 plus the 50 cents plus one. Yeah, so $21.25 was the total payout. So I don't think we can argue with that at all. Fantastic payout. So anyways, guys, hopefully you learned a little bit about how to set this up. If you want to set up a similar setup, this to me is the most efficient way of doing business. And I would highly, highly recommend it if you can get your hands on 3 phones. And like I said, through eBay and different places and things, you can do that and do it pretty affordably. So anyways, guys, I'm up on all the different apps again. So I'm just waiting now to find a offer, and hopefully I'll get another offer soon, and we'll go from there. If you enjoyed today's video, hit that like button, hit that share button, and get this video some attention, if you don't mind. And that way maybe people will be able to look at this themselves and help some people out. And then, of course, as always, hit that like button to let YouTube know that it's a video worth watching. And guys, as always, I'll talk to you soon. What is up, guys? Dad Dash here, and it is another beautiful Wednesday, and I'm out, and I thought I'd speak to you today, and wanted to kind of just talk with you here for a minute about something that I think every Dasher gig worker needs to absolutely consider, and that is this. Listen, on YouTube, number one, the first thing I'm going to tell you, as a YouTube creator, I'm going to tell you that we as YouTube creators are always trying to figure out how to create content that you're going to watch. 2, controversy creates clicks. 3, information gets skewed being brought to you to try to create a flow of material that's going to bring clicks and watches to a channel. And as anyone who's creating for YouTube is going to be interested in obviously bringing content to their viewers. And, it's kind of there's really no responsibility of a YouTube creator to even be accurate, right? So we have to kind of police ourselves. And what I wanted to talk about was listen, one of the goals of my channel is to bring experience information to the community, right? And unfortunately, YouTube seems to be the best medium to do that. And my goal in doing that is to share my information and experience, and my hope is that then other people out there through either comments or other creators will in turn respond to whatever I'm talking about and share information with me. So when I hear other creators out there bringing information out, I feel like it's absolutely the responsibility of every creator out there to create a conversation. And to me, the conversation that's been going on now for the last few months has been addressing how to make money in the gig world. And one of the ideas that's being promulgated out there, that's being pushed, is follow DoorDash, do what DoorDash wants you to do, sign up for DoorDash programs, and DoorDash will magically make money appear in your account. And while this is good for DoorDash, it's really not a sound strategy for anyone out there who wants to do this in the long term. And I'm not really speaking to the short termers out there. And short termers will be people that, hey, they do this a couple hours a week. Maybe they want $50 to go to the bar. They want $50 to go on, a vacation, or maybe they have a spending goal in mind. So they go out, turn on their apps, and it's like, whatever, I'm just trying to make money right now. I got an hour or 2 hours to work. I don't really care how I do it. I just want money to magically appear in my bank account when I get done with this shift, or on my Dasher Direct card, and then I can go get what I need and move on and down the road, and I'm doing whatever else I'm doing with the rest of my life. And they're what I call the 1%er. They're doing this 1% at a time, and 99% of the time they're doing other stuff to earn money. I'm talking to the 1% reverse, the people that are doing this to try to make money, and the income from gig work represents the largest portion of their income streams. And that's who I'm talking to in this video. And if you want to do what I'm talking about, of course, and you're not one of the people that are doing this full time, of course, you can do this and you can put the time in, and I think you're going to see dividends pay out. But what I'm talking about here is this. The true key to making money is understanding your market. And one of the problems with coming to somewhere like YouTube is creators kind of talk about what they're doing as if it's going to work everywhere. And they tell them what they're doing, how they're accepting orders, what their order acceptance guidelines are. And they're like, I'm doing this and I'm getting this and I'm getting order X and Y and Z. But the problem is that gig work is 100% market based. So if you want an edge, you've got to understand your market. You've also got to go out and find out how other people are doing it, so you have a wealth of information and sources of information that you can pull on once you start to understand what your market is like. If you're a small town, low populated market with low income, where all you have is fast food, and you try to apply a cherry picking $3 a mile, $10 minimum strategy, and you're trying to do food delivery, it's not going to work. You're not going to like the results. And you're going to be sitting here searching, looking at people and saying, I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they do it. How do they do it? How are you doing this? How are you making $200 a day? I can't make but $40 a day. And the answer to that is because you're working someone else's market strategy for their market in your market that doesn't match. The other thing is this, is by knowing your market, you're going to find out what your market demands out of you as a gig business operator to make money. Your market may be a larger market, a rural market, low populated, but big miles and big square footage, and there might be 22 restaurants, and you may have to drive long haul. So your objective to make money in your market is you have to drive down your gas cost, because it may just be, it doesn't matter what somebody in an inner city market who can sit around with an area that's 10 square miles and say, hey, I'm making $2.50 a mile, and I'm making $20 an order, and life is great, and I can turn on my app at any time of the day. That's not your reality. So you have to go and say, well, how do I do this? What do I do? Well, if you're driving around a gas guzzler, and you're wanting to do this full time, again, that's why I'm talking to full timers, then you may need to get rid of the gas guzzler. You may need to drive a Prius. My market requires you to drive. I would love to be able to say I'm a $2 a mile market. Not my main market. I'm not. There is a market I can go to, and I can push $2.50, $3, right? But that market is far away from me. It's 20, 25 minutes away. It's not necessarily convenient, and it's not always easy to get into. So therefore, the market I'm going to end up working, I know that I need, to have the ability to control and limit and lower the cost it takes for me to drive my car. And I needed to drive down my gas mileage. So what did I do? Because I knew I was doing this as a main driver of my income, I went out and I traded my car. I got a Prius. I drove down my gas costs, and now I can drive more, okay, when I need to. I'm still going to try to limit my miles as much as I can, but I understand I got to drive $1.30, $1.25, $1.05. Now, I don't go under $1. I don't have to go under $1, but I'm driving sub $1.50 most of the time when I'm in my main market. And knowing that, I knew I needed to get my margins lower. So I had to go out and find a car that could help me do that and cut my cost and expense. So understanding your market and what it demands of you is key. Basically, what I'm saying to you is this. There is no shortcut. There is no magic program. There's one thing: knowing your market, researching your market, collecting data on your market, and understanding what your market demands to make money. Anyone that tells you that it's impossible to make money or be profitable is not telling you the truth. They're just telling you that they haven't taken the time to figure it out. And most dashers, most gig workers are not taking the time to figure it out. Probably most YouTube creators aren't taking the time to figure it out. And if your focus is on YouTube creation, you probably don't have the time necessarily to figure it out. So you've got to do that. If you're serious, if you're somebody who's sitting here watching these videos, you've got to figure out how to figure out your market. And what I'm going to tell you, and again, I'm not telling you this because I'm not selling you anything. I have offered and put on offer, and I have sent it out to other people free of charge, asking only that you support my channel and hit subscribe, and that's it. And I don't know if you do, you don't after I give it to you. But if you want to be able to interact and you want to see videos and you want to see whatever other things that I've got that are going to be linked in with the sheets that I provide, becoming a subscriber and being up on what's going on with the channel is always going to be in your favor. But you've got to go out and you've got to figure out how you can collect data on your market, and then how you can then analyze that data to be able to tell you what you need to know about your market and what you need to know about how your market works. And then you need to be able to take that and put that towards a strategy. The second prong is you need to understand the various strategies that are going on out there. And it's not really hard to find, but you go out on YouTube and you need to watch various creators from various different markets. Watch a small market, watch a large market. And you need to be able to consume that information so that you can then come up with your own plan. And the third factor is making it your own. Do not go out and try to do what I'm doing. Don't try to do what any other creator is doing. You've got to do what you're doing, and you've got to take everything you're learning, and you've got to say, I'm going to make it my plan. I'm going to change it up to work for me. Copycatting doesn't work. Never will work. You're doing something else that somebody else is doing. And then the other issue is you're not going to be able to make the necessary adjustments. If you think there's a step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you do all those things and magically you're successful, it's not going to happen. You've got to create your step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe it's in the mold. Maybe it's very close to what you see me do or another creator do, or maybe it's another driver in your area. But you've got to create the steps in your own mold, and then when you need to make adjustments, when things change, when things happen, when you've got to make the necessary adjustments because something happens in your market, then you can do that. And then you pull on your knowledge base from watching YouTube, from researching through the various internet outlets, from reading on the websites of the various different apps that you're working, and you pull into all of that source, and then you can make the various necessary adjustments so that you can continue to make money in the gig economy. You can make money, all right? You can make money. However, how you make money is not going to be the way I make money. You got to figure it out. You've got to go and put in the time and the investment. And that's why I say you are a gig business operator. You are a business person. Whether you like it or not, you're not a business owner, but you're a business person. You're very close to a business owner. You're like a hybrid business owner. You really don't own anything, but you got to act like you do. You own your time. That's what you own. So, I mean, I guess you do own something, but you own your time. And since your time is what you're trading for money, and since in my opinion, people that are involved in the gig world are people that value their time, you've got to make sure that when you're giving your time to these apps, that you're getting as much value out as you can. If you do that, if you educate yourself on your market, if you educate yourself on the various different strategies, so you have a strategy that you've come up with that deals with every single potential thing that's going on that you know of right now. And then if you continue to educate yourself, continue to watch other creators, continue to be aware of various different programs that are coming down, continue to see what other people are doing in reaction to these things in their different markets, be able to identify what your type of market is so you know who you need to watch and see. And if something comes to a market similar to yours and you're watching what they're doing, you can take their experience and you can educate yourself and you can make yourself better. That's what's going to get you here. Now, again, I'm being very careful. I'm not telling you to cherry pick. I'm not telling you to be a top dasher. What I'm telling you is know your market, because your market could demand you be a top dasher because you need the ability to dash anytime. Your market could say, hey, DoorDash is so good in my market, I don't need another app. And that's great. DoorDash could be a low volume, low populated market with only fast food that requires you to pull in other various different apps in order for you to make money. But you got to know what you've got. You've got to know the market you have. When you do that, if you follow what I'm telling you today, and you invest the time, and you learn, and you educate, and you create yourself a wisdom base, you will absolutely 100% be able to make money. Now, whether you're making enough money, that's a story you have to answer personally. Whether it covers everything you need, that's a story you have to answer personally. But because you're a gig business operator, what you're telling yourself and everyone else when you decide that that's what you want to do is that you believe you can string together enough opportunities to cover what you need. And where you get that from, that's the fun of being in the gig world. You just don't know. When you wake up in the morning, you don't know who you're working for or what you're doing. You don't know where the money's coming. You have to have a healthy dose of optimism and belief in yourself that at the end of the day, at the end of the week, at the end of the month, and the end of the year, things will be covered. And that you have the ability and the knowledge and the willingness to learn to know that you can get those things covered. And if you have that, if you are that person, if you're positive, if you have the optimism and the drive to move forward, you will do it. You can do it, and you will do it. So guys, go out there today. Start learning your market if you haven't. If you're not happy with your results, start learning your market. Start changing your mindset. Start being positive. Start pushing forward. Get into the solution, not the problem. Let a problem be nothing more than an opportunity, because a problem is nothing more than an opportunity. It's an opportunity for somebody to come up with a solution. And if it's your problem, you got to be the one to come up with that solution. And the solution is there. Go find it. Anyways, guys, I'll leave you with that today. I wanted to just come up with that because to me, I think we get into the negative areas. We get divisive. We get divided. We're not divided. We're not divisive. We are all on the same team in a sense. We all have the same goals when we're out here, and that is to make money. And together, guys, figuring it out, figuring our market out, going out and making our plans, you and any other gig worker that's watching this who follows this will get where you need to be. Thanks for watching, guys. If you just found this channel today, hit that subscribe button. Lots of great, interesting content coming out and things I'm going to be covering. Hit that like button, share this video, and guys, stay profitable, stay safe, and as always, I'll be talking to you very soon. What is up, guys? Dad Dash here, and wanted to come to you today with a little message here before the holidays. First of all, just to say happy holidays to everybody. Hopefully you get out and enjoy Thanksgiving. Either enjoy making money because of the increased business leading up to and following Thanksgiving, or just taking some time off and enjoying that time with your family. However, the message I wanted to send out to you guys, all right, is this. Remember, this is a great time right now to really hit up your shopping apps or sign up for a shopping app, because this is the time when people are going to be using them heavily. So just a little word of the wise for those of you who might be DoorDash burnout or burnout on food delivery apps, or maybe you're just looking for something new. Give it a look. Instacart, Shipt, all of them. Spark, all of them are flying off the handle. Roadie is teamed up with Walmart. A lot of money to be made, and it's a great time to get involved. It's a great time to get paid, really, and do something at a little different speed than the norm. And at the same time, too, you will be adding to your repertoire of apps to work, and that's always a good thing, because as you know, if you follow this channel, I am a huge proponent of selection and choice, and being able to have as many options to work for at any given time. And I will tell you, it goes up and down. Those, the shopping apps have good and bad days, good and bad months, but it's always nice to be able to have those running in the background. And as you will learn, if you're checking out Instacart, Spark, all of them run the same. You don't really have, in my opinion, you don't have an acceptance rate per se. They're just constantly pushing out batches of orders that you get to sort through and look through. And if something catches your eye, you hit accept. Most shoppers see all of them. Now, all of them have their own little plans. Instacart's got its little point system that allegedly you'll be able to see orders before others, etc. The biggest issue in that particular area is there are bot apps out there that will accept orders for people
And it's sometimes tough if you're not watching the app or looking, you miss opportunities. But look, as you get better with these, don't be intimidated by them. It's just like shopping for your own groceries. In fact, you get better at it. I was never a great grocery shopper myself. And as I've slowly worked on my shopping abilities and using the apps and using the maps and developing little tips and tricks, and again, using what I believe is the greatest gig delivery tool in the market, and that is a Samsung Android phone. The more tips and tricks, the more ways you get creative with using it. One of the ways that has absolutely increased my ability to shop and gotten my shop times in line and made me more efficient as a shopper is split screening the store app with the Instacart app. And some of the stores like Martin's, Wise, when you pull that up, you can immediately, as you pull up an item, if you're not certain where that item's at, you type it right in below. It'll pull it up, give you the aisle number, sometimes the exact shelf location, better than inside the apps. You can use it with your DoorDash shop and deliver apps. You can use it with, now Walmart Spark is the best by far, in my opinion, for shops as far as bringing you directly to an item. But it will allow you to be more efficient. It will allow you to get the shops done quicker. And that is really, really, really huge if you're going to try to do the shops, because you can sometimes, get what looks like a absolute banger of an offer. And then you get in there and it just goes haywire and you don't know where anything's at. And I'll tell you what, there's nothing like being in a store trying to find peanut butter. Every store has it in a different area, different zone, different pantry. And, it's something that I have, always remember seeing peanut butter everywhere until I wanted to find it as part of a shop. So it's just funny. It's kind of unique as you deal with those little things. But anyways, that's my message to you for Thanksgiving, for the holidays, ramping it up. It's a great time to get involved right now, because as we have back-to-back holidays in Christmas and in Thanksgiving, your shopping is going to be big. The ability to deliver packages, Amazon Flex. If you're not signed up for Amazon Flex, sign up for Amazon Flex. They are going to be having huge opportunities because of the holiday shipping and holiday stuff, that they're going to be wanting to push it out through their Flex area. So this is another great time to do that. So guys, anyways, that's my little message. Look, those of you DoorDash heavy, start branching out. Now is a great time. I can tell you right now that the screen is back in my area. It wasn't here. It left for a while. Now I'm back to the new screen with no item counts. Hate it. And I'll be honest with you. I have not done DoorDash in almost a week. And the last order I did was a large order program order for Panera Bread. And honestly, it just pissed me off because the customer, I watched the store pack this order, and the DoorDash customer contacts me and says there's missing items. And I'm like, are you shitting me, man? Come on. And I asked them what the items were. They refused to tell me. So I called support, made sure that my ratings were protected, which, by the way, you should always do. And talk with them, and they said, you won't be rated on this order. And I wasn't. And but I was like, I wanted to let them know. One of the things I wanted to let support know was I actually watched the store pack the order and check the receipt, and initial off on the receipt, to which I checked the receipt and it matched. So I don't know what was missing, but that was my last DoorDash order, and I'm sitting at 1,899 orders, and I have one more to hit 1,900. I was going to do a big deal about that, but I started thinking, you know what? I got into the shops, Roadie, Instacart, Spark shops, and you know what? I haven't had to do it. And I made, I've been making $50 an hour doing shops, guys. $50 an hour. And I'll do an earnings review here soon to go over how things have been going. But it's been really, really good. And I've been earning money really, really fast. And that's why I thought, you know what? I want to spread the word here, because there are so many people that are involved with DoorDash. and they think it's the only thing you can be doing out here, and it's really not. And that's why you've got to just be able to flexibly switch. And I'm not saying I'll never do DoorDash again. Don't get me wrong. If DoorDash sends me a decent order, I'm on it. But they haven't sent me a decent order, and I'm in the diamond zone now, and I got the new screen, and maybe there won't be a decent order that comes to my phone for a long, long time. If there isn't, I'm prepared for it. So anyways, all right, guys. Well, I'm going to jump off here. Hit that subscribe button if you enjoyed today's video. Hopefully you got something from it. If you did, hit me up in the comment section. Also, I was doing, and I did post up, and I'm still working on it, the multi-apping video that was requested of me. I got it posted. It started running, and then I realized there were some problems with the video, and I had to take it down. So it's coming. It's in production. I am so sorry to anybody that was looking forward to it. And it will be up. I promise you it will hit, and I will be doing that video, which is a live ride along screen share of the driver utility helper Maxymo and seeing that live and in action. Anyways, guys, talk to you soon. What is up, guys? Dad Dash here, and I'm coming to you today because I wanted to talk with you about what I believe, or what I can declare is the best mid-range phone that you can buy, although it's slightly, pricing wise, depending on what price point you buy this phone at, it kind of comes in a little bit the higher end. But I'm talking about the Samsung S21 FE, and I've been using this device now for the last 4 days, and I feel like I have enough information to talk to you guys about this phone, and I wanted to review it with you, go over it, talk to you about why I think this is a special phone, and why this is, after my long search going through the whole range of Samsung phones, why I believe this is the best valued phone for your money if you're not able to spend into the higher end. Now, there is a caveat, because this does come in very close in price to the S22, and there is a difference there. And I'm going to show you that when I get into the review section of this, because this is a phone that gives you a larger screen factor. So this is a device that would be more geared to somebody who wants more screen and wants that larger phone feel, but doesn't want to have to pay, $1,200–1,300 to get that experience. So guys, let's get into it. Let's jump into it. Let's talk about this. And I'm going to break this phone down for you and tell you why this should be a phone that should be on your radar, and why this phone is definitely one that you should consider buying and purchasing if you're looking to jump into the Samsung gig phone market. All right, guys, without further ado, let's jump in and let's talk about it. All right, guys, so we've got the lineup of phones here. So as I promised, I'm going to show you the different lineups of phones and go over the differences here, and talk to you why I think this phone right here, this is the Samsung S21 FE, and why I believe this phone right here is absolutely 110% going to get you a fantastic value for your money. Now, this phone right here on the right, this phone is the cheapest entry point into the Samsung family, in my opinion. That can get you a very reliable experience. The only caveat right now is that it is not going to get the latest upgrade to the Android 13, and it's only going to have one more year of security update. So you can get this phone for under $150. I got this phone for $130 off of eBay. You can get trade-in value of up to $150 on Samsung. Some carriers will even let you trade it in for $800 towards another Samsung. So it's actually a phone that you can take and spend $130 and get $800 in credit value towards it. That comes with some caveats. You've got to agree to a 3-year lock-in and different things like that. But still, it's not bad that you could spend $150 and then get an $800 credit for that same device. But anyways, this is the S10e, and it is a great device. It's
my preferred and will probably stay my third device, because I don't necessarily see a purpose in spending $400 or $500 on the FE necessarily when I have a device like this that I can get at least another year out of and go into the aftermarket. But for somebody looking for, and we're going to discuss exactly what I think the FE and who it's for and who I'm suggesting it for, and what person should consider the FE, or maybe should go and consider just plopping down $130 or less. It's actually going for a little bit less now, but this was a very good buy and a very good value for your money. So we're going to lay that and push that to the side. Now let's get into the three devices that you see here. These are the devices, and I have them listed in price. This is the FE, this is the S22, and this is the S22 Ultra. There's also an S22 Plus, although my opinion is it's S22 or it's Ultra. The in-between shouldn't exist, because if you're going to go bigger screen, the deals you can get for this phone, especially if you have a Samsung phone right now, makes it absolutely worth it to go full out Ultra if you're looking for the bigger experience. Now, this phone right here will start you out at $799 without any type of carrier deal, without any type of trade-in deal, although you can get this phone for virtually for free through Samsung right now, by trading in a device and with Black Friday deals. Now, this device right here, this is the FE, the S21 FE. And this device you can absolutely get for free with every carrier with a trade-in. And you can also get, if you want to buy it unlocked, maybe you don't have a trade-in, Samsung will give you $100 off and you can get it for $599. And that is still a fantastic price point. If you can afford $599, if you don't have a trade-in and you want to jump in, this device is the device to jump into. Now, I had thought the A53 would be the one, but because of its processor, I cannot recommend that phone. It's not bad, but you're going to have to limit what you're doing with that phone in terms of how many apps you're going to run at a time and things like that. This phone absolutely kicks butt, absolutely kills it, absolutely slays it, and it does everything that the S22 can do. In my opinion, when you're looking at the difference between these two devices, it's pretty obvious in hand what the difference is. And yes, there's a slight processor difference. You can get this for, and we're going to talk about which one you should buy, the 6 GB of RAM or the 8 GB of RAM. And again, it all comes down to size. If you're going with the 8 GB of RAM version, which is the 256 version, then you will be paying the same amount, at least MSRP wise, as this phone. It goes up $100. So you start to get into that range where you go, okay, if you're going to pay $799 for this phone, would you just jump up to this phone? And all that's going to determine on your form factor. Now you can see the form factor of these two phones. There's a quite significant difference, and this is a much bigger feeling phone in hand, but it's not overwhelmingly big. While the S22 fits very nicely in hand, but it gives you a smaller feel. It doesn't have as much room for all your multitasking and multi-apping. But if you're a smaller phone person, like who enjoys smaller phones like myself, this is going to be right up your alleyway. And this phone is absolutely a wonderful buy. And with all the deals that are out there, AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, all of them have a deal right now where you can pick this phone up for free with a trade-in. And, you know, all you have to do is essentially agree to depending on the carrier, either a 2 or a 3-year payment plan. And then they credit you each month with that, and you pay zero. You just pay the cost of your cell phone service. And most people are going to keep your cell phone service. Most people don't switch too much. So if you're happy with your carrier and you want to trade it in, it's a great way to go. Now, if you're on prepaid mobile or you're looking for that second line, this is where this device comes in, and you're going to be able to get it for $100 cheaper. You could get it for $699 with the $100 off right now on Samsung with no trade. You could get it for $599 for $100 off with no trade. Now, as I mentioned, there are two different models.
the 6 gigabyte of RAM and the 8 gigabyte of RAM, and that's based on 128 gigabytes of storage and 256 gigabytes of storage. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, I ran my entire workflow on this device. That was putting, I believe it was about 8 apps at one time running, and this device, shockingly enough, never even had a problem with it. It was a slight bit slower. There was maybe a little bit of lag. It wasn't as smooth as it had been, when you're running a couple of apps in the background. But overall, it did well. The only thing I noticed in hand was it really did start. You did start to feel a little heat. It did start to heat up. And when it's heating up like that, if you're feeling the heat coming off your phone, that the system is probably throttling it a little bit. And I would dare say that if I continued to do that for an extended period of time, I was probably going to run into problems, much like I did the evening I took out this phone and pushed it to its absolute max and got crazy with it and ran as many apps as I could with it in the background. And it absolutely did have a problem checking out a DoorDash order. It just wouldn't do it. It crashed. The whole phone had to be reset. It was a disaster. So again, I don't recommend you push these phones too far. And if you're going to be buying the lower end, that's where a phone like this comes in, that you can get 2 phones going. So you can have phone A and phone B. And when you get an order, you've got this phone is your order phone. Everything's running off of it. Your main apps are running on this phone, and you run your shopping apps on this phone. And you can have a really good setup. You could even run that setup with, if you have an iPhone, where you can have one or the other. But I recommend, the nice part about this is, and the reason why you should be considering a Samsung phone if you're in gig work or food delivery specifically, is because of Middleton Technologies apps that they have, Maxymo, Driver Utility Helper, and those 2 apps make a tremendous difference in your life and what you do. Now, getting into the S21 FE, what do I like about it? Number one, I love the form factor. In hand, this is a pleasure to hold. I absolutely love this. It has that kind of cold metal, little matte finish on the back, on the sides, but this I love. It's got a more angled approach. It fits perfectly in hand, and it's got you hand on the buttons. It's got all 3 of these have an under the screen fingerprint sensor. And it is just an absolute joy to hold without a case. And the nice part about it is it's a plastic back. Now, I would recommend you slap a case on this, because I recommend you get yourself a MagSafe case, which you can get off of Amazon. If I was going to keep this device, I would absolutely order one. But you can get a MagSafe case, and that way you can magnetically connect it to any of your phone holders in your car. It makes it easy on, easy off. The other thing I like about this phone versus the A53 is it does have wireless charging. So when you put that MagSafe case on, you can charge it wirelessly right in your car by using a wireless MagSafe base, and it'll charge it right there and keep a charge going. Now, I prefer to do the wired charge with these phones, because I found that the 15 watts of MagSafe, in some cases, depending on the charger you're using, the car is only 7.5 watts. It's not nearly enough to keep these phones from running low, because of everything you're doing in the background on these phones. It is absolutely putting a drag on the battery. So I recommend you plug it in, you keep an exterior power bank that you can plug in and take advantage of the super fast charging, because this actually does have the super fast charging on the phone, and you can charge it pretty quickly. I found it takes about an hour, as opposed to these phones. Both of these phones take about 45 minutes to get charged up. So, that is a slight difference. It's not a difference that I really think makes too much of a difference. But I'm going to tell you right now that this phone is a fantastic buy. It's a fantastic value for your money. And if you're an iPhone user looking to jump into the Samsung ecosystem, you can't go wrong with this device. You're going to see the green bars. You're going to see green bars on all 3 of these phones. And if this phone was turned on, which it's not, it needs to charge, you would see the green bars on that phone as well. Now, what are these green bars that you're seeing? This is the one-handed mode. I have the bars up because for me, when I'm out and about, and because these are work phones only, I like to be able to know where my swiping area is. I'm going to show you a few swipes here. I'll bring it up closer.
And you, all of these, now understand that every single one of these phones is set up exactly the same. I set all my Samsung phones up the same. I'm going to show you what you can do with this. And this is kind of more of a sales pitch on why should you use a Samsung phone. So let me show you a couple things that you can do here. First of all, you have the Edge. And the Edge is nice because these Edge panels, you can very quickly open an app and boom, there you go. You got it. Now, you can also very quickly, when you use the Edge panel, if you notice, I just held it and I got right in the search right away. Swipe up, you see these 3 bars. That's home. This is the app switcher menu, and then this is backwards. Now, if I go down on this phone, because it's not set up with Android 13 yet, the update has not come, I have it set up down that gets you the navigational buttons. And then if I go up, I'm not in an app. So let me go into an app here and I'll show you what this does. And that puts you into split screen view. And this is one of the things that I love about Android, and any Android phone can do what you're seeing right here. This is a basic functionality. What makes it nice is that extra swipe, which is why these green bars are there, puts you right away into it. Now, if I had Android 13, which these 2 phones are on Android 13, I can also do a 2-finger swipe up, which you have set up. But this is on every single Android, whether it's Samsung or not. You can set up the ability to do split screen. Now, how you get into it's a little different, but I showed you that. Now, on this side, let's go home. Now, if I do a quick swipe down, Uber's up. Quick swipe up, Grubhub's up. That's what makes this super duper nice. Minimize. These are now bubbled. Quick swipe down, it's back open again, and you can set up your top 3 or 4 or 5 apps that you work primarily and have them activate by quick swipe. Quick swipe down, we've got Instacart. Quick swipe up, we have DoorDash. Long swipe up, driver utility helper. Long swipe down, Maxymo. And long swipe over, which is extremely handy. It activates my timestamp camera, so I can immediately timestamp it down or turn it on if I need to, or activate it if I'm walking up to a customer. I can easily swipe over, hold it, and out comes the camera. Quick swipe, screenshot, quick swipe, screenshot. So this is absolutely, again, this is why these green bars are here. And these are the little things that make, besides Maxymo and driver utility helper, these are the little things that make Samsung such an amazing device. The other thing you can do is one last thing. So let me show you on this other phone here what I've done. This one I did not set up the trigger button, but on this device, if I double click, it puts me automatically in the Maxymo app, because this phone is my phone that I use, one of my phones that I use for my triple phone multi-action or multi-apping. But if I triple click that device, there it is. This one goes to driver utility helper app. Now you can change that button, that functionality, to any app you want. So if you know today I'm going to be using DoorDash primarily, or maybe I'm going Instacart, maybe you're a one app, or you can set that up to go directly in there. I like to have it go into these apps simply because then I can get into it, see my stats, and I can activate my apps right within that. Or if I already have them air bubbled up, I can activate them within the driver helper apps. And you can see we've already got a new shift available there. That's great. Now I want to show you one other thing. Long hold up. Now with Android 13, I can if you swipe long press down, it's going to go ahead and put you in pop-up mode automatically. So any app you're in, so you go into Grubhub and you want to set it up, and you just go, okay, long press down, boom, there you are, you're right in. And then you can air bubble it up. And then of course you can also get there fast, boom, just like that. So that's incredibly, incredibly handy. And these are the reasons why I say everybody should have a Samsung device in your pocket if you're a gig worker and you want to work more efficiently and you want to save yourself time. When you learn your workflow, when you learn how to use this device and you get your work down, multi-apping becomes a breeze. Lots of things become a breeze. And if you are an iPhone enthusiast and you want to keep an iPhone, and I do recommend you have an iPhone in your repertoire, the iPhone can easily be there for a single app. It could be there for
your shopping apps. You know, you can have it set up a multitude of ways and still utilize and get the benefits of having the Samsung as your main gig app operating device. And the S21 FE is an absolute no-brainer in getting you there and being your main device. It's absolutely capable of it, and I highly, highly recommend it. So I recommend this is it's the holiday season now. You're going to see deals coming out. That's why I figured this is a great time for me to conclude this series. I sent back to A53, and I am going to report that because I already own the S22 Ultra, the S22, and these are both devices that I'm going to be sticking with and upgrading as they go. And I'll be getting new models of each one of these as they come out, provided the deals are good. And then I've got my S10e, which I absolutely like, and it's actually still got this fingerprint sensor in there. I'm going to go ahead and send this phone back to Samsung because I don't feel like it's worth buying. The price I got this for was for just simply the $100 off. I got it for $599 from, or maybe it's I think it was actually $150 off. I got it for $550 from Samsung, and I would be expected to pay that out and pay Samsung the full $550, which I already have, but I'll get a refund back for the money which I've already paid. I don't really feel like, to me, owning these two devices, which covers me very, very well, along with this device, which will get security updates for the next year and probably stay relevant for another, maybe another 2 years or 3 years. To me, what I do, my ideal setup right now is the Ultra runs everything. It runs my DoorDash app, my driver utility helper app, and all my shopping apps. S22 runs Grubhub, Uber, with Maxymo running in the background, and it runs flawlessly. And then there are days that I will go out and utilize or throw an iPhone in the mix, or just use my iPhones, just because I want to use them and stay up with them. And sometimes the connectivity on iPhones, I do believe sometimes can be better. So I go ahead and do that. But for me, although it looks nice, it's beautiful color, it matches everything, and that's really attractive to me to be in that position to have. This looks much nicer. It gives you a bigger screen and everything's great. To me, it's just not worth the investment of $550 to do this. So I'm sending it back. But if you're in the market and you don't want to spend $700-800, if that's where you're at, you don't have a trade-in, maybe you're on you're on a prepaid carrier, and this is a device that has a deal or it's free or whatever. If you're on Xfinity, this is a free device. This is not a free device. I think they take $400 off this device, but this one's completely free. They're running it free, or they're running it close to free. I think it might be $5 a month. Dude, no hesitation. Take this one, and have no hesitation taking the 128 gigabyte, 6 gigabyte model. Turn on the extra RAM Plus, and you should be no problem. Now, if you want to go extra, if you can afford the extra few bucks and you want to go 256 gigabytes, you get the extra 2 gigabytes of RAM, and more RAM, the better when you're running your workflow 4 gig apps. So that's where we stand, guys. So, guys, I hope you enjoyed this review today. Like I said, I got into some, it's not your typical phone review. I'm not going to get into like techie specs and stuff like that. I wanted to talk about this phone in relationship to what you could expect as a gig business operator and what you could expect in relationship to the other options that are out there. Now, I went out, I invested in these phones for a couple of reasons, and I've spent a lot of money on different phones throughout the last 2 years, trying to find the best lineup. And this is the best lineup that money can buy right here, in my opinion. These are the best phones in their respective areas. This is the best smaller form factor phone that can get the job done. The S22, S22 Ultra, in my opinion, is the best gig device that you can buy on the market, period, end of story. And then for the best value for your money, the best device that you can buy that's not $1,000, not $1,200, $1,300. Still get a big screen, still get a great battery performance. S21 FE, guys. And then, of course, if you're in a sub 150 category and you just want a device that you can pop out. In fact, this device right here has 6 gigabytes of RAM, and it still can run my workflow. I have run my workflow on this device, and it did better than the A53. So I can't speak higher about this device right here. The only problem with this device is like I said, it's not getting the latest upgrades, and it's going to start to not be as reliable because of that fact. But this is a great entry point if you want to get a feel for a Samsung phone and you want to jump into it. You want to run your driver utility helper and your Maxymo, and you want to just run your 3 food delivery apps, and then maybe you have another phone, an iPhone, that you can run your shopping apps on. This is the device that can get you right in the door. And like I said, you can parlay this for a $130 investment. Turn around on AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, wherever you're at, and you can trade this device and get $800 for it. Deal of the year right here. $130, flipping it into $800. I'm just, like I said, there's no point for me to do that and open another line and commit for 3 years. But best believe I'm going to keep watching because the deals will still stay there, and I guarantee you there will be a deal to be had on this phone and device, or I'll just keep it. I like the phone. I think it's great. I'm going to probably keep this phone, to be honest with you, until it runs out, and just have it as a backup phone and just have it as a third wheel that's running around in the background until it's no longer a phone I can use. So anyways, guys, hopefully you enjoyed today's video. If you did, if you liked it, if you want to see more of this stuff, hit that like button. Leave me a comment. Tell me what you think. Tell me the next phone you'd like me to look at for you. If there's a phone you have you want me to look at, I'll go out and I'll buy it. I'll look at it. I'll review it. I'll put it through the paces. I'll see how it works and come back and report it to you guys. And as always, if there's anything you want to see me do, if there's any questions you have, I'll make a whole video on it. If it's big enough of a question, I'll run it depending on if you have S22 or S22 Plus. I've got a device right here I can test everything on. S22 Ultra, I'll test it. And for a few more days, I'm going to have my hands on an S21 FE. And then, of course, I've got a sub $200 phone right here that I can run any test on for the S10e series phones. I'll run it. I also have iPhones over there. So let me know, guys, whatever questions you have. That's one of my missions on this channel, is to bring you the best tech that you can use to make the most money in the gig business, in the gig economy. Thanks for watching, guys. As always, stay safe, stay profitable, and I will talk to you soon. What is up, guys? Dad Dash here, and coming to you today to talk to you about an issue that I think is extremely relevant for every dasher, gig worker to understand, but really every dasher to understand. And it's regarding what I think is the true issue that every dasher faces, and that is base pay. And I've talked about this. I did a video a little while ago talking about how that DoorDash was essentially stealing pay. I also brought some information out, as I shared with you, that DoorDash collects between 40 to 70% of the ticket price of the order. So what do I mean by ticket price? I mean, if a customer is spending, say, $40 at a restaurant, DoorDash is collecting between 40 and 70% in fees between the customer, between the restaurant, between markups on their menu that they utilize on their website. And they're keeping that money, and then they're giving the dasher most of the time between $2 and $3.25, depending on the market you're in and depending on where you're dashing at. Now, obviously, certain states, California, New York, dashers in other states are subsidizing what DoorDash is forced to pay out in those markets. But DoorDash is underpaying its dashers severely.
and they're not even following their own Dasher pay model. And I'm going to give you some examples and show you some stuff here. But the first thing I want everybody to be aware of, if you haven't looked at the Dasher pay model, to understand exactly what it is that we're supposed to be being paid and how pay is supposed to work. And this is straight from DoorDash's website. Right here is exactly how it's supposed to be. Base pay is supposed to be made up of time, distance, and desirability. And then you get promotions, which is peak pay and challenges. Now, DoorDash loves to pay this right here. And there's a reason why. Because they can hold out to politicians, government officials, and they can say, hey, look, this is what our pay is. But this is not the promotions, the peak pay, the challenges. That can go away in an instant. So they would prefer to increase pay in this area so that when nobody's looking, they just don't run the promotions. They don't run the peak pay. They don't run the challenges. And when they're not running it, they're keeping it and booking it as profits. And then, of course, the next area, the primary area they want their pay to come from is tips. However, DoorDash, as is well known, several years ago, DoorDash was actually taking any tips and keeping any tips under $10. That was just how it was done. And DoorDash got in trouble for that. They got held accountable, and they got told that you can't do that anymore. So what they did, they're still doing it, but they're just doing it in a different way, and they're doing it in a way that nobody will recognize. And that is the way they're doing it is essentially by not following this area right here, and by flat paying everybody a flat base pay when they can, and then only using this model, which is supposed to be done on every single order. This is supposed to have no bearing on this. So whatever this is, let's say this is $12 from the customer. The base pay should be its own independent calculation. That's what DoorDash says. And it says that right here. Base pay is DoorDash's base contribution for each order. This will range from $2 to $10 plus, depending on the estimated time, distance, and desirability of the order. Deliveries that require Dashers to travel a longer distance, that are expected to take more time, that are less popular with Dashers, will have a higher base pay. Base pay will not change based on the customer tip amount. So what they're saying is, if you read this, the way it's phrased is that this should be every order, whatever the order is, say from whatever restaurant they're at, that order should have its own fixed base pay because it should be based on that particular Dasher. Now, where DoorDash has a little leeway and wiggle room is that Dasher A might be here and Dasher B might be here. And let's just say this is a map and say the restaurant is here. So they would be able to say, well, I offer Dasher A, $2 base pay, and I offered Dasher B $3 base pay because there was a difference in distance. So that's where it gets a little hairy. That's where it can get a little crazy. However, the issue with this is, again, because DoorDash doesn't have to show the Dashers or really anyone what that base pay is until after the order is accepted and paid out. There's no way to find out or for anyone to know, well, what are they calculating? How are they doing it? You just see base pay. They don't give you what that breakdown is or how they came to it. So there's no way to collect data on it, and there's no way for anyone but DoorDash to know how they got to that base pay calculation. And therein lies how DoorDash is able to move it around and essentially, without anybody knowing, pay everybody the same base pay regardless of where you're at. So say Dasher B is, say, we're taking B is here and A is here, and restaurant is, up here. So say B is, 4 miles away and A is 2 miles away. Technically, there should be a difference in base pay, but there's no way of knowing it. But what DoorDash is going to do is they're going to pay 2 and they're going to offer 2, and then they're going to let the tips, pay out. Now, the only difference is they may show this Dasher, $7, and this Dasher may see $6, and that's simply because they're going to show a little bit more because this person has a little bit distance, but they're not actually paying anymore, and they're keeping the $2. Now, when they have an order that doesn't have the tips to be able to support, getting a high enough order to pay out, they will flatline the ones that have tips, supporting tips, and then the customer that doesn't pay enough, DoorDash will raise the base pay on it until they find an amount of money that gets the order delivered. The problem with that is that technically the way DoorDash says is that when they're pricing it out, tip or no tip, should have no bearing or basis on the base pay of the order. So technically speaking, a non-tip and a tip in an order showing a tip should have the same base pay. The only difference should be tips. But DoorDash gets away with essentially holding back paying out base pay on the higher tip orders by not being transparent. So the point of what I'm trying to make is that the real key, the real thing that we need is transparency. And the real thing that we need is a true discussion about this. And this is where all discussion should be about. And it should be about making DoorDash demonstrate and show what they're doing, how they're paying, what the criteria is that they're using, and how are they coming to the calculation based on time, distance, and the desirability. And they should have to show it. And they should have to show it to a dasher and say, okay, this is what your base pay is. We're showing you this order. You're getting $2 base pay, and 50 cents is for miles, 50 cents is for your time, and $1 is because you're getting a desirability kick because this has been a less desirable order, or it's been sitting out, or we need it to be delivered because it's not, it's running late. But because DoorDash doesn't show that right now, and they don't have to show it unless we make them show it or someone makes them show it. Right now, DoorDash's focus is on this. They want to focus on promotions, and they want to focus on getting the customer to tip enough, and they want dashers focused on getting their anger up over tips. Hey, this customer didn't tip enough. It's the customer's fault. Customer didn't pay enough. But what they're not telling you is the customer is in fact paying enough, and the restaurant's paying. And there is a lot of money already being paid out before we even get to the tip. So sometimes customers aren't tipping because they've paid out so much money on the front end between their convenience fees and the markup on the menu that when the tips come out, they might not have enough money to tip or get a decent tip in. Now, some would say, well, don't use the service, but DoorDash says, no, they want their fees. But if DoorDash would flip the script and say tips are shown after, tips shouldn't be a factor in accepting the order, and that they would then say, okay, we're going to charge the base pay, and we're going to have to share the money from our fees to make sure the base pay is enough. Yes, DoorDash makes less, but DoorDash should make less, because when in reality of the situation is the ones that have the real skin in this game is the restaurants and the delivery drivers. DoorDash is simply a middle person who just simply owns technology, who doesn't really belong there in the first place. They're there simply because they're saying we can make things easier and we have technology. And obviously the dashers have to give up a little something and the restaurants have to give up a little something in order to make all this work. However, the problem is DoorDash is taking more than its share should be. And they're leading everyone to believe that, well, if we have to pay people what they're due, we're going to go out of business. No, you're not going to go out of business. Because there's going to be, if restaurants want their food delivered, and if that delivery drivers want to work, right, there's always going to be a demand there. And DoorDash just needs to let the customers know this is what it's going to cost you. And yes, DoorDash is going to do less volume, but DoorDash's true expenses, when you look at it, are very little. They are simply maintaining the technology. They don't have cars on the road. They don't pay expenses. They don't pay gas. They don't do any of those things. They simply have an app that they have to maintain. They maintain customer service for the app. They maintain continuing to keep the app up and running. And then, of course, they maintain the people to go to the restaurants and sign them on board and manage the relationships with the restaurants and to manage relationships with the drivers through DoorDash support. The cost of these things are not at the level that DoorDash would have you believe. So this is something that's just so very important, because when we have these discussions, and right now this weekend, this is a relevant discussion, because right now there is a huge movement, or there was, I don't know how successful it was, around a driver strike. And the driver strike is going to fail. It's always going to fail. And it's going to fail because DoorDash is going to have enough drivers always. And there's no unifying ability for drivers to come together. And one day is not going to make that big of a difference. But DoorDash is always going to have somebody to come pick an order up. There's always going to be some part-timer out there, or somebody they're going to come in. Or what DoorDash is going to do, they're just going to up the promotions. They're going to use their algorithm, because the other thing that you have to understand, and there's going to be some huge information coming that I think that is going to be very interesting. I know I'm very interested in seeing it. There's a book coming out December 1st. Potentially, it appears from what I've seen on the Twitter page, that is going to be discussing in depth the DoorDash algorithm and how DoorDash is using its algorithm to learn about each driver. And I think it's going to, the information from what I'm seeing in the tweets and the background of this book, from what I've seen, is it's going to be about talking about exactly how DoorDash uses its algorithm to create a reality that it wants us to see. And for me, I'm looking forward to reading this book, because to me, that's something I've suspected. There was an incident that I kind of confirmed this in a sense, and I've talked about it on my channel, but I'll talk about it here, where my wife dashes, and she doesn't do it very much, but we will go out together, and she likes to do, we will kind of sit there together and see what orders come to our phones, which one's the better ones. And I was very surprised when she got I believe it was 875 order to her phone. We were seeing Buffalo Wild Wings, and it was 875 going, I think, 6 miles. Now, we turned it down because I didn't like it. I didn't like where it was going. It's going to an apartment complex, and it just wasn't going to a spot that I thought that would keep us with our flow. So we turned it down. But what was startling to me was the exact same order came to my phone. Now, it hit her phone first, but it came to my phone second for $7. And that startled me, because I said, wait a minute, hold on. My thought had always been that DoorDash would be sending an order to me, and then the next dasher would see it and it would go up, because that's the desirability factor, right? This is a less desirable order because I turn it down. Thereby, DoorDash is going to reprice it. It shouldn't be priced down. Suddenly, it kind of hit in my brain and said, wait a minute. They know that information about me. And the significance of the $7 order to me was the Charlestown market, as you guys have seen on my channel and my ride-alongs and everything. I work the Charlestown market. Charlestown market is a $3 base pay market, meaning the sweet spot of that market is $7. And that's where the hidden tips are. And in my data, in my acceptance, in my profile, I accept a lot of $7 orders, especially being in that market, when I'm in that market, specifically when I'm in that market. And there's a lot of hidden tip that comes in that market at $7. So DoorDash, I believe, reading that, it sends that order to me at $7, thinking, oh, that's what I'm going to accept. Now, my wife, her account has less than 100 deliveries on it. So she doesn't have the data. They don't know. They're kind of feeling her out. So they sent her a higher order, because they were just trying, I think, to see what she would and wouldn't accept. So to me, that told me that this is not about the market. This is about you individually. Each person potentially, in my opinion, could be a market. And it appears that there's some support for this out there. And I think we're going to learn that what DoorDash is doing is it's actually learning. The algorithm is not learning a market. It's learning the driver, and then tailoring everything to the driver to manipulate the individual. And therefore, when DoorDash comes out and says we're doing it on time, distance, and desirability, the issue with that is if DoorDash's algorithm is going after the driver individually, then this is false. then the pricing of these orders, if they're not doing it on the desirability of the order, I guess it would be driver desirability of the order, which is totally different. That's not how they're presenting it to the driver. And this is significant because if it's based on your own desirability, then you may have more control over what you see. But DoorDash isn't letting you know that. DoorDash is stealing your information and using it against you. And you think you're sitting there being smart and doing X, Y, and Z, when reality is all the algorithm is making all these decisions faster than you can make a decision. And they're hitting you back with information that is designed to control you. So again, it's significant that the discussion needs to be around transparency. We need to force them to come out of the shadows. And every time we talk to somebody, whether it's a local representative, whether it's somebody coming to us that says, hey, you work in this market, tell us about what your thoughts are. What can we do to help you? DoorDash wants us to talk about tips and customers suck and it's all on the customers. No, we need to change that discussion, and it needs to be about base pay. It needs to be about DoorDash and every gig app out there. Grubhub shows you the base pay. They show you the base pay up front. You know what's going on. They show you the full payout of that order. There's no guessing. And then when they show you the base pay, they even show you a breakdown of what it entails. And that is information that over time you can begin to build a trend of understanding. Okay, how is Grubhub viewing this? What are they doing? And there's some accountability for Grubhub there when they have to show you that information, and they can't just give you a flat figure or just flatline you out. But DoorDash is doing these things because they don't believe we care as Dashers. Now, the other thing I want to go in and kind of make a point on is this. I want to show you these orders, right? And I did a little messing around with these orders, but I want to show you this is the order that we think we're seeing. And this is just an example of DoorDash manipulation, right? DoorDash shows every Dasher this order. And you look at it, this is the order screen now. I'm on the new order screen now all of a sudden, but these were captured before that in the last few weeks. I want you to look at this, right? And I want you to look at this figure right here, because this is the manipulation right here. They're showing you 825. So when you're looking at this, you're like, oh, it's an 825 order going 3 miles. But what is this offer really, right? If you go back to that and go look at the information I was showing you, you go back and look at Dasher Pay, right? This is really, and will always be, and let me show you, this will always be this right here, $2.25 for 3 miles. Now, UDM tried to make this point on his channel. I think it kind of just wasn't being understood. But the point is that DoorDash doesn't want you seeing that. They don't want you thinking that. They don't want you understanding that when you hit accept, every time you hit accept, you are validating and you are agreeing and you are making a case when DoorDash goes, well, they accepted it. I've talked to people. I've talked to DoorDash customers. And yes, they have an attitude that says, hey, they accepted it. And that is a valid argument because they did accept it. We do accept it. We accept it every single time and every single day. And when we accept that 825 order, whether we believe it or not, we are agreeing to 225, not 825. We're agreeing to work for 225 plus a tip. And DoorDash is saying there's a potential $6 tip on this order. Now, sometimes it's more base pay, but because DoorDash isn't showing the base pay, we don't know what we're agreeing to. We are blindly agreeing to 225 for 3 miles because that's what the base pay was on this order. But I'm just showing you the order screen. This is what it should be showing. And if DoorDash was forced to show you the base pay only, with saying, well, there could be a tip and a customer will tip you later and you'll see the tip an hour after your order comes in, people would be turning this down, and DoorDash wouldn't get away with offering 225 going 3 miles, traveling all the way up the road. DoorDash would be forced to make this order acceptable. They'd be forced to say, okay, maybe they want to pay $1.50 a mile. Maybe it's $2 a mile, whatever it is. It would be forced out into the market, and Dashers would force this pay up, and DoorDash would be forced to pay more money out of their pocket and share those fees. Let's take a look at another order, guys. I will take a look at one more order, and I'll show it to you again. Here it is. This is Jersey Mike's. This is a real order that I got, right?
$12.50. It looks halfway decent, right? I mean, it's not bad from my perspective. It's not bad. It puts me dead center in between two marketplaces. Sector A, there's B, there's restaurants here. C, there's D over here. This is big. So I've got potential orders popping in everywhere. So I'm looking at this. I'm going $12.50. That's a great payout. $12.50, 8.7 miles. There's no dead miles because I'll be in range to get orders as soon as I make that drop off. Hey, this looks like a great order, right? So, except for the fact that this is really what the order is. That's DoorDash's manipulation. That's the reality DoorDash wants you to see. But it's really this, because this was what my base pay was. 8.7 miles. Now, under DoorDash's own payouts, my base pay should have been more than $2.25 on this because of the distance alone. Now, time on the order as well, because it's going to be longer. Even if I don't have a long wait, it's a longer drive time. So it should be more than $2.25. There's no basis for a $2.25 payout. And then on top of that, desirability, right? But because DoorDash is not having to show us that, anybody that would see this order come across their phone, and DoorDash would say, all right, we're going to put you to work for a 5-item order, Jersey Mike's, 8.7 miles, and you're going to drive all this distance. This order will be flat turned down and says, well, there could be a tip coming in. Somebody may say, well, yeah, there could be a tip coming in, but this is the only real guarantee because that tip can be changed. If the customer calls in or the customer goes in the app and adjusts the tip afterwards, all they got to do is chat with support and they can remove the tip afterwards if they want to. So this is the true offer right here, but DoorDash isn't showing it to you. Again, DoorDash is manipulating the reality of the driver, and they're manipulating your reality, and they're showing you the $12.50, right? Now, this actually turned into a little bit more because this actually turned into I believe the final payout was $12.75 because it ended up being a $10.50 tip and $2.25 base. So there was actually 25 cents hidden tip. Why DoorDash does that, I have no idea. But that was what the final payout screen was on this. But anyway, the point of what I'm trying to make to you is that DoorDash is hiding more than a tip. The hidden tip is what they want you to focus on. What they're really hiding is the lack of base pay that they're paying and that they're keeping. Because this order, without a doubt, should be more than $2.25 base pay. And the fact that they're only paying $2.25 base pay, regardless of what the customer has tipped, by their own writings, says the base pay should have no effect based on what the tip is. So therefore, because they're paying only $2.25, which is the minimum pay in my area, if whatever this should have been, whatever this calculation is that DoorDash uses, which we don't know because they don't have to share it with us and we never see it, but there is a calculation that it should be. There is an amount that it should be, and what DoorDash is doing is holding that back. And then they're giving us the $2.25 plus the high tip on this, which is like $10, giving that to us. And yes, it does present as a halfway decent order. And then they're keeping that money back so they can then give it to the orders where tips are low or not enough to compensate the dasher fully for the time that they need to spend. So guys, hopefully this makes sense to you. I felt like this was a relevant time to put this out, and be on the lookout for, like I said, for more relevant information to be coming, because there is going to be, I think, some things coming out here soon that I think that we as dashers need to be aware of and read. And I know I'm going to be making you guys aware of it as well and reading up on it and bringing it to you. Because this is the discussion points that we need to be focused on, and that we need to ensure that as there is interest, and there will be interest, there is things coming. There are government initiatives coming down the pike, and some of us may be asked our opinion. Some of us may be asked what needs to be done. What do we need to do? What needs to be done within the gig community? And we need to make sure those answers are correct. And let me just give you a clue. The answer is not become an employee. The answer is transparency. It is forcing the apps to show you exactly what the pay is, and it is making this a fair bidding market so that we can know what we're bidding on And so that DoorDash doesn't get away with manipulating us with this when really they're offering us this, because the tip is not yet guaranteed. The tip can be changed, it can be adjusted, and it can be changed for up to 30 days on DoorDash by the customer calling in after the fact and adjusting it. Most of the time it doesn't happen, but the point is it can, and it's not guaranteed. The only guaranteed portion of a DoorDash order is the base pay at this given moment. And that's why that should be shown. And that's why that should be the amount that should be being considered by any driver when they're deciding to go to work for DoorDash. The tips should be a secondary thing. It should be an afterthought. And this goes for every single app out there, from Instacart to Spark to Grubhub, Uber Eats, whatever gig app it is, the apps should be forced to show you what they're paying you. And the tip, the gratuity that occurs after the fact should show up an hour later and should be something that's not even in the consideration when you're making that decision on whether or not you go to work for DoorDash or not. All right, guys, I appreciate it. Hopefully you enjoyed this. Hopefully this made sense. If it did, hit that subscribe button right now, right? Subscribe. So you're in the know. Make sure your notifications are on and like this video so it gets around and it spreads around. And of course, as always, have a conversation with me. Talk to me in the comments here. And this affects everybody, guys. This is not a top dasher discussion. This is not a cherry picker discussion. This is an everybody discussion. And this should be something that every single dasher, every single gig business operator out there that's working any app should absolutely be involved with and should care about and should want to talk about and should want to learn about and should want to be aware of and should want to understand the correct talking points and should understand what they need to be focused on and what they need to be looking at. All right, guys, as always, stay profitable, stay safe, and I'll be talking to you soon. What is up, guys? Dad Dash here, and I wanted to come to you today with a quick video to kind of visually show you why, in my opinion, no value, no trip is the most efficient way to work, and why it makes the most sense for dashers out there to be working this way. And really, it applies also to any multi-apper. It can apply to also any top dasher as well. Although top dashers, and I'm going to tell you this, it can apply to anyone, and that's what makes this nice, because you define your value. You define a value that you want to see out of your work and your time. And, again, we're going to get into it and talk a little bit about this. So let me show you here. I've come up here with this spreadsheet. I put in some information on here, offer 1, offer 2, offer 3. I want to talk visually about what you're seeing here. So offer number 1, let's talk about this offer. It's $11 offer, 20 minutes time to complete. 6 miles is the estimated miles, and the projected order value on this order is $33. No tip. So you might say, well, Steve, where would you see this type of order at? Well, I'll tell you where. You might see it on Uber Eats. You might see this on Grubhub. You might see this on Instacart. You could even see this on a shop and deliver offer, depending on the size of it, for DoorDash. The point is here, what I'm trying to highlight is the fact here that this order represents a $33 projected order value. And what is a projected order value? The order value is simply what does this represent in time value, essentially. You could even call it timed value. In other words, what does getting paid $11 for 20 minutes of work represent in terms of an hourly earnings? So this is telling you that if you earn $11 every 20 minutes that you're working, you're going to be earning on average about $33, which tells us we will be earning $100 in less than 4 hours, which for me, in my metrics,
is exactly what I want. I am wanting to earn $100 every 4 hours that I'm out or less. And that's going to either let me leave early or earn more. And either one works great for me. But my point on this is that I wanted to show you that you've got this, layout here, 0 tip. Would you really turn this down because there was no tip? And the answer to that, we're going to take a look and see, go down on offer 2 and offer 3 and get a little bit more into that of making the point I want to make in regards to tips and in regards to looking at the value. So next offer is $10.50, 22 minutes estimated time to complete. That's going 6 miles. It's just a little slower area and a little slower restaurant. Projected order value, $28.64. Tip amount, $8. So in this instance, the tip is more, right? But the total payout is less because DoorDash is only paying $2.50 or whatever the app is paying $2.50 base. So in this case here, the question is, you would say, well, no trip here, and you're going to turn down $33 worth of value. But you come down here and there's a tip amount of $8, and you say, okay, well, I'll take that because the tip's there. And then you're getting less order value. Again, that would be if you're focusing on trying to figure out tip or no tip. The point is, the tip really doesn't matter because in this case, this and this are the only 2 things that matter. The amount of money they're paying you and then the estimated time it takes to complete, and then figuring out what does this represent in terms of your value for your time. The offer number 3 is a quite common low offer that at least I see in my market. $5.25, 2 miles, 10 minutes time to complete. What is the projected order value on something like this? And that is actually $31.50. Again, much higher than this $8 tip. The tip amount only $2. A lot of you would say, I'm not taking this offer because it's too low or the tip is too low. But this is why, in this case, this actually represents a very good offer, a very good value. And as a result, as opposed to setting a minimum dollar amount, what you should be looking at in this case is saying, what's the amount? What's the estimated time to complete? That's definitely worth your time. So you complete this. If you're looking at this in terms of an hour, let's say you got offer 1, you followed up with offer 2, and you followed up with offer 3. It actually gives you a total of 8 minutes in between orders. And this would actually be, in my opinion, a pretty solid hour, $26.75, if this is what your hour looked like with 8 minutes in between. The point I'm trying to make here is that focusing on this end here, where you can see, if you got rid of this offer and said, I'm turning it down, moved on to 2, moved on to 3, you'd end up with $15.75 for your hour. You may not see another offer. You may have to turn down a few more. But because if you looked at this and said, well, no, I know there's no tip there, I'm getting rid of it. No way. To me, that is not a strong business decision. DoorDash wants to distract you and have you worried about this area right over here. They want you to blame this being low because this isn't enough. When the reality is that this area over here is in full control of DoorDash. And it's also, this area as well is coming from the customer. So whether you're getting paid from the customer by tip or by fare or by fee, it does not matter. It's still coming from the customer. It's just this is being taken from them by DoorDash and requested from them and required from them, while DoorDash is saying, well, the amount you pay your driver is optional. That is a DoorDash issue. That is a Grubhub issue. That is an app issue. And it is up to us as drivers to ensure that we have the correct value for our time. And if the value isn't there, we don't do it. If your market doesn't offer you enough value to earn what you need, then you are going to unfortunately have to say, well, you know what? I can't do it full time. I'm going to have to go back and find something else to do or find another way to earn. If it can only give you what you need on a part-time basis, you need to recognize that it is what it is. The market is what it is, but you need to figure out what do you need to earn per hour, figure it out, and then figure out what the amount and the time it's going to take you to complete that order what does that tell you? What does that compute out as value? And make all your decisions based on this. I can tell you right now, the miles to money is the least important thing that you need to be looking at the offer screen. And it's nothing but a distraction, because the miles to money, if you're making sound decisions here, making sure that the estimated completion time and the amount is in line and locking up to a good order value, then your miles will fall right in line. Now, miles are a piece to estimating your time, because you don't necessarily want to go off what the app tells you. You want to go what you know. So you want to look at the miles, you want to look at the restaurant, and you want to make a quick calculation to say, can I do it in the time I need it? $11, I got to do it in 20 minutes or less. Can I do that? If the answer is yes, hit accept, and then go forward with it. The other thing I want to show you is, look, some of you may say, well, no tip, no trip. If there's no tip, I'm not doing it, and I'm not going to take 225 orders on this. Well, you would not be required to, because as you're going to see here, there really is not a time amount that a 225 offer should ever be taken. Never. Even 325, right? That's $19.50. That's still not hitting the mustard of $25. And $4.25 is just about there. So you could take a $4.25 10-minute order going 2 miles with a $2 tip, and guess what? You could still earn $25 an hour completing those. Now, one might say that, why would you want to have to do, the amount, do 4 or 5 orders when you could grab 2 orders or 3 orders and get it done that way? And that's a fair argument to make. But the point of it is that if you're out here trying to earn money, you're out here trying to put together an hour, you need to understand what these orders represent to you in terms of value. And that's all you should be worried about. And if you see a $4.25 offer that you can do in 10 minutes, and that's a $25 order value, pick it up, get it done, and move on to your next one, because the next one might be $11 for 20 minutes. And then you're at, $15.25, and then lo and behold, shortly thereafter you get a $10.50 for 22 minutes, and now you're sitting at $25.75. So the point for the hour, so the point of it is, guys, is stop worrying about tips. Tips are a distraction. Start worrying about one thing: demand that this amount represents good value when compared to the time they're going to ask you to work for them. And if it doesn't, turn it down. If it does, hit accept. And if you're doing that, then your miles and your money will absolutely line up. Guys, thanks for watching. If you found value in this video, please hit that like button. Share this with at least one person. Hopefully, this was helpful. Hopefully, this comes across. Hopefully, you can use this and go out and make more money. You can use this for any app. You should use this is to me is the only way you should be multi-apping, because you should be applying this to every single offer you see and trying to see and looking at it from what value does this represent to me. And if it represents the value you need, hit accept. If it doesn't, move on. It's that simple. Never take an order that doesn't represent value to you. I'm going to touch on one last thing here that just came to mind. I promised you, I said top dashers can be included, because you might be going, well, Steve, if a top dasher is accepting every order, then they're not. Well, no. There's a statement there. Value to you, right? I'm telling you what my value is. My value for my time is a minimum of $25 when I'm working for these apps. I want to be making at least $25. That guarantees me that by the time I'm out, I'm more likely going to earn $20 or more an hour. And if I'm at 30, I'll earn 25. If I'm at 35, I'll earn 30. But 25 is my buffer zone. I want to make sure that I'm working. So if I end up in a continuous work flow, that if I'm taking orders of 25 or more, I know my money's going to get there. I know I'm going to get it there quick. I know I'm going to either end up getting off early, or I'm going to end up making more than what I need, which gives me the opportunity to not have to work in the future, or puts more money in my pocket, and I can use that for other things that I want to spend money on. Now, on the top dasher front, because we're talking value here, this offer, let's just say this 225 offer for you, for me, I may look at this and say, I'm not going to go to work for $13.50. But if you have a reason that you feel Top Dasher is valuable, then for you, this is not the end all be all. Because for you, you're suggesting that you're going to take less value right now and that you believe that there will be more value later at some point that will make up the lost value here. But I want you to understand that when what you're looking at here, let's say you take this 225 offer, and let's just say on average, probably if you were doing, you're realistically speaking, you're going to spend about 15 minutes on it. So if you do that and you decide to allot those 15 minutes, okay, for that time. Now, what I want you to look at here is what you're giving up, because the value analysis that you should be doing is, all right, if you're making this decision to take this and you're believing that Top Dasher or whatever is going to be the purpose of it, then you need to make sure that you are going to be able to make up the difference of the value you could have gotten. If you would have been doing orders like these and you're giving that up, let's just take this $33 projected order value. So here we are doing this. You lost $24 in order value to do this order over this order because you didn't turn this one down. So this order never showed up. So you did this for your time. And then maybe you ended up with this order here. So you're losing value as you're doing this. The question is when you go to reap the benefits from having taken this order here or similar orders to it, are you able to make up that $24 that you lost? Do you realize how much you're losing per order when you take these type of orders? So, and are you getting it back? In other words, in the long run, over time? Have you looked at that? And one thing you should be doing, in my opinion, and I do it on every order, is I collect this data from every order so I can see what my order values are. And I can know what my order value was for a particular month. So if I was doing an experiment in a particular month, I can actually see with data, hey, this month dropped. My order values dropped this month, right? They dropped $7, because I had to go do this. So next month, I need it to go up $7 or more, right? I need to recoup that plus something. And if I don't see that happen when I'm collecting the data, then I know that whatever I was doing or whatever I was trying to do, it did not represent the value to me. So therefore, it's not worth it to do it again. So anyways, the point is, this is an all-inclusive approach. This is something that every dasher, every delivery driver can use and should be using. And it's a quick way to analyze and understand what is actually valuable to you and what isn't. And watching some of these YouTubers and stuff out here, they don't really give you the data, right, to back up what they're saying. This is how you can go get that. This is how you do it. This is what you need to look at. So hopefully that makes sense, guys. If you have any questions, put them in the comments. I can do additional videos on this and expand on it. Hopefully this makes sense. And as always, guys, stay safe out there. Be profitable. And as always, I'll talk to you soon. What's up, YouTube? Dad Dash here, and I'm coming to you today with a sort of a public service announcement. Just something to think about here. Is seems to me as I look around the YouTube world, it seems to be everybody's fighting and angry and mad. And one of the reasons why I think everybody's fighting, angry, and mad is because I think people are frustrated right now. I think there's things going on, and I want to just kind of give you something to think about. Okay, what is that I want you guys to think about? The first thing I want you to think about, the thing I want you to think about is I want you to think about this while you're fighting among yourselves and you're doing all this and everybody's getting angry at everybody else. While you're doing all the fighting and you're getting mad and you're calling this person out and you're doing this and you're doing that, right? You're losing perspective on one thing. DoorDash wants us to be divided. Grubhub wants us to be divided. The apps want us to be divided. They do not want us to be communicating positively. They do not want us
to be working positively and smartly. They want us to be angry, mad, upset, afraid. That is their goal. And if you are that, and there are a lot of dashers out there, there's a lot of gig workers out there, there's a lot of gig business operators out there right now that are angry, mad, and they're feeling the pressure. And they're feeling the pressure because of what's going on out there. Because things are slow, things are this, things are that, the money's not the same. There's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure out there going on in the gig community. And here's what I want to tell you. This job, hold on, it's not a job. I did that on purpose. It is not a job. You are not working a job. If you want to work a job, then you need to leave gig work. Gig work is not a job. This is a business. I will repeat it. It is a business. I don't care what the trolls say. I don't care what anyone says. I've come from the world of business, and I can tell you that all the principles that a business needs to run, you need to apply it here to make money. Will you be as lucrative? Will you make $1 million? No, you will not. Not doing gig work alone. Absolutely, you will not. But you need, if you want to make money and if you want to make enough money to support yourself, then you will need to follow the principles of business. You will need to take a businessman's approach or businesswoman's approach to your gig business. And it is a business. I'm not saying we own a business. I'm not saying we're something that's selling. I'm saying that we have to take an approach to our work that ensures that when you're making decisions, that you are making decisions that represent a value to you. That you have to recognize that not DoorDash, not Grubhub, not Uber Eats, not Instacart, not Amazon Flex, none of the apps care about you. That they are all soulless, humanless algorithms designed at one thing, to make them money. They are willing to trick you. They are willing to use everything against you that they can. They are using every piece of data that you give them, and you give them quite a bit of data, and we have to agree to share everything with them. Our movements, our everything we're doing on our phone at the time that we're working those apps is being shared with these apps. And it is being used by AI, by an AI algorithm, to figure out how they can get you to make them as much money as possible. That's what's going on right now out here. Now, just because that's what's going on doesn't mean you can't make money, but it does mean that you have to take a business person's approach to it. You have to realize that you are an independent contractor, independent of any of these apps, that you do not work for any of them. And I repeat, you do not work for DoorDash, you do not work for Grubhub, you do not work for Uber Eats, you do not work for any of them. You simply work for them during the time that you accept to the time that you deliver, or whatever the gig is that you're doing. But when you stop, once you have satisfied the terms of your contract, you are no longer working for anyone. You're an unemployed person, whatever. You're working for yourself, but you are no longer working for them. You are no longer an employee. You no longer have they have no obligation to you. You have no obligation to them. You have nothing. When you turn the app on and you're out searching for apps, you have no obligation to them. You have no obligation to them whatsoever, regardless of how they make you feel. And their algorithms and their way of work and the way they think, they want you to feel that way. And they want you to be upset. And they want you to look at all the other gig workers out there that are around you, gig business operators that are around you, and they want you to look at them as your enemy, that you're out there trying to fight again. Look, just because DoorDash makes you sign in to be available to accept orders does not mean you've clocked in, because you haven't clocked in until you've accepted a contract. I want you to understand that. Now, the reason why I want you to understand all this is because while we're all fighting and we're yelling and we're screaming and we're doing all this stuff for YouTube and we're missing the point. We're missing the ability to have constructive conversations among ourselves about what we can do to get the most value out of these offers, where we can talk instead of talking about how we can what represents value and how you can make profit, and I mean, the real discussions that should be being had out here is what's the minimum level that we should all be accepting, and if you're in this area or this area, what's the minimum that market should demand. And we should all be talking about these things. We should be talking about data collection. How are you collecting your data, and how are you collecting your data, and share with me your data and tell me your average offer. What's your average offer in your area? This person, what's your average this, and what's your average gas? What are you getting per mile gas wise? What do you no, instead, you know what we're talking about? We're talking about nonsense. We're talking about who's hating on who. We're talking about top dasher and diamonds. We're talking about all the BS that they want us to talk about, but we're not talking about the things that we need to talk about as gig business operators. We're not being businessmen. We're being kids. We're being foolish. And as a result, when you have people out here that actually want to talk business, that actually want to get something from you, that actually want to come together and say, let's be here, let's talk, let's share, we have nowhere to go. Because we come on YouTube, and that's really one of the largest area. We come on Facebook, everybody's fighting with each other. Everybody's debating diamond. Why are we debating diamond? The real debate should be what's the best car for gig work? What's the best way to do this? What's the best expense to do this? What's the best way to get the least amount of, how can you get your gas miles down? What's the amount that you need to break even? What should your expense ratio be? What should your expense percentage be? How much should your mileage cost be? How are you calculating your mileage cost? How do you calculate a mileage cost? What is the value of 10 miles for you? What's the value of 10 miles for you? What are all these? We're getting robbed of all these discussions because we are doing, and the apps don't want us talking about that. Because once you start having those discussions, once we as drivers start to figure out what we need to ask from them, then they're in trouble. Because as independent contractors, we don't have to say yes unless the value is right. And they know that. And if we stop saying yes to the game that they're offering us, to the false promise that they're offering us, because we don't, DoorDash doesn't work off of promises and games. No business does. But we're being played for fools. We're being played for fools, guys. And we're sitting out here and we're looking foolish. And we need to understand what's important. And what is important right now is we need to come together as a community. We need to start redirecting the conversation away from what the apps want us talking about. And we need to talk about the things that are actually important. And what are they? What we need to start talking about. How do you accept orders? What's your order acceptance methodology? What are you doing? How are you doing? If you're not already accepting, if you're not already collecting data, how are you collecting it? And what is the data that you're seeing? We should be having talks and groups and come together and say, hey, look, this and this and that and that and this, and figuring it out. How do you work multiple apps? How does what? Because it's not that hard. What's the best way? I'm trying to put all that content out. What's the best phone for working gig work? What's the best type of phone? What are the things you can do with it? That's what's going to make you money. Not attacking each other, screaming at each other, talking foolish, not spending all the time talking when you have people out here that are doing all this stuff, and all you want to talk about is, well, this person insulted you and this person did that. We we want to hear people come up and say that. How are you doing it? You're making $300 a day. What are you doing? And how are you doing it? Tell us about your market so we can hear about it, because I guarantee you in every single market is not as different as we think it is. And when you hear somebody make the excuse, well, it's just market. Well, okay, that's fine. But I guarantee you there's a part of their market that's similar to yours. There's something they're doing that you're not. And there are things we can learn from each other besides the fact that they're meaner than this person, or they're funnier than that person, or they can do this or do that, or make fun of, or say this hateful thing or that hateful thing. It's time we come together, guys. And here's the thing. If you don't like gig work, if you don't like earning for yourself, if you're not about the life of, hey, I have to go out and produce. If you don't like the way that you don't know what you're going to make tomorrow,
and you don't have a belief in yourself that you can go out and do it, then you need to make a change. Get in touch with why you began, and I guarantee you, if you get in touch with why you began, you will find the reason. You will figure out whether you should be here or not. Right. And you will be able to understand. And what do I mean by this? I'm going to give you a brief example, and then the video is going on a little longer than I intended. But what do I mean by that? What I mean is that if you began this because, say, you lost a job, or you didn't begin this because you wanted to do this, and you jump into it, and at first maybe you liked it, or it was like, hey, it's paying the bills, and now it's not. This wasn't meant for you in the first place. Get out. If it's not serving the purpose that brought you in, get out and leave. And leave it to the people that want to do this. Because this isn't for everyone. It really isn't. And the final thought I'll leave you with, guys, is this. We are fighting and debating, and we have people out here supporting DoorDash and the apps or whatever app you're working for. But I want you to think about this. Before you go support another program from one of those apps, I want you to think about the fact that when these apps approach our customers, they require money to be paid. They require the restaurants to pay money to participate. They require the customers to pay money to participate. They require it. And I want you to think of the fact that out of the money that's required, we're getting on average $2, regardless. DoorDash, Grubhub, Uber Eats, they might be collecting $30, $40, $50. They're handing $2 over. They're sharing with us maybe 1 to 2% of what they're collecting from the restaurant and the customer, the required money. And they're communicating back to that customer, to that restaurant, and saying, you don't got to worry about paying the dasher. That's optional. Whatever you want to pay them, Mr. Customer. Whatever you can afford to pay after we've taken our percentage, throw it to the dasher. Dasher pay is optional. Think of it like this. When you see an order, $10, let's just take a $10 order, and they're paying you $2. They've made 80% of your pay optional and 20% of your pay required. And all of their pay is required. There's not 1 cent optional. But every one of the miles you're driving, every one of the expenses you're driving, or expenses you're paying, every single bit of the wear and tear and the mental wear and tear is 100% on you. But DoorDash says your compensation, a majority of your compensation is optional. You're optional to them. Remember that. I'm not saying it. They are. You are optional. So next time you get mad at the guy next to you, next time you get mad at the other driver, think about that. You're optional because you're mad at them because they're not supporting DoorDash or supporting these apps. Remember, they're telling you every single day, every single time that they come out, you are optional. So you need to make them optional. And the way you make them optional is you multi-app. And you accept only the value only the orders that represent value to you. And if we make them optional, like they've made us optional, we will make money. So think about that, guys. Hopefully you got something out of this video. If you did, hit subscribe. And as always, guys, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you soon.
What's up, guys? Dad Dash out here. Short little video today, not a long one. I wanted to come to you to remind you that your pay to these gig apps is optional. What do I mean by that? Now, if you caught my last video, I kind of got into it a little bit. I'm going to expound on it a little bit right now. What do I mean by your pay is optional? What I mean is that DoorDash, Grubhub, doesn't matter what the app is. On every single one of those apps, the amount of money, the fee that they're going to collect for bringing the dasher delivery driver together with the customer in the restaurant, that fee for their service is required. In other words, nothing is going to happen until they're paid 100% of their required money. On the other hand, dasher pay, a majority, probably 80, sometimes 90, sometimes 95% of a dasher's pay, of a delivery driver's pay, is optional. They leave it up to the customer. They want to pay us, they can. They don't, they don't. And the app will flip us $2, $3, $4 for a time. So next time you decide you're on the fence post about your loyalty to an app, or should you multi-app, my advice to you is, you're optional. They've made it clear their position. So if you're optional to them, they should be optional to you. Only take the orders from the apps that offer you the best value for your time. If there's no value in an app's offer, turn it down, move on to the next one. Always have options. Always make sure you are working multiple apps, and never ever feel any loyalty to an app that feels no loyalty to you. Hopefully you agree with this message, guys. Hopefully it's something you've thought about. If you haven't thought about it, think about it. Consider it. Next time you get a payout, look at how much of that payout is actually base pay. Because what that base pay is code for is required pay. The rest is optional. Remember that, guys. Spread that around. You're talking among yourselves in your community and you see this video, remind your fellow drivers of that. Appreciate you watching today. Hit that subscribe button, like this video, and I'll talk to you soon. What's up, guys? Dad Dash here, and I'm coming to you with an important piece of information. As you know, I've talked about it in my videos. I've talked about it quite frequently regarding my opinion on this new offer screen and how I hate it, and trying to figure out what the heck is happening with it. And I have some information. I got a text today from DoorDash, basically addressing the new offer screen. Now, I got this several weeks ago, but I got it today saying you may have noticed or may notice a new offer screen, and click a link and it'll give you information. Well, I clicked the link and it did give me information. I'm going to put the link in this video so you can click it as well, in case it hasn't come to your area. But the most important piece of information I want to bring you is there is a survey on that link that every dasher can take. And it's asking you specifically, do you like it or don't you? And I am encouraging everyone who watches my video right now today to please go into that link and say you don't like the screen. Anybody who, now if you like the screen, I guess put in what you think. But I can't imagine any dasher liking that new screen. And there's about 3 objections I have to that new screen. The primary objection being the lack of item count. The second, the layout and the smallness of the font. As you can see here, Dad Dash now has glasses. You may have noticed. my vision's going bad in my old age. My wife finally set me an appointment, made me get them, and I'm glad I did, because it's actually at night and everything. It's much easier to see. But the point is, it's smaller. I don't like it, right? And third, the layout of it. I just don't like the layout of it. I don't like the look of it. I don't like anything about it at all. So I'm going to ask you, and if you're watching this video, to please click into the link, review the information, participate in the survey, and make your opinion known. I would encourage your opinion to be no, but it actually asks you, do you like it or not? It also gives you an opportunity to say what you would like on your offer screen in ways DoorDash can improve. Make your voice heard. The more dashers that we can give feedback to. I went in and said, be transparent, show us the full offer, show us what the base pay is, and give us an offer screen that's a real offer screen. And item counts is essential. I mean, now I don't care. You don't have to show me the item count if you're showing me the full pay. If I know what the full pay is going to be, I don't care. That's what I told him as well. I said, but you can't have a lack of item count and continue to hide tips and pay and everything. Anyways, whether it'll be heard, who knows? But I want to encourage you guys to go in, make your voices heard, and participate in this. So this is just important. I want to get this video out. Like I said, this is very, very important in my opinion. The good news is right now it's a pilot. So the more negative feedback we give, the less chance this becomes a positive. Now, maybe they're like that feedback. Maybe that's what they want to hear. But I would like to get people in there speaking. I've heard it, at least from the YouTube community, the Gigtube community, that nobody likes this screen. So here it is, guys. I'm putting the note or the description in there. Please also like this video to get it around. Feel free to share it with anybody so that they can get access to that link and make their voices known. Talk to you soon, guys. I appreciate you watching. If you enjoyed today's video, got something out of it, as always, if you're not subscribed, I hope I earned your subscription. Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, share this video, and as always, guys, stay safe, stay profitable, and I'll talk to you soon.